Safe burning slightly, but attempting that opening kill on the side of the Molotov. We see Snow losing half of his health. There's a very committed setup towards top middle, but MHL starts to realize there's that gap in the apartments, but that will be covered now with the rotation of Rec coming back over towards Library. They're really anticipating that it's going to be an A play here, at least early from Pain. Molotov towards MHL, trying to break up this setup with utility.
I don't think they're going to go anymore. I think that counter Molotov is kind of the show that Wildcard is saying, we're holding on to this. Like, we're going to fight for this part of the map. And I don't think Pain want to really commit too much to that.
Yeah, so they realize they got a rotated player back to defend this B site as well.
Yeah, once they sense the extra defense, they back away. Big Uzera, he's going to hit a timing coming through. Nemanja looking away, but gets back. Gets his crosshair in the perfect position. Can Pain actually follow up on this now? Because Big Uzera was the man to create the space with that advantage, and it's no longer there.
Yeah, got to dig deep and pull off a 4v5. We've been playing with the advantage last few rounds here, Pain, but they'll do what Wildcard did in that first half, which is pull off a numbers deficit, execute in towards this B site and pull it off for a round victory. Got Rec hiding at second oranges, getting cleared hard, but no, he's not going to be spotted. Sid gets one kill here for Pain, but it's not enough. And Rec just trying to change up that position and move forward. He's still got his teammate available. And that rotation...
Oh, they're coming back.
He's actually coming back. That's MHL. He's dead. Period's made the play. So he's now calling his teammates to come back, which means the pressure's on Hex to deliver inside of the site. And that FAMAS
big kill.
Has a big fight and a big win over that. 5 seconds left on the clock. Not enough time to put that bomb down again. And Pain just don't know where to go.
Yeah, I can't even fault them though. I don't think that's a blown round in the sense that they kind of got lost on the map. That was a blown round considering Big Uzera couldn't get anything done. They realized they don't have any advantages coming through that smoke. The only option really to win is to come back to that A bomb site. But even if Hex goes down and that kill goes the way of Pain, didn't appear there was any time on the clock for them to actually arrive in time. So stalled out, not able to find the success, the control they wanted in the mid rounds. So time is their enemy down the stretch. Wildcard up by 2.
They're safe. Going up into the hallway, he's down to 24 HP. He's going to retreat away.
Yeah, lucky to be alive, but that'll make the off very passive. That's a very supportive element for the rest of the round. And once again, Wildcard really loving this aggressive brackets defense. We've seen this stack, well, like 4 or 5 rounds in this half, it feels like, up on top of the balcony underneath as well. It'd be VSM and Big Uzera to challenge it if they continue moving up brackets.
That's a quick one from Hex. Sees the second player. Can't get around the corner in time. Here's the push out, and Pyria doesn't even consider that position from Nemanja. So that's going to be a quick headshot onto Pyria, and a 5v3. Pain just have no shot at getting back into this. Even when Hex runs out of bullets, he gets back to safety.
Yeah, look how proactive they're being. Look how mobile they're being. Now, you have lost your B defender. That opens things up. Safe going to try and press the issue, but again, the 24 HP. Bomb, only chance is that it meets up with him. But Molotov covers the footsteps of Rec, so it's an easy kill. And there's nothing for Snow to do. 1v1 at the bomb site, but he has to get it fast. And then he's got to win a 1v3. Feels like the end to a certain extent for Pain.
Yeah, it does feel like the map's wrapping up now, doesn't it? They had their chance there on the T side a couple of rounds in a row, but that's Wildcard finding their way up to map point. Really impressive showing from them, considering how it started.
Oh yeah, this is a phenomenal recovery in the first half and continuing that momentum into the second half. And outside of a small hiccup of 3 rounds from Pain, his defense has looked really, really strong against the offense. So final timeout, final chance for Pain to rattle off 3 in a row. That would bring us to overtime if they can do it. But you've got money built back up on the side of Wildcard, and you got them playing very well, very confident.
They just got to get the job done now. Don't choke this away. Don't allow this one to go into overtime. Still possible. Though unlikely. Deep smoke down Banana as usual, followed by a Molotov behind it. You have Nemanja spamming down, getting in a little bit of an engagement against Snow, and he's done the damage.
Forces a Molotov out early as well. Flash clear over towards Halls. Hex sees nothing. Two players were in there. They were just clearing things out. So establish no presence at top mid. Payne's going to be happy about that one. Those defensive setups have been bullying them all game long. And Payne start moving towards the A bomb site. One in Halls, three coming up mid. Safe, his op in support, throwing utility.
"45 seconds. That's all that's left here. MHL waiting under the porch.
They're going to flash him, right?
Surely. Put a little bit of pressure on him. 25 seconds. Here we go. Into the open. Misses. An absolute sitter there. Gets himself into the site. Hex now in the pit. Is this the moment? Oh, they're going to want to get back. Hex inside of the pit's done well to get at least one, but it's not enough for Wildcard to feel comfortable about that initial hold. So Payne have got into the site. Now a decision. Do you even want to go for this retake?
You've got money. I think you're going to come see if you can find anything quick. You got three players rotating over. They're going to wrap around middle, play it together. They've got kits. They've got Molotov to flush out the player over in pit. They just need to find that kill when the molly comes down. Pyria might be the player that allows them to activate. Actually, the Molotov's staying way far back. They're not bringing it around here. It's going to be for the bomb site. So Nemanja, he can't find anyone in pit. Now the crossfires are real strong.
Trying to move in. It's safe. And Pyria with all the kills required to make sure that is a strong finish to the round there from Payne. MHL going to want that round back, I think. That could have been a much better story for them if they had found that opening.
But I think you're onto something, too. They might wish they chose to save that as well, or maybe only commit one person, and if you don't get the kill, you can back off, at least with the AWP. MHL 2,500, Hex 1,800 in the bank, 60, 3,600. If you're Wildcard, you're probably having a very real conversation right now with Coach Ricks about just saving in this round. Half investing, some 5.7s, some P250s. But this isn't going to be a pretty buy, and if you force up and lose, the next round's not going to be a pretty buy either, so at least give yourself one more. Round 23. Payne 2 rounds away from bringing us to overtime. And look at what they're going up against here. Mag 7 on Nemanja, 5.7, P250 in play, 2 USPs. Wildcard prioritizing that 24th round.
Mag 7 just hanging out around the back of the molly. A solo Mag 7. It's an ambitious weapon, and now he's just being naded incredibly low as well. So his life just gets a lot more hard. And I think for a team like Wildcard, I said at the start of the last round as well, okay, you've done well, you're up 12-9, but make sure you just don't blow this now. And I think, unfortunately, we do see that quite a bit. Like, 12 seems to be just the curse for a lot of teams that are on the precipice of making an upset.
Yeah, you start to see a few more mistakes in terms of decision-making, a few more mistakes in terms of setup, in terms of responses. So Payne making this one difficult for Wildcard, where they've been such a strong force throughout the majority of this game.
There's Pyria. Yeah, a little bit tricky. Oh,
hello.
Well, much easier when you do that, I suppose.
Well, what's so tricky about that?
Yeah, if we could just do that all the time.
Yeah.
Where was that Pyria throughout the rest of the map?
Well, I think if you're Wildcard, you're like, ooh, that AK sounds kind of cool. I want one of those.
Yeah, Pyria, he welcomes you. Welcomes you into his domain. Not a very friendly landlord is Mr. Pyria in the apartments. And the last round of the regulation coming up. So let's see if it's going to be overtime or we head to second map.
All right, well, AWP going to be in MHL's hands. He trades an M4 over to a teammate. So they have all the utility, all the weaponry they need. Hex is going to be stuck back on a FAMAS. The biggest issue is no kits. So you have to imagine Wildcard going to be a little bit stronger in terms of preventing the bomb sites from being lost. Any retake scenario is going to be them at a disadvantage. It's overtime or a map 1 victory for Wildcard. Payne have fought themselves all the way back into this game. suffered a 9-round losing streak and have still held on to their presence here on Inferno.
And their opponent's map pick as well, giving them a good go at things on the stretch here. The wildcard get the result they're looking for, they're hoping for. The success for Pain in this half came from wildcard giving them chances to get opening kills. Not doing that this round, sitting quite passive actually towards this B-bomb side and the A side at the same time. Not stepping forward, not being the player that makes that mistake that allows your opponent into it. "59 seconds left."
Flashbang in mid makes him a little bit nervous. Snow once again wants to apply a little bit of pressure. Bomb's joining up with him in the back of Big Uzera. I think he's going to eventually leave. Just chuck the utility for Snow. We've seen this round previously. Unfortunately for Snow, a defensive smoke might dissuade him from being that kind of a distraction.
Smoke is going to go down towards Moto. They're getting ready for what is going to be a final A play. 3 players play within the site here for wildcard.
Yeah, they need to spread this out. Someone needs to get in pit, someone needs to get to balcony right now. That's what MHL is doing. A risky cross with the AWP, but he's got the position, and here comes the hit.
Yeah, it's running in now. Final 15 seconds. A couple of times in this half. Pain have run out of time, but now they're running out of players, running out of chances. Big Uzera and Snow with kills. They've got to get that bomb down, but it's gone in the site. You have to run to it now and start that plant, and they are going to have just enough time to get the bomb down. So it will be a retake required for wildcard. Otherwise, this one goes into overtime. Nemanja gets smoked as well here at Moto. Precious seconds they can't get back.
And remember, no kits, no utility. If Rhett cannot find this kill on Pyria, who's certainly not going to peek him, I don't think this is possible. Good win.
Oh, that's a big win from Rek. Could he have more impact here for wildcard? Moving in, Nemanja dead. Rek can't get it done, so Pain fight back all the way and secure themselves overtime.
You could see it. We just talked about that fact of being at 12, the ability you're right there to win the game. Look at that defense and how uncomfortable, the lack of decisions. All 3 players in the bomb site. The only mobile person getting set up for any attack that's coming is MHL. He's going and checking rap side through the smoke. He's falling back trying to get standing over and pit. But it didn't feel like there was any real plan of how that defense was going to play the late round at the A bomb site, and Pain's able to break through.
It's like they shy away from the moment, unfortunately, for wildcard. So they're going out there and taking it.
It's also, I mean, a round where you have low economy, little utility. You're probably a little bit sensitive because of that fact. Either way, whatever it was, we find ourselves in overtime. Wildcard can't get it done. Impressive run back from Pain.
MHL straight to the chest of Snow, makes quick work of him. At least an opening here for wildcard.
One's going to rotate back.
Oh, Save's giving some warning shots, not fully punished. Able to stick around. Save's had some really important kills for Pain throughout this map so far. Good that he's still able to stick around in this.
Nemanja's got another smoke to drop as soon as this one fades. There's an op on the other side of this when it clears. MHL gonna hold the line.
MHL down banana. Here's Nemanja. AK-47. Big Uzera gone. Second kill is better. Bomb is loose. He goes again. Pyria trying to fight him. Finally gets the trade in. Safe also took the top banana player.
It's all right. You know even when you come up, you're rushing over that you're gonna get beat here by wildcard. There's gonna be a chance to spam down through the smoke, crack it open. Nobody's crossing. Here comes Pain a little bit late.
Yeah, they take the time to coordinate an actual execution, right? So they put the nades in, they limit some of the positions they can be in so they can actually focus on this boost. And 60's just holding off for the time being, not going over the top just yet. Now he senses the timing, and it's perfect. Bomb goes down in the site. It's all unsafe for a 1v3, and he's blinded and held back. He doesn't have the time to work with. And they're just going to swing in. There's a quick trade coming in from Rek. And that'll end up being wildcard's 13th round win. Coming a little bit later than they would have liked as the first round of overtime. But
it is a classic, though, isn't it?
Back into the lead.
Yeah, back into the lead. That one done really well from wildcard to hold off this Pain attack. Snow's not having a whole lot of success with these solo plays, but the deep control is very nice from wildcard. Pain didn't expect it. Thought maybe it was just the solo defender to have deep information. They were dead wrong. Round 26. Double nade takes down one. Good utility work to soften up the attack.
Yeah, we got Snow over the top of the car, and Nemanja rips him apart. We're down to 3 players here for Pain, and it's just not looking good at all. We're back to the T side we've been seeing from them.
Those are the things Pain was doing to Wildcard to open this up, was get aggressive, deep utility, the classic banana stuff, but finding kills so early on that Wildcard in the early stages of their T-half couldn't even get any tactics even started. Now doing the same exact thing to Pain here in overtime, up in your face. MHL's going to be smoked off, but that's thrown from the other side of the map, so no concern at the A bomb site.
Rex rifle going into the open. VSM dead second, better as well here on Pyria, and that is as clean as you like for Wildcard. As clean as you like. All 5 players staying up. Rek up to his 20th kill, and it really, that was the turning point of this game, was his big clutch on that B site.
Yeah, I mean, that changed the entire nature, didn't it? Outside of like the hiccup, the comeback from Pain was very nice, but ever since that moment, it has kind of felt like Wildcard built up into having the advantages in this game. Felt like they've been playing with the lead ever since then. Lovely work, lovely responses. This Wildcard defense not getting caught off guard by anything all of a sudden. 14-12, a 2-round lead. Last round in this half of overtime before we switch sides.
Good nades here on the Snow. 40 HP. Spam going down as well. Nemanja just started to come into his own here on this banana position as well. Just so good, and that is filthy. Save jumping in the air for a couple of seconds, and you have Nemanja ripping his head off. I got Rek now stepping up from behind the sandbags. It is domination from Wildcard. Finally back in the rhythm on this CT side. They'll reach map point again. They've got a couple of chances to close it out. And it feels like with this attitude, surely they do it.
Well, they close their T-side in regulation with 5 straight rounds. Now they get 3 chances to close out this map. They switch over to the T-side, 3 more opportunities. And they've just been so dominant as well. T-side, they were just levels above Pain. So this is going to be, once again, it's almost like Pain has to execute yet another comeback. And haven't shown the quality here in overtime quite yet. And they have a decision to make too. Do you want to play the aggressive disruptive style that was effective? Do you want to play the more passive style? I mean, eventually Wildcard found a way to beat both of them, so you don't have anything to lean on. Save gonna take an early peek, finds nothing.
There's Pyria. Next is taken away. Opening kill for Pain. Been a while since we've seen that for them. Biguzera could get another one here as well. Side of the half wall connects straight to the chest. 15 HP left. Snow, Molotov into the open. It's going to melt away if he stands there. Smoke goes forward. He's just trying to stay alive and be a nuisance now inside of this smoke. His teammates can try and help him. In fact, he's clearing the smoke and making Snow's life a lot harder. So Snow's gone down in the smoke. Biguzera having to drop back with an AWP. And this is doable for Wildcard. A minute just under, in fact, left on this clock. So you can even go back to A if you want.
HP's the issue. Rek has 2. Now he won a clutch with like 3 or 4 HP in regulation, the one you've been alluding to. He'll swap out to the EWP for the moment. Nemanja as well, low on health. They forced a panicked rotation out of Pain's defense over to the B bomb site, but now it's going to slide back. And Biguzera and Safe, the Alpers, are going to have a big job to do.
Michelle stepping out into the open, and Safe has connected. Molotov as 60 tries to run right through it. It's actually worked out. He's got a headshot. You gotta love a play like that. And he actually goes back and he makes it around the corner. Despite the low HP, there's still a shot at this. VSM pulled into the open, and now you're looking at Pyria inside of the site. He has to go big or it's going out. And that's gonna be a big headshot cleared in the site. Wildcard have done the unthinkable in this round. This is unbelievable. 60 with an unreal round. And Biguzera has a 1v3 to try and recover with an AWP. Wildcard are not going to let this one go. Nemanja closes it out, and you've got to say that was the most exciting round we had all map long.
That's a crazy round. That's actually a beautiful round of Counter-Strike to watch back. The way that they were set up to have every next move, every reaction of Pain accounted for, and punish them somehow with that low HP to snatch the final round in the map away. That's awesome from Wildcard. 16-12 victory. What's up, Mike?
Who needs health anyway?
Yeah,
is the lesson I learned from that final round. Wow, that is a nail biter. Look, Wildcard had to do just a little choking to remind us we're a North American team. They're a North American team, but nicely done in overtime there. Wow, what an exciting map of Inferno that turned out to be.
Yeah, I mean that last round with 60 just running through the Molotov right back around the corner again.
I like that, but those are the things I feel like sometimes inexperienced players and players out of the North American region kind of struggle with sometimes is like, that feels like a silly play, but sometimes you have to make, like, you have to take such a huge risk. And we have players sometimes in the region that don't want to take those risks and don't step up into that opportunity.
Especially when you get to the later stages of a map win like that.
And look, it's exciting. I'm not trying to make it a huge deal. It's not like some crazy big game, but like that's cool seeing that player in that moment recognize that and have such a brilliant shot on top of it.
That's always been part of the charm of Sixy is sometimes he'll just turn his brain off and go for the kill shot. Even if it feels dangerous, he can ignore that danger and roll right in. Worked beautifully here. Sixy lighting the scoreboard. Nemanja having some really nasty work there on Banana towards the end as well. I think strong showing for Wildcard overall.
I think Nemanja is a good underrated player to just point out and say what a phenomenal game. Not just the calling that he recovered for Wildcard, but he had like one kill through like most of the first half. So for him to shoot up the scoreboard that much, once they turned it around and he got them rolling, he really elevated individually as well to add in a little bit more firepower.
Yeah, his CT performance is really impressive as well, just consistently making Banana a difficult place to be for the T's. And I think I asked the question, who do you think is the better AWPer between Safe and MHL ahead of this? I think it was very clear Safe was the better AWPer. So Wildcard able to close this out despite having a pretty weak middling AWP performance from MHL.
I think too, like I think more than anything, it's just how well they played in terms of adaptations. I think recovering from being able to get destroyed by the aggressive CT plays, like being able to like go passive and punish those and get Pain to like move away from it and come back in, like those are the really cool things you see out of a Wildcard team that makes you happy. That shows that they've been putting some work in too. So I think the fact they stayed in this and then they let the comeback happen, they outlast them in overtime. That's really good resilience out of the Wildcard side.
And I have to say, if we're turning it over to the other side, if you look at this complete picture for Pain, this is another pretty troubling result for the overall team structure, for the overall calling, right? You have multiple rounds on the T side where the clock's getting away from you, where you're doing rotations into sites with 10 seconds, 12 seconds left on the clock. You have a 6-1 lead that you let slip away. You bring it into overtime, then come out in that OT flat and get dismantled.
Yeah.
These are like three separate things we can talk about this map, where it's not just, oh, one player messed up, one player made a mistake. It does seem like the total picture has a lot of problems.
I mean, you can't have the variance of looking the way you did for the first 6 rounds and then looking the way you did for the second set of 6 rounds in that first half. Like, it cannot be that extreme of a drop off. Like, you can't go from just being dominant to disappearing inside the server.
Yeah.
If you're going to drop off, it's got to go from being dominant to like still being really good. Like, you can drop off a little bit, but the disappearance in the server it's very scary that this team has that quality to them.
They've always been a momentum team, but this feels like the next step. I mean, I heard more Vamo Bora from Splavik, the coach over on the Wildcard side, than I did from Snow.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
good for him.
It was just, I think it kind of tells you their mental falls apart when one clutch goes against you. Like, you don't bounce back at all. Like, that's it. From that point onwards, for that wreck clutch, it was just GG. It felt like there was a little patch of form towards the second half, obviously getting it into overtime. But
it wasn't just the clutch, right? It's like that clutch set up the break. Yeah. The break, I think, is like they never came back from that. And once you get on that like losing streak, it's mentally you're just out of it. Once you're just gone.
But is their map pick next?
No one helped them recover. If Rec helped Wildcard recover, no one from Pain was Rec.
No one from Pain was Rec. They got Rec.
I like
instead.
Painted that picture.
Is beautiful. We're going to take a break, then we'll be back with that nuke to talk a little bit more about that. See you in just a flash.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Map 2 set to kick off here at the Esports World Cup between Pain and Wildcard, and there's good news for Pain. We're on home ground. We're on Nuke. This is the bread and butter map for Pain, and while it hasn't been good this year, they are on a bit of a hot streak coming off the bounty on this map.
They have 3 wins on it, yeah. I don't think they've taken any significant scalps. I think Astralis was probably the biggest name they've taken there. Gentlemates was another win during that stretch. So yeah, I mean, I think more than anything, sure, coming to the map that you pick, so you're gonna have that comfort to you. It's just like what I said, you have those alarm bells when a team can just disappear. Like if you just fall out of a server, like it doesn't matter how good you are on it. If you hit that stretch where you're just gone, sweet, like you're gonna lose a bunch. So I don't know, this is a rebound game for them, and they had to have had a real conversation about staying focused and staying locked in from start to finish of this game.
Yeah, it's just so disappointing to see Pain fall off this much. I think so many potential wins they could have gotten on their path here as well. Like I look at the squad and I see so much talent in it. It's just not, for some reason, not able to come together at the same time. I think VSM had a great patch of form in that game. Snow, just again, it's just not getting anywhere near the level you want to see from him. So I'm hoping a level of comfort will increase here on Nuke and we'll get to see a little bit more out of them, because there were like shining lights at points there for Pain. I think VSM and Safe in particular, but if you can get Snow involved, you can have Big Azera having a classic X Factor round hero there. They do have the better players across the board than their opponents today. It's just not coming together.
Oh, I think we should see some of that on Nuke, because I think Big Azera is going to, as you mentioned as well, they've typically called this very well. It's been a map, or maybe you mentioned it, they've wanted to have this map in their pool for various lineups over the years, but Big Azera and his calling, I think, should be able to make them feel more comfortable as individuals on this map. The question is going to be how much can Wildcard throw into the mix there, because we saw them on Inferno throwing a couple different ideas, getting ahead of them tactically, constantly stacking brackets, getting ahead of Pain when they wanted to transition there. Saw him doing some aggressive moves, and both teams enjoyed doing that too. So I just feel like we have to see more individuals from Pain, because Big Azera is going to be able to call a better game. I'm going to take him to win it. I don't feel super confident in it. I'm just going to do it.
It's hard to feel super confident after that map 1 that we got for Pain, but their backs are against the wall. Reminder of the situation here. This is the lower bracket matchup. It's elimination on the line. They've got their keys in front of them as we fly through the stage, and one of those might just be about to be crushed.
And winning team moves on to play the loser of Mongols Navi, which is going on the other screen, or other stream as well. So you want to chuck that up on a second screen, you could see what the next matchup in this group is going to be. Yeah, huge consequences for both these squads. We talked about it as well. Number 8 in the VRS in the Americas versus number 7 in the VRS in Americas. They're about a little less than 100 points apart, so there's a good chance to leapfrog here.
You know what the difference is between that?
What's that?
Flomland.
Flomland.
Flomland. That's right on the Flomland invite bubble.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Is that where the bubble was? Was it cut off at 7?
Well, it's 8, I think, but there's SA versus NA. I don't know. They're fine.
All right.
They're fine, I'm sure, but you'd like to stay in there so you get to go tickle that mystical beard in Vegas.
And again, all that
That's
matters
true.
is
And insult him.
And you just gain your one VRS ranking here, and then go to the next event, gain 1, and start putting yourself in position to be at the major. So that's what these two teams really, I think, VRS jockeying within the VRS system in the Americas, kind of the consequence of this match, on top of being knocked out of the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, a couple of things there for sure, and I think obviously for Pain, it's like over the years, this is a team that made it quarterfinal of a major. This is a team that made pretty decent runs at big events
with players in this roster, you know.
Yes,
exactly. So that's
yeah,
the thing
we've seen them all be proven before.
Even Safe going back has been in the semifinals of a major back in Rio. So I mean, you have a lot of pedigree of players who have gone deep in tournaments against the best players and teams in the world, and that's why sometimes it feels surprising seeing this team not able to latch onto anything and get any consistency in their performances.
Yeah. Different story as well for Wildcard, a team who are trying to rise up the ranks, and this would be a massive win to do so.
Well, I'm going to rise up off this desk and leave you gentlemen to it because we're diving into the game. Pain's life on the line on Nuke.
Catch you later, Mike.
See you later, Mike. Well, let's see if it's going to end up being a 3-map affair or if Wildcard can somehow get this done in 2. And we've got Nuke coming up. Pain should be more comfortable here. And they've got a lot of utility here for Bigger Zera and Pyria to see what kind of ideas they've got coming into this pistol.
Well, up onto the roof. Bodies for Pain up on Silo. So they want to drop down, and I would imagine drop into Mini and hit that upper bomb site. That's what you'd expect, right? How many can get cleaned off? Rek has a chance to destroy this before it even begins. He sees it coming, slides into the fight. It's not great.
Yeah, the drop down is there. Nemanja taking the first headshot for himself. Can't quite get the second, and Bigger Zera finishes him off. But
watch the wraparound heaven.
Yeah, this is the play that MHL is watching. His job is to make sure that he's there ready for this, but they pause.
That spot sucks. You don't feel confident in that position whatsoever if you're MHL. Very hard shot to hit, especially if 2 players are coming out. So 60's lined up over towards Hut, so he can swing and have some contact to help MHL out for sure. But Pain still haven't made their decision. They want to just pump the brakes and make the amount of time being run off the clock very nerve-wracking. Wildcard's defense, likewise, not moving, not budging an inch.
Pain ready to go. They've hit the pause button. Oh my goodness, the timing. I'm getting worried for MHL. Is going to be looking the right way at the right time. Here they come onto his crosshair. Yep, a difficult one, but no swing until the reload happens. Then VSM goes out and gets that trade. So the position's good for 1. It's kind of what we were expecting.
I think they spotted him going towards door, so that's what's getting cleared out. Yep, there it is. Good find from Big Uzera. Nice patience, and they're still waiting for this play up the ladder. Timing's not there, though. VSM looking for it. That's got to be a kill.
That's the bomb.
Got it. That's the bomb. The round's
He's won the
over.
round. He won
as
the
long
round.
as he lives. Just go down the vent and run
Just
to the
hide.
side, or go down the ladder.
Yep, he's made it away. So Hex has just won the round with that bomb going down, and that's going to be so heartbreaking for Pain to lose the pistol in that fashion. Oh, Hex. He's loving that.
Dude, it's all down to timing. VSM is even looking for that exact play. He's aware of the possibility. Especially when you hit tab and you see the ramp player still alive, you know the possibility is there and just misses the moment. 1-0 for Wildcard off the pistol, and they get the early advantage. MP9s, M4 being picked up. On the other side for Pain, they go for a second round investment. Tech 9s, a Mac 10 on VSM. Only enough utility for 1 real exec. So smoke wall outside meant to be a distraction. That's not going to fool anyone in a round like this.
Wreck down to 52 health. We got 60 on top of the hut trying to spray away, but he ends up getting caught himself. Nemanja swings around the backside and secures a double kill, which prevents this round from getting out of hand and preventing Pain from even thinking about the bomb plan.
Almost, though. That third kill, Nemanja coming through the smoke, critical. That was a very shocking timing and aggressive nature to that hit. That Wildcard's defense up on top of the hut, using way too many bullets, 60 to get 1 kill, runs out of ammunition, so they almost got overrun. Very, very close to falling apart. Rek's timing wasn't perfect. Nemania's just there with the kills to secure the bomb site to keep it under Wildcard's control. Now you get an easier time of things up against the unarmored pistols.
Yeah, it's going to be a good lead here for Wildcard being started. And I mean, we were talking about how Pain got off to the better start over on Inferno, and Wildcard had to dig deep to come into it. So you're now a map up, but you're also getting to play from in front to kick off the second map. It's ideal for Wildcard. It's setting up the foundations at least for an upset win. You're preventing Pain from getting those early T rounds as well, and forcing them to have to do the hard work in the gun rounds on the more difficult side.
Well, now you're also maybe going to build up some money on Nemanja. Smoke wall is up. He has his teammates spotting this. Oh my god. That's a shot and a half. It's not going to matter at the end of the day. Double kill, traded off. Okay. 2 for 2 outside, not bad. But no rifle recovered. You have 1 smoke picked up on snow. Not enough resources, I think. You need more deagle shots. And they'll let this round slow down. They want to get these peaks from 60. They want to get these moves from the CT side to start getting information of where they are, to know where to fight with the Deagles. Still going to be difficult even when you have that intel. So it'll wind down in the favor of Wildcard.
Low HP just behind that cylinder, and that's going to end up being a VSM headshot on the deagle. Okay, 2v2. Rek trying to stop that bomb from getting down the vent, and he will. VSM will actually... Oh, he missed it. He missed the vent. Now he's gone into the open. Won't give up his life straight away. So Rek to take that one, and we're looking at 3-0.
Never any danger of losing that round, but Wildcard take a lot of pain, excuse me, in that round in terms of taking losses and having to rebuy
Was that pun intended?
That one actually wasn't either. I never intend puns. They're just kind of there, you know?
Yeah, they're for the taking. You know, we got Big playing later on, I'm sure.
I'm sure a few of those are going to slip in, yeah.
But just the AK's out, no AWP yet for safe, so Pain's first look at a gun round.
Oh, good kill through the smoke, just spamming the off angle. Pyria goes down for free. That's a disaster in your first gun round, playing 4-on-5 for no good reason.
I think they really struggled when they were going down early, right? It felt like Pain were only finding success if they were getting a clean man advantage over on Inferno.
Very concentrated defense for Wildcard at the bomb sites itself. Especially now that they have the advantage, not wanting to spread out. Don't really care if you have yard control. They've already dropped someone down towards Secret. MHL knows nobody's rapping. So Pain have put Snow in position outside on the mini roof. You imagine it's to drop down and pincer into this upper bomb site. 48 seconds left on the clock. 3 other members of Pain in lobby.
"35 seconds. We're really running low on time at the moment for Pain. Gonna try and get up towards the site. It's Rek and 60 waiting together. VSM is safe, start walking their way through. It's gonna be Snow. Well, first VSM to follow through, and just like that, Pain have turned the man deficit into the advantage, and forcing Wildcard into the save call.
I mean, a very weak defense in that upper bomb site. If you consider that if one player goes down, the next player is just a free kill, like that's not strong enough for being in a 5-on-4. So despite the fact that you were playing consolidated and more centralized, didn't have an extra player in the upper bomb site to defend, and I'll just say that's too easy for Pain in a 4-on-5 to just walk out the upper bomb site. Not even utility use. Snow peaks mini, and then it's just on. Wildcard, they let that one slip away. They're going to be frustrated after the opening kill they found in the first 20 seconds from 60, spamming into the smoke at Squeak Door. And then you find nothing else. 3-1 for Pain. They're on the board early.
Terrorists win.
Here's how it started, and then everyone backs off and plays so far away that Pain get complete control of the map and just waltz in. One kill from Snow does it. Plenty of cash for the CT side to reinvest, but it's running low after buying here in round 5.
Outside smoke's deployed. Nemanja got to slip it behind them. Play side of the garage for the time being. We've got Snow. We'll be on the other side.
No support for Nemanja, so he's going to back away eventually. Yeah, I thought they might flash him through, but as the Opper backs away, Hex is feeling pressure. They're very close up to him. Big Uzera's already got a couple steps that he probably won't expect.
Hex trying to fake the drop down into the site with that break, and we'll start making his way forward.
58 seconds again, the timing that Payne used to start taking ramp room. 3 players here, no bomb on any of their backs, but they have the control. Force the rotation out of the defense, who's kept honest. Feeling the potential attack into the lower bomb site, but Payne is going to finish upper. 60 and Rek once again to defend, and once again it's just the 2 of them, and it's the same exact positions as the last round.
Yeah, Util good flying in. Rek gonna try and hold on here. Rifle's not good enough. 60 trying to get a multi-kill, just the single from him this time. As VSM will chop him up. We've got MHL coming in from Heaven. Nemanja can't do anything, and so once you get nothing done with those rifles, MHL does not even want to think about going over the top of Heaven. No, and there will be crosshairs trained upon that very angle. So that's another round for Payne, and a little bit more decisive looking on the T side so far.
I mean, 2 rounds that are exactly the same in philosophy, right? Is just take one piece of critical map control and then like a late quiet execute at the upper bomb site. It happened last round, except it was them taking control of yard outside, getting Snow up on top of the mini roof. This time it's ramp room. And late round, those upper defenders, again, top hut against that wall, same exact position, same exact result. Very basic T-side being operated so far, but it's netted Payne 2 rounds, so no complaints here. AK-47 on Hex and off on MHL brought into the next round, but no money to surround those weapons with anything dangerous.
Well, MHL, it's up to him then to make this sing, but no contact coming his way because it's a quick call from Payne Gaming just to run over the top of the ramp down into the B site already.
Yep, now you're seeing Big Uzera call with a little bit of momentum as well. They want to put a stop to this. USP, Nemanja can't beat it. Now you've got way too many bodies. 5-7 on 6. He's going to find a kill. And that's about it. No weapons to save. Now the AWP has to find safety at the end of the round. It's going to be MHL who wants one quick shot on the exit and just gives it up, prioritizes the life of the AWP. So 2 rifles yet again for wildcard will be brought into round 7. No try up, but now 3 straight for Payne's offense. Have a good feel for how to beat this defense at the moment. That's what I mean too, like you're now getting 2 good calls out of Big Uzera. This one is really easy, just kind of calling, knowing it's a low buy, going for the ramp rush, feeling the game very well, getting a free round with no real effort put in. Got to be pleased with how these last 3 rounds have played out. And a timeout from Wildcard. They want to get back to their winning ways. 2 gun rounds they've let slip out of their control. 2 rounds, I think, where they've had the opening kill as well. Or at least one of them he had the opening kill. And now they just got to figure out how they want to play against this slow, progressive offense.
At least getting the weapons back here for the CT side, everything that you want. I'm sure MHL's feeling a little bit frustrated. They haven't really had a chance to get involved yet in this half. Been a couple of situations where it looks like he's going to try and get that retake going from Heaven, but his teammates not doing enough to even make it anywhere near enticing enough.
Uh-oh.
Snow's got into the hut early on. It's going to be a little bit quicker again. More punchy from Payne. Wreck on top of the silos. He's descended down into the site. Let's see if this AK is going to be able to get anything done. He spots a couple of legs in just a second here, I'm sure, but Flash comes in, Payne get through, and that is fantastic out of Snow.
I love this call to change the pace right at the upper bomb site directly early in the round rather than late. You know, out of that timeout, they've just been discussing how they beat you, how you beat them in the mid-round with a minute left on the clock, 45 seconds before they walk into the upper bomb site. This timing negates all those plans. Really, really clever trick from Big Uzera to change the pace on him here. And yet another very easy round decided so quickly.
There's a missed shot, and we got Hext catching an AK upgrade on the way out. Gonna take a couple more down with him, but he ends up falling, and so does the AWP. So you go for the call early to save, but you still lose everything, and the round goes perfectly for Payne.
This can't go any better this half, how Payne has gotten started once the guns have come out. They have not stopped yet. 4 in a row for the attack. Looking very clean. Snow at 8 kills. Wanted to see a stronger performance out of him. We're getting it. Calling from Big Uzera. Wanted to see a cleaner T side. We're getting it.
Side wall constructed. Smokes deployed. This time Payne get a play behind him. Main resources actually going behind these smokes. The AWP challenge in MHL actually gets him off the angle. He doesn't feel good enough with that scout to challenge against the AWP. So now Snow goes down 2 players. Oh my god, instant kill from the 5-7. There's a second player too with him. It could be a bait and switch. 60, your turn. How many kills can you get? But spotted, he tips that barrel just around the corner.
I think they couldn't decide if they wanted to be aggressive off that kill or back away. Stuck between 2 different decisions. Nice first kill from Wreck. No one's able to build upon it. The 5-7 in the lower bomb site to defend. That's Hexed. Nemanja still feeling like this M4. If it can shave another player off, maybe he can bring this back into contention. Scout arriving at the lower bomb site. Must-win fight for Nemanja, and he has to back away.
.28 seconds. There's a quick kill from Nemanja. That's gonna pull things back. 5-7 for Hex. Really needed that one. Really needed it, but the damage done allows MHL to get away with another tag as well, but safe will burn him, and that'll be the round victory on elimination. Bomb plant goes down for a little bit of extra cash.
All you can ask for if you're wild card, you put yourself in the positions to win that round. Hex had the fight he was looking for, had his chance at getting the kill as well. Tough one to complete.
I'd say, you know, we're talking about the fact that, okay, Wildcard have got themselves off to a good start here on Nuke. They've won the first 3 rounds of play, but it's been so easy for Payne on the T side now. 5-3 up, T side is growing. You're going to be happy with 5 rounds already, but it feels like there's even more on the table.
And nothing's going to matter if they can't put a stop to this now, right? Like, if you can't put a stop to the T rounds now, this half is just out of control. MHL getting aggressive with the AWP. Oh, misses the shot. He's going to go down. So does the door player, and you still can't handle it. I can't imagine a world in which Payne disappears out of this map the way they did on Inferno.
Just looking so much more comfortable, well drilled on the map. Big Uzera is calling a great game. His pieces are doing everything you want. You've got that same performance from VSM that he had on Inferno, but this time in Tomorrow Vale, you have Snow, who's had impact. Pirius just got a double in this round, so honestly, a lot more to be happy about for Payne.
He's called a great game up to this point, but I feel like I can't give him credit anymore. Like, if you see the upper bomb site is just this easy to take, like, it's the easiest call of your life.
More on the wild card side of things.
Yeah, now you don't even really have to, like, go into any kind of complex, like, playbook or tactic or try and kind of mind game them. You're just like, oh, we've taken the upper bomb site 4 straight executes of a variety of different styles. Let's just keep going. It's a classic Nuke problem. The CT side feels so strong, but some games you get into the server and the other team just has the edge onto you into these upper busts, and that automatically just deflates any strength you have in your CT side.
Yeah, it's just when the rounds start like this, you have no stopping power whatsoever.
You don't have it in the early rounds, you don't have it in the late round either.
Yeah,
that's the biggest
it just
problem
feels like
going
throw
on.
the towel in at this point, and unfortunately you've got one M4 back down to some weak weapons again. Rek trying to get a little bit more aggressive, try and force the issue.
Oh, he heard the footsteps, but they faked it. They're coming back. The Uzera, oh, he beats the flash, beats the angle. Hex is pre-aiming ahead, and Big Uzera is just 2 steps in front of it.
All right, well, this is what we know Pain can do. What we have been wanting to see from them for some time. But 6C's 5-7 all of a sudden has just opened up the conversation to the round again. A quick double kill. Imperia's also low. Snow trying to hunt down that kill on MHL.
All right, a little bit of fight back, a little bit of life left in him. Good find from 6C. Triple kill now for him. He has indeed brought them right back into it in a big way. But the recovery here from Snow, and he knows exactly where MHL is on top of the hut. The drop down is there, and MHL is going to find safety for the moment and call 6C over.
Just the lack of health on both players here. The amount of angles they have to worry about coming back into it, and they're not in a good position yet to attempt this.
6C's got a flash for the bomb site once he gets up heaven. You got to just chuck that forward and let him swing with it.
Flash goes out. MHL's got to land his shot. Got to take his chance. He just can't do it. Safe and Snow got both.
Actually, because he throws the flash and then starts running, the call is the retake's coming mini, so the player in the site turns from the flash. And then he's not blind to turn back and get the heaven kill. That's funny. 7-3, it's a 4-round lead. Big Uzera has been kind of cheating this angle this whole game, or this standing over towards ramp room. He's like found his way in past trophy a number of times and just kind of been 5 steps in advance of where the ramp defender expects him to be. Kind of a cool way to play it, to mess with timings.
Oh, drop down into the vent. Hext is very ready for that, Pyria. The victim of the rifle, so opening frag here for Wildcard. Oh, another one as well. Man, yeah, through the smoke, so finding a little bit of fortune falling in their favor.
Yes, indeed. Well, they needed it, you know?
They really did.
It's been 7 in a row for Pain, so, you know, give him a break. We'll give him this advantage and see what happens from here. All right, if you can't hold the site now,
Well, looked a little bit frustrated there, Nemanja, but
I got nothing to say with that one.
yeah, it's a move that
he
knows that hasn't worked out and it looks a little silly, but they're handing it right back, aren't they? 6C at least standing tall enough with a shot onto Big Uzera.
2 versus 3 though, and the winning move in these situations throughout this half has been upper bomb site.
6C just waiting on top of the hut. You got safe. You know, down below. Strong angle for the rifle versus the AWP. But this is good. Look at that, walking right into Safe. His patience pays off. Now you rely upon 6C. He's got to do what? How has Safe done that? 6C should have absolutely had that kill, but Hex is all of a sudden in a 1v2, and if you don't win this, you're not winning anything. Get him out of the server. Safe has just pulled off something special.
It's a 3 versus 5. That was a 3 versus 5 that Pain come back and win.
That's crazy. How does he get the kill on the hut player? How does Safe come away with the kill on 6C?
I mean, it's a hard shot to hit, but like you could tell the amount of times they've seen a player playing on top of hut, I think is the prediction for that late round, and obviously the jump into the ceiling, the quick drop, I mean, that's just something special. It's a smart play too, because even if he misses the shot, you've at least baited so your AK-47 can have a clean fight or a look at the fight. But for it to start out this way, that kill missed, that follow-up peek taken, Safe able to pick off 2 different reactions. That spectacular shot.
He's in a flow state right now. Great to see him back in the server.
It's the combination of the misfrag from Nemanja into the incredible shots from Safe. That's so deflating if you're Wildcard. They ain't coming back in this map. They done.
No, they always have Mirage coming up next. Safe is probably going to take a step very quickly by the looks of things, and Pain Gaming in full control of this game. Yep, a 9-3 half from the T side, and they lost the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, they lost the pistol, lost the first 3 rounds, 9 in a row, including that second to last one, which is just unreasonable as hell.
Yeah, you don't really have anything to say if you're wildcard now.
Yeah,
it's like,
but this is also like where the frustration of Pain comes from, because it's like, how is this what we could see out of them? But then in Inferno, when they were gone for like 12 rounds straight, it was just like, oh, please, that can't happen. Because it is fun, it is cool, and it is strong when it's looking good. It's a very nice bounce back between maps for Pain, coming in here on Nuke, not getting dissuaded with the pistol round loss, and just burying Wildcard. Here on their map pick, a 6-round lead as we switch sides. Pain on the defense now, Snow and Puria with dualies. And Wildcard's offense. Gonna try and make this comeback happen. Long way to go.
very long way to go. See if they can win the pistol round again. Puria at the ready. Joe Beretta is looking down into the single door. And Nemanja into the fight. Good first headshot here. Clears out the first defender. Snow stays composed though, and that's both kills on the USP. MHL and Rex still keeping this going though for Wildcard. It's Safe and Bigger Zera having to come back into this one. Oh, good quick kill again to Joe Beretta. They line up. Oh, Safe is having a map, isn't he? 3 kills there with the Joe Berettas. And a big smile on his face because he knows that pistol has just brought them to Mirage.
What's funny is he's not even having a map. He's just had 2 incredible rounds in the past 3. He's got 11 kills. That's what, 3 rounds in the pistol, 4 in the op round. So I mean, it's just these rounds that he's put out in these past 2 have been mental. Really good stretch for him, but clearly nothing can go wrong for Pain at this point. Wildcard buy up with Tech 9s.
They're going to try and pop into the ramp room. VSM waiting with an MP7. He's confident, so he's sticking around. He's trying to get a kill before he drops down, but hasn't been able to make it happen. Nemanja will, though. He's going to try and keep them busy and pinned on this A site. Safe's going to have a look. Oh, he looks away. View model is blocking Nemanja, but he still gets to it. Safe still finds that kill.
Okay, well, you add that with the AK-47 at the tail end of the first half. I think Nemanja is really going to be frustrated. He hasn't been able to connect any of these shots when he's had advantages. Another one there where it felt like he had the jump of 4 or 5 bullets to the Tech 9. Back towards Squeak Door and Hut. That's a dangerous move from Snow, trying to step through the smoke, but as it clears, he's got one. And now you've got the backup there. You got the warning system, and then the M4s spring into action.
Yeah, and Hex is just left on his lonesome with a little P250, now MP9, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't get to hold it for long. Bigger Zera wraps him up, and now 11-3. A few minutes away from Mirage.
I think Wildcard just has to buy here as well. Like they might not. They might just save on some pistols. But 3-11, it's almost like just fight for every single round. Even with guns, 3-12 is near impossible. But they will sit this round out with just pistols and give themselves one chance with AK-47s to get things started. A lovely look from Pain, and as a reminder, I guess, from what some of the things we mentioned, the ceiling for Pain is just way, way higher from what we've seen out of these two teams. It's just we don't often see them hit it. But they can elevate far above this team on the other side of the server. They're going to close out Nuke in dominant fashion.
There's a nice triple. Oh yeah, VSM, okay. Pistol pulled as well, just to whip it out and finish off MHL. Melting 4 away. Nemanja goes down outside. Map point for Pain.
And one single gun round in the second half for Wildcard to see if they can get anything started. Any round win, any couple, like maybe in just 2 rounds of positivity to at least have the conversation, because you've lost 12 in a row. You're about to go into this map break having lost 13 rounds straight to lose the second map in this series. And now they're styling on you too. VSM making plays that look good to Linkin Park music.
You mentioned Linkin Park, Darth Mike appears, so here he is. So he's going to try and drop back. He's got 51 HP. It's involved in a little bit of a dance with the grenades early on. Hard still going through the motions, but there it is. Another opening kill via a spam down the door smoke. So this time it's no on 10 MHL. Hex still get one back though.
Oh, are they going to pick up the pace?
Oh, they are, but look at Bigazera nipping in behind. He spotted the head of 60 as well. That's the bomb, getting dinked, but still moving forward, still committed to the attack of this A-bomb site. No one's in the site any longer. It's got to be a retake here for Pain.
And 60's involvement is delayed and held out. He's neutralized at the moment out at red box. He's looking for Big Uzera, but Big Uzera is going for a reposition. So this VSM flank is huge. Alone in the bomb site. 60 has to make a play now.
VSM wraps around the side. There's the kill on Hexed, and now it's 60 being held. Big Uzera's got him locked in, and that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, Pain fight back a 13-3 win. Dominant showing here on the second map of Nuke, showing that they're so much more comfortable on this map itself. And they will bring this fight to Mirage.
That's the Pain we want to see day in, day out, game in, game out. If we get that kind of Pain and that kind of wildcard on Mirage, it's going to be a quick third map as well. But yeah, they just, you get to see, individually as a team, they have the ability to bury this wildcard squad. Just didn't get to see any of it on Inferno.
A lot more like it here on Nuke, as you guys have said. Look, that one was just commanding. You saw in the first half, right, even when they're down in some positions, even if there's a slight man advantage or something along those lines, as soon as they decide to take a site, it felt like they could just do it at will.
Yeah, whenever they wanted. I mean, that upper bomb side defense was just too weak. I mean, you know, I was thinking about this coming into it when I was looking up. Wildcard hadn't played this map since like May.
No.
It's been 2 or 3 months, and sometimes this happens where you don't play a map in officials, so you kind of feel like you still got it. Like maybe this kind of slipped away from them and they hadn't realized it, and that's why things look so shaky. But yeah, I mean, just what are you going to do? You can't hold an upper hit of any kind.
It's
so,
it's a good thing they won the pistol the first 2 rounds. Otherwise, this could be a 13-0. Like it was in that territory.
It's like the most fundamental important thing to Nuke is being able to hold the upper bomb site.
Yeah, true.
Couldn't do it. Couldn't figure it out.
It's like mid on Mirage, mid on Ancient. There's one thing you have to be able to do on every map before you even think about having a defense.
Before you think about playing the map.
Stopping an upper take is kind of the bread and butter of Nuke. Yeah, well, maybe they'll be able to put that one behind them, put it in the rear view, because that's a bit of a write-off for Wildcard, a lot to learn from. But yeah, Pain certainly going to be feeling a lot more confident after that.
Yeah, and we just need to see if that confidence can be brought forward, and I think it should be able to. Yeah, I mentioned we would get some bounce back, but you can also see how different this team looks. You can feel it into the server how much better Big Uzera called and how much better the players felt. Like they didn't seem like they were ever kind of disorganized or lost.
No.
Part of that also is the shaky wildcard CT side, but look at the difference from Inferno, where they were kind of timing out at various points, going a little bit late in the round, not able to figure it out.
I was a little bit worried after this pistol round just because it was another T round lost to the clock, which felt like a bit of a memory of Inferno lingering here, but they quickly forgot that memory, I'll tell you that much.
I mean, and you could see this round right here is like shades of what was to come. That Tech 9 bust almost cracking through that upper bomb site, and I mean, that weakness was still there come the gun rounds, and then Wildcard couldn't do anything. I don't know. There's really not much to talk about in this game of Counter-Strike because it's decided in the first half by like 6 or 7 plays towards the upper bomb site, none of which were shut down, none of which were stopped, and that's the game. Like that's it. That's Nuke.
Hey, and that's Freya.
What's up, Freya? Molodoy documentary.
Shout out to Fade. He did a very nice job in that Molodoy documentary. I enjoyed that quite a lot. He had some nice things to say about his old teammate, but he's not going to have any nice things to say about Wildcard's Nuke. Safe was nice. Safe was very good.
All right, he had that one great round, absolutely. Then the pistol, and then that wrapped it up. But it was spectacular, that one round with the AWP, where he finds Sexy up on top of the hut. I can't believe he got away with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, incredible shots out of Safe. I think just overall, Pain just have way better players on average, and we actually got to see them play well and up to their potential on that map, and that's what it looks like. That's the difference. And I worry now that you've got Pain with momentum, these individuals warmed up, we're moving to Mirage. Like, this is where I think things could continue in the Pain department. I'm thinking Wildcard are going to play a little better, obviously, than that, but I do feel like Pain now round out the series.
It's still definitely the onus is on Wildcard to step up, right? I mean, even when we look back on that Inferno, yes, in sum total, it was very commanding, it was very good, but you did still let it slip into over overtime. You did still have those moments of shakiness, those moments of choke. You can't have any of that, right? This is a Pain that is now set to punish.
Yeah, I mean, well, also Nuke was Pain's most played map, so the comfort there is for good reason. They played it 12 times in the past 3 months, so just so many reps. You go over to Mirage, it's down to 5 maps. However, Wildcard hasn't played it much either.
No.
So going to be another very tough map for Wildcard.
But a bit more of neutral territory here, and we'll be back without Mirage after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
起しようよ準備開脚早まだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみたんだ
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais fait une trop de pas. Big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, pour ce pas j'attire. Je coupe la ligne, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas, je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Beat encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vif, trop fort.
You don't hear the fuse kit? See? Things like this can happen all over the world, but can easily be avoided. Don't be a loser and buy a diffuser.
What a bit of storytelling that was. And we're going to be telling the story of one of these teams' exit from the tournament because it's a third map decider here between Pain and Wildcard. One of these two teams will see their key crush. Their dream of Esports World Cup glory comes to an end here on Mirage.
And it feels like it's going to be Wildcard at the moment, just with the way that second map went. But maybe
How things have changed.
Yeah,
we were dooming Pain after the first one, surely.
I know, it's such a roller coaster, so I don't know where to go with this one. But just with the way Pain were so dominant on Nuke, it's like, okay, surely you can't drop off that much. Like, surely you can't go from winning 13 rounds in a row to, like, coming into losing Mirage.
That's exactly how they lost Inferno. So, I mean...
They lost.
True.
It's there.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Doable.
I don't know, like... It is kind of silly because like the swing does come. Wildcard looking good on the first map, Pain looking good on the second map, going back and forth. But that's just the reality of how we painted this coming into this series. Is both these teams are having so many issues internally and finding success that it is just a crazy up and down affair. So yeah, I don't know who's going to win this third map. I'm going to point to Pain as well. Same thing I said on Nuke. They're the better team. They're the better players. We saw it on Nuke. They have all the advantages. They are the favorite team. Does that mean that they can get upset? Yeah, they can get beat by this squad. So I mean, like, I don't know what to tell you. Which Pain is going to come in today? Or in this map? Is it going to be Nuke Pain, or is it going to be Inferno, where they can just disappear and not have any impact inside the server?
A little bit of a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde situation, but there's no room to hide anymore because, as we've said, elimination is here. Mirage to decide it. One team will be done here at the Esports World Cup.
That's pretty sad, isn't it, Mike? What a story it is, isn't it? Yeah, here at the Esports World Cup.
Oh, my heart is bleeding. My heart is bleeding.
I swear you set that up beautifully, Mike. But as long as they buy a kit and don't be losers, Jason, it should be fine.
Okay, see you later, Mike.
He's off he goes. Mike off to the mystical place he goes between games. Who knows where that might be?
Well, third and deciding map begins now. Pistol round going live. Pain going to be starting on the CT side of Mirage. Wildcard's offense going to be attacking into them and seeing if they can break through to put some rounds on the board, because it's been quite some time. 13 rounds straight for Pain on that second map to win Nuke. Wildcard going to look to get started early and get that map behind them as fast as possible.
A gun round would be lovely, wouldn't it, Jason?
Any round would be lovely.
All right, here's the pistol. Up first, we've got a P250 for Nemanja and Rek. And they've also got a smoke and flash. So let's see what kind of plays they've got available to them. Rek up first. Looking good. And blocked by Bigazera. Now, well done from him. He's going to have all that vision in middle. Going to move up and start taking fights here. VSM down to 5 HP off of that initial engagement.
Okay, well now you got some space over in middle. Actually, not at all bad. Look at the HP pinching towards the B bomb site. VSM is very, very low. Nemanja looking for any indication of where he's from. They haven't committed yet. Bomb drops out. Good kill from Hex, but there's 2 more to find here.
Yeah, Imperial's just hiding inside of the smoke. It's a CT smoke that's been dropped for some coverage to delay and allow the rotation to come in. And Big Uzera sharp to that headshot. 6 he needed to get the kill in the murder hole. And it's going to end up being a pain round here. Rek and MHL, a 2v4. There's too many targets, surely, for them to be able to pull this off, but dishing out a little bit of damage. But Big Uzera's headshots come through, finally gotten rid of by Rek, and he can't quite get the others. So that'll be a pain pistol, and starting off as they mean to go on.
Yeah, Wildcard not able to break in, not able to get that initial success on the B attack. It's just a long, grindy round, and then once the smokes are down, the USP's rotating over. They couldn't find the next positions. Really well done from Payne. Orchestrated well, hit some absolute bangers with the USPs. 1-0. Without a bomb plant, Wildcard sit back on unarmored Glocks.
There's the jump up. Rek going to be sent into top middle. Zara plays in con, safe up on top behind him. We've just got Hex slipping out with the bomb play. It's actually worked. That's a matchmaking strategy right there, Jason. It's worked out really, really well. They've managed to slip away with a bomb plant.
Okay, well, you should have never had the plant, but whatever. Small mistake from Payne. The bonus money's not really a huge issue because they're buying in this round regardless. So it's not like it activates something that wasn't going to be there. But we get the first test of Wildcard.
Surely they got it, Jason. They're going to get a gun round.
Rounds straight won by Payne in this series. It's been a long time since Wildcard got to get excited. It was round 3 of the previous map, actually, in which it happened.
Let's see if they can end the streak. Then you get 13 rounds in a row, and then 16. We'd be going back to some CSGO score.
Okay, you want to get really weird is what you're going for.
Yeah, always.
2 in Palace for the wildcard attack, 2 at the ramp with utility. A execute all day long. Payne sent all 5 players towards mid at the start, so they'll retake this A bomb site. Anything VSM can find on their passage in will be gold.
It's Snow on top of the stairs. They're going to start moving out. VSM has taken Rek away. Second kill from VSM. It's 60, who's gone off the top of the wood. Now got Snow stepping into it as well. Nemanja at the bottom of the stairway. Good double headshot, but he's alone. It would be a 1v5 if he can pull this off. It's not too far off that tap through the smoke, but out he goes. Doesn't have the bomb. That's the big problem here. So even if he wanted to get to that B site, not going to be happening for him.
I like that he's still fighting for this round, though. You got plenty of time. Maybe you can shave off a 1v1, giving a new position to it. So how much can he cheat? How fast can he run towards T-spawn to maybe screw with the timing that Snow, that Big Uzera are going to feel about the flank? Snow turns. 40 seconds for Nemanja to piece this together.
Yeah, Snow just waiting, low HP, but a better angle, and that is going to result in him getting the shots off early and Nemanja going down. So 3-0 start for Payne. That's the first gun round for Wildcard, and it's gone to the wayside.
Gone to the wayside real easy.
Do we panic right now for them? Or?
Don't panic yet.
Okay.
You could be worried. I mean, this is a round 1 with MP9s, and this is your set piece with full utility, and your 2 Hulls players are coming through smoke. So, I mean, you called that tactic, you called the timing of it, and you're still executing through smoke into a Molotov into MP9s, getting wrecked. A couple of free upgrades to AK-47s for this CT side. We're going to do something similar here. MHL, Rek, and Hex to all up in Palace. Safe's off back at Ticket. Big Uzera and Snow playing top con. And they're out already, but Safe's got the first.
There's the rifle for Snow, Hex, and Rek. Just bringing them down, and Nemanja and the 60 going to come up. One through the underpass towards connector. The other out through ramp. 2 solo fights, and neither of them going very well. And you'll pick one before being dropped by Big Uzera. So defending the clean sheet, but 4 play staying alive. You're loving this if you're Payne. Your money's starting to grow already on the CT side, and you've just picked up exactly where you left off.
And you haven't had to feel really all that stressed in any of these rounds, right? Like the worst it's gotten is 3 players alive. The wildcard haven't even been able to make you feel the pressure of a lost round. Maybe they can do it here. First gun round was a set piece and execute out of T-spawn towards the A bomb site. They got annihilated, so now we're going to spread out into more of a default. Early smokes out in middle. There's a lot of the map gained over by Pyria.
Look at this. He's going to find a kill as well. Yeah, Rex just walks into him. Now the surprise is there, and Wildcard realized, okay, we've lost so much control of this map. Let's react. Let's try and get some back, and they push Nemanja up into the window.
Yeah, but that's a third of the map gone to them that they no longer have access to. Now maybe you feel like because that engagement was a little extended, maybe Rek was able to say, I hit him, he's low, he's red. You might want to lean in that direction regardless and follow up at that point. Pain's starting to slide people over as well. Big Uzera and Snow traversing through CT spawn. They've got to hustle now with that kill.
Safe done well in the window. Nemanja going to be brought down. You've got Big Uzera out towards the bench. Now look up towards the apartment. Snow and Hex blow for blow. And 3v2, we've got 40 seconds left. That bomb slips out, is going to be planted down inside of the site. And this is finally a round where Wildcard stand a chance. There's still a player down. They've still got a lot of hard work to do.
BSM has a Molotov.
Safe is still at short. MHL starting to move off, not feeling comfortable, just sitting down, but unfortunately goes into the gaze of Safe, so it's Hexed on low HP. Inside of the side, on top of the Ninja boxes, gets out of that position quick, trying to rock the clock, trying to run down this time, and he just can't do it. It was too tall of a task, and that'll be a 5th round in a row here for Pain.
Yeah, I mean, that was the closest opportunity Wildcard had. I like the call, though. You understood you had the confirmed damage that Pyria was going to be a little bit low, go right at him, find a softened kill, but really good job on the rotation over. 1 kill from Market, slows down the progression, buys time for everyone else to be in position, and Wildcard couldn't find the safety to get the bomb planted. 5 rounds in a row to open up this first half here on Mirage. That's 18 straight rounds won by Pain in this series, going back into the second map. And a first time out here called by Wildcard because they're getting stuffed yet again. I think what's tough about it is they're getting stuffed with all the things they want to do, so even though they played that round close, you still kind of feel so uncomfortable because so much of the round feels like improvise and kind of put together on the fly. It's problem solving, but you've never been able to feel comfortable in what you want to execute and what you want to do.
Nice little break of smoke out for Big Uzera. Just trying to get some info inside the middle. Not going to see too much. T-smokes are still up. And you got Wildcard moving 2 players out towards top mid. And Nemanja just being held back in the underpass by the Flames for the time being. Dixie needs to be careful of VSM, and nearly gets a 2nd kill from that spot. That would have been very impressive if he was managed to reposition and also take Nemanja down.
Yeah, but you have an issue at this A bomb site now because Palace is going to start pressuring you, Ramp is going to be pressuring you, and Khan now has 2 players ready to attack. Snow's got the job to do in dark. Going to step out a little bit wider, spots one in the open, connects it.
That's a good kill from Snow. MHL and Victim 0 and 6. A really slow start to the map. He's been having a very tough series today. Big Uzera nipping in, catching Nemanja as well. Yep, big problems here. They've got to try and get the ball back. And now it's just Rek 1v3. His clutch on Inferno was the turning point for Wildcard, but that feels so long ago, and he just can't even get close to winning this one. It's crazy to see how one-sided this series has become.
I feel like at this point in the game, Wildcard is spending so many resources and nades and pieces of utility just to have like the first step of advantage or map control that they want just to get it safely. They're using a lot of resources that when you get into these later stages, attacking into this bomb site, you don't have any more utility to put into place. You don't have a smoke down for Khan. You don't have mollies to activate. Snow's taking the aggression. Catwalk players are pushing. Bombs dropped in the open. You just are running out of tools to make your closing plays effective. So an execute again at the A bomb site, but mid control is there for Pain. They see nobody's home. Big Uzera is going to arrive very fast.
Marching out into the sites. It's going to be Safe but that first one 60 gone. Another one from VSM, and you're just not getting the space you're hoping for here when you try and break out wildcard. They're just getting stopped in the tracks, not even close to the site. I mean, this is what Inferno felt like in the first few rounds, and I thought we were going to end up with a day like this where Pain just dominate wildcard. It was something crazy where it just fell apart immediately for Pain, but it hasn't been the case the last two maps here.
Oh, and also one of the criticisms we had on Pain when we saw how flat they were through good stretches of that Inferno was just individually no one getting kills and no one producing anything, so the tactics really didn't matter, and I think Wildcard's suffering from that right now. 6C, MHL, and Rec, all three of them on one kill. Rec and 6C have had good series up until this point as well, so a lot of that production and firepower that brought you through Inferno, it's not available to you here on Mirage on this third map. And this elimination map of Counter-Strike as well. Lose this one and you're going home. And you're so focused now on all the ways you're getting beat, on all the things you're doing to counteract that. You lose track of this push. Big Uzera and Snow. And counter resistance. Snow's gonna have the kill.
Pyria moves away from the van. He's under the window. 58 seconds left. He's now got his teammate crossing into the site with him, so it's a strong defense here for Pain, especially when VSM gets to the bench. The man you're trying to be that lurk, he gets caught easily by Snow, and now they realize there's no one else following up in behind it, so they're ready for the B play.
There's no utility. There's no flashes to activate anything, no flashes to take anyone off the angle, just good trading as they come in. That's nicely done. 2-on-3, bombs getting planted. Missed shot from the op means they have some time.
Yeah, this is not bad at all for Wildcard. This is a round that should have been much more difficult. They didn't have the utility to get out of the apartments, but VSM doesn't get anything done from behind bench, and now you've got Big Azera and Snow trying to come back into this. They don't have any resources either. They don't have the utility for this. Big Azera loses his life, and that is going to be the end of the streak. Finally, Wildcard got around on the board. Snow give it a go, trying to bring a couple of these players down with him. I mean, the bomb is going to do that job for him.
Yeah, I think at this point, he doesn't care about winning the round. He says, no matter what, I want to take the guns away. So even if you don't come and kill me now, even if you take it eventually, the bomb's going to go off and take the rifles out of your hands. So even in a victory, Wildcards suffer crippling losses in that they have to rebuy everything.
I think I heard the desk hit there from VSM. I think he's going to be very frustrated about that round in particular. It was such a strong setup. You have no flashes coming in, putting pressure on you at all. And you end up losing it. It's crazy to see Pain concede that one.
Yeah, it is a little bit weird. I felt like they were in a strong position for how they've been playing. But either way, no need to slam a desk. You're up 7-1 on the third map. You just dominated them on the previous map. You're still in a great position. You got plenty of cash because these wins have been so convincing. Double off setup now for Pain. Saw it previously, it's coming back out again. Pyria with one, Safe with the other. As we go into round 9. Wildcard is 6 rounds back, but there's still time for them to recover this half, much like they did on Inferno. It felt this desperate and this out of reach on Inferno at one point, and they came back to win it.
Yeah, double ops going out for a spin here for Pain. They're coming at B. They're coming at it heavy here. Can they break through? Wildcard up against the Pyria sniper. Wants to hold and peel away with one. That's exactly what he's done. 6C will fall foul to the AWP. Now already moving forward. Smoke blocks the vision just slightly, but Pyria gets a second chance and he'll nail it as well. So MHL gone. Oh, VSM didn't have his gun out. Another frustrating moment for him, but it's going to be a Hex to make the most of it. The bomb not yet in a comfortable position to even think about a plant. And look at Pyria on this AWP. He is delivering some beautiful shots. Oh my god, okay. That's the secondary sniper for the squad. He's just stepped up like he's the primary.
Yeah, that's actually some disgusting shots for a secondary offer. And even when the secondary offer is styling on you like that, it's a terrible feeling if you're Wildcard. That's not even the #1 offer. And he still puts you down at that B bomb site. He does a phenomenal job working around the angles and working around the smoke, staying alive, being a nuisance, and being a presence. 7-round lead. Back-to-back maps of devastation in the favor of Pain.
The advanced CT setup here in middle is ready to meet the party. 4 players around the corner. Wildcard start coming forward. Big Azero taking a while, but spraying away and getting a second there. And MHL now left alone at top mid with just a Deagle. So 9 rounds to 1 here for Pain.
And what I like from Pain too, I mean, we haven't really seen them break into like any craziness of them being so overconfident and so sure of the win that they're starting to get a little bit, make some plays that just don't make sense. Individually, players are still playing smart Counter-Strike, it feels. No one's trying to overextend and frag and get the highlight reel going on. They're going to be very hard to break through. There's not really any of those weaknesses that Wildcard might be able to take advantage of. And still in this map have not proven that they can find an opening and find a round victory all in their favor.
Look at this, Nemanja and 6C trying to get under the window. They've crossed by that smoke without being detected. Gonna try and boost the player up into the window room. Try a bit of a quicker play to try and get into this A site, but Snow, again, opening kill here for Pain.
Yeah, but that's the 3rd time he's had them coming through the smoke in Palace to Adam. He's had a really easy time defending against that. Now, 6C has cracked open the middle of the map. This is gonna get weird. Furia once again pushed, and it seems like they know it with the way Nemanja's coming up these stairs. He's going to clear off to the left.
Good kill from Hext. At least opens up a chance again. They keep finding little opportunities here towards this B site wildcard. Gonna get that bomb slipped out.
Oh, the double flank, though, or triple flank, excuse me, is going to be a little bit crazy. If Big Uzera grabs 1 kill here, and he will. Hext, a little too confident that there's no problems.
He's frustrated, very frustrated about that. Now it's 6C with a 1v3. They're all coming from the same position.
He doesn't know that.
Gonna start looking for him. He has info, surely, on that nade. Gonna spot the player at the window, but yep, still looking for the 3rd. Doesn't have the information of it. Can he figure this out? 6C's got a chance at this. Nearly gets back to it. So close, but yet so far, and you're right, just a lack of information as to where those last 3 players are coming from.
Snow's even got a cheeky smile on his face too, because I think the Pain guys know, like, you in that situation, you'll never expect a 3rd. Even that nade, as you mentioned, could have been a selling point. I think that was the first guy's nade he had pinned that he just dropped on the death. But man, there's no way you're having that information. Tough clutch to deal with. Gets a couple kills in it, makes it look possible. Final round of this first half.
AK's out, and here goes Nemanja trying to get out, but again, it's Snow. If you're just going to keep coming through the smokes, you're just going to keep nailing the headshots. So, just farming now, Pain. It's 11 rounds right there on the tee. Looks good for them.
This is a like scrappy pug round that things have gotten so disorganized and the half is already over and the team knows they've been beaten up that it's just kind of like go see if you can get a kill. Playing Gladiator a little bit towards that B bomb site. Hex the last one left. What an impressive bounce back after map 1 in this series from Pain. They showed that same dominance we saw for 6 rounds on map 1, and they've just never relinquished it. Like the difference being, Inferno, they faded away for whatever reason. After they started getting going on Nuke, they never faded off whatsoever. Not a single bit.
You just realize that you haven't done enough here at all, wildcard. You've not shown up to the last 2 maps.
From round 4 on Nuke to now, it's 24-1 run.
It's pretty dominant, to put it lightly. Oh, smiles back at the faces of Pain, who even had chances to win Inferno, even when they weren't playing their best, getting into overtime. But the better team definitely going to pull out today. And Wildcard's key, just a few moments away from being crushed, along with their dreams.
Yeah, they'll be eliminated, and Pain will move on to play, I believe it was Mongols lost that series against Na'Vi, so next up for them is going to be the Mongols in this lower bracket run they have. Rek not seeing anything, but they're close around that corner. Now he spots an elbow. There's the utility. Shots with the USP not landing, tapping away. 2 players out in the open.
Well, here it comes. The Pain attack out through A, 1 through Palace, 4 through Ramp. There's a flank coming in, and it is quick from Nemanja, but is he even going to be quick enough to have a shot at doing anything in the round? Because his teammates could all die here. They're letting him move, letting him try and get around the back, and he will have his chance. Safe turns, and Safe has got the kill on the flanking player. Nothing going right here for Wildcard. Nothing at all going right for them. MHL is going to try and change that fact as he comes back in. It is a double kill. Hex is there with him. They've got to get on the defuse soon. Piria's died at Palace, and it is just Safe who's taking the goose, trying to deny the defuse. And he has got him off the defuse. Still a little bit of time. Hex trying to body block, and he will help out. So Wildcard fighting away. It's a real brawl in that one, and that's going to be a 3K from Hex, 2 from MHL, and they do recover the round.
Really nice shooting from Hex. I'm surprised to see Pain drop that one. That's like the round they lost in the first half as well, where it felt like they had the advantages. But good shooting on the retake, and Hex keeps him alive for the moment. I'll tell you what, VSM has some disgusting shots in that round. The jump over to take the player down at Ticket. He's got a spin around over towards Jungle as well. Right here. Boop. See ya. And this one red as well. Lovely shooting from VSM to get a double kill, but it's not going to matter at the end of the day. That might be the first time. I mentioned I hadn't seen Pain kind of really break out and try and do too much. That may be the first time we saw some individuals take a few peeks they didn't need to.
It's just checked as well. That Mongols Na'Vi game is still going at the moment.
Is it?
Raging into the 3rd map.
Okay, I was incorrect.
Still up to...
I saw the first map score, and then I saw them empty a while ago. I thought that was just over.
Well, 2 one-sided maps, first 2, and close on the 3rd over there on Mirage. That's on the A stream here at the Esports World Cup. But I hear chess is popping off over there, Jason. They have
yeah.
They have like breakdancers, martial arts going on over there. And we've got some martial arts here from Piria walking out with his Deagle.
That's the kind of drums that tell me Magnus Carlsen is in the house.
Yeah. Liquid have a chance to win something.
We'll always have that, won't we? Well, 1 kill from Piria's Deagle. You haven't been able to recover anything, no utility, so you need more shots from the Deagle. Either Piria or VSM need to deliver something. Middle of the map's wide open. You got 60 peeking off short. MHL watching for the boost up.
They're going to start marching into the rifles now. Piria's got another one on the Deagle. Yeah, but the kills come in here from Wildcard and well handled from MHL in the end. So that'll be a 4K from MHL. Jumping up the scoreboard a bit. And Wildcard showing some life in them yet. But here comes the buy from Pain. This could put them up to series point.
It has to be such a god tier CT side, doesn't it? It's going to be a long time before we feel like Wildcard is getting back into this map. AK-47s across the board, Safe 13 kills. Snow is having the big game, 17 kills, 4 deaths. A talking point every time they step in the server. Great performance from the Pain players today.
He only gets that shot on the jump up. Yeah, it's good. It's fine. I mean, we started today just talking about wanting to see Snow. Where are the individuals? We know that Pain definitely have the better individual skill across the board, right? But not always getting to see it come together. It's a good kill here from MHL, who definitely has shown a little bit of promise at the start of the second half, finally warming up into it.
See how mobile he can be with that AWP. I think that AWP is going to have a lot to say if they want this comeback to happen. A lot of picks just like that. Meanwhile, the execute coming towards the B bomb site as this smoke fades. Safe with utility, going to bring up the rear. Piria and Snow, the front men of the attack. Big Uzera coming in third in support. Only 1 defender here, and it's Hexed.
Jumping out, coming in towards Hex right now. He holds down the Sprite. That's going to be 2 quick ones from Hex. Snow to respawn. And now it's just Snow and Safe digging themselves out of this hole. And they've actually done a very good job of it. Perhaps they've brought the right tools. 35 seconds left. You got Nemanja, though, spamming down through the box. And that does put all the pressure on Safe, which he will not handle against MHL.
Yep, could have got that kill on MHL. Might have been a little bit different. Put yourself in a 1v2. Nice round from Wildcard. Good holdover on the B bomb site as well. No strength in that from Pain. 4 versus 5, trying to execute. Can't find that first kill out towards short. This is the opening. MHL with the quick shot. Nobody looking right. Hex has complete vision with no flashbangs being thrown, and Pain too difficult to break in. They call a timeout, their second. Plenty of rounds to work with, nursing this 7-round lead. But a timeout that's meant to prevent Wildcard from building momentum. Make your adjustments now so that they don't get into that position you found yourself in on Inferno, where Wildcard was just so confident in the defense they had, so much money, able to rebuy constantly. Pain will spend round 16 with Deagles. Deagles.
Eagles. Well, they can often bring some fires. And how many times have we seen the Deagle round that's meant to just be, okay, let's take a pause and
I know, just like a focus, wait for the next one, and it just wins the game.
It can happen. Not looking like it's going to happen here. A lot of damage being done early in mid. Trying to slow down any of the momentum that Pain are trying to build at the start of the round here. Pyria coming out of Palace. Could get a chance here. Ooh, Orb spots him, and MHL just drops at the right time.
He had the shot, he did the damage, right? Connects onto the head, and that's exactly what you're looking for, but now the rifles can unleash. So just a matter of time. 11-5 will be the score. Again, money building on the wildcard side, that makes you feel the scoreboard's always going to be ugly until you know, eventually it's not, but when you're making these comebacks, having some cash in the bank, so important to know that a round lost, you're not just devastated, still lets you feel the confidence to dig into the playbook and go for some risky moves. Coming up after this match on the B stream, we've got 3D Max facing off against Magic as our next series of the day over here on the B stream.
Yeah, they've played a couple times, and each series has featured at least one overtime.
It does seem to stay close, that series, doesn't it, that matchup?
I'm sure we'll be getting comfy for that game. We'll see how close this one can get. Wildcard not out of it yet, but here comes Pain's buy again, and it's one where they finally have enough to get the AWP out.
Ooh, good shot. The pop-up. All right, once more, Pain look to break down this defense and peel it apart. Round 17. This time it's safe with the opening kill. Nemanja comes in.
Oh, the AWP making a difference right away. And MHL trying to get the trade. He stuck around, but that's good utility usage. 60 getting out towards short, catching safe and pulling that kill right back.
Ooh, Pyria's feeling frisky right now. He's making some plays after the Deagle rounds. He's got a wide open A bomb site to work with. He's so confused about how it's so clear. And because of that, he's spending so much time checking close corners that he can't take advantage of it. Trying to clear out close A ramp for his teammates coming up. Smoke doesn't land at all where VSM wanted it to. So they'll have to consider the top of stairs, but all this utility tells the Wildcard everything they need to know. No bomb plant is possible.
Bigazera tries to back off towards Tetris.
This will be a save.
He's going to go forward and just fight towards the jungle players. But yeah, it's if you can save, if you can get away. It doesn't even look like Bigazera has that luxury, so it's just Snow holding on. All right, start to finally feel like Wildcard have got some momentum.
Now, at this point in the game, Dinko, because during the first half we were chit-chatting and it felt a lot like how Inferno started. Does this feel a lot like how Inferno ended?
Ooh, it does
this
feel a little bit more like
in that direction?
But did it happen too late? That's the question.
Yeah, well, there's still a long way to go. But these rounds have been pretty clean, all things considered. Like, first gun round, MHL gets the pick on VSM in the underpass, and you shut down the B hit in a 5-on-4. Now here, you lose the opening pick, but you get him right back, and you just demolish everything after that. You've got control. So these rounds haven't gotten close yet.
I'll tell you, Jason, I've just looked over to my left, and I've I found the white glove man who deals with the crushing of the keys, and he is standing in front of the wildcard guys in a suit over here, just behind the man with the white t-shirt there.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And, you know, that might be inspiration. You know, seeing that guy, he's like, oh, I don't want to have to see you right now. Like, a reminder that your key is about to be crushed in front of everybody.
You think maybe it's like an early jinx for Pain? He came over a little too soon?
Yeah, he came out early. It might be his fault. Yeah.
Well, we know the rules. Production always say, round 11, be in your spot.
AK-47 for Snow. Tech-9s for the rest. And perhaps a quick B-pop. Could that deliver the 12th round win? Here they come. Rushing in towards them. 60 trying to get his rifle out in time. Sprays away. Does a little bit of damage, but it's pressure on Hex to try and hold on, and he only gets the one. Damage has been given out, but it doesn't really matter right now with that bomb plant coming through. There's a shot at winning this for Pain.
Yeah, a small one, because they can't get cleaned up so easily. Flashbang comes out. Good shot from 60. They press the envelope. They scaled this quicker than Pain was expecting, and there's not enough weapons to slow it down. Big Uzera against 4.
It's got to be massive from Big Uzera here from behind the van. It's the first and the second. Okay, it's on now. Big Uzera suddenly has a chance. This would be unbelievable. This would be unstoppable. And Big Uzera looking to knock them for 6. That is an unreal clutch coming in from Big Uzera. He stood no chance, no right in winning it, but he absolutely devastates Wildcard.
Oh, he just rips their heart out and shows it off to him after the fact. The ice cold over at the van, 1 versus 4, nowhere to go, and kills them all.
Oh, you just seen it coming to the one player with the rifle. They start funneling in towards him one by one. That retake, that looks so clean from Wildcard, so decisive. They run in, they chop them up, they're back in a strong position. And Big Uzera, the last man standing, that is a moment we've been waiting for all series long.
Oh, this is crazy. They have no nades left, no utility, nothing to get in and try and eliminate them. They had time on the clock. They could have played it slower. Look how much time is left in the bomb. And everyone falls prey. Isolated fights. Nobody closes the gap. Big Uzera cues the white glove man to pick up the key. 12-6.
The first glove's on. And it looks like it's going to be the end of the story here for Wildcard. Too little, too late. They take a timeout ahead of this. But how can you recover from this? Pain just running at you now. Snow coming forward. Nemanja, good double kill. It's not going to be enough. Next target's there for Pyria and VSM. It's just MHL and 60 left alone, and they've still got some fight in them. MHL with that AWP pick. And a 2v2 with plenty of time.
Yeah, but they don't want to press the issue into the bomb site. I think that at the moment they're operating under the assumption that they're going to break away from this A site and wrap around the map. MHL's already got a little bit of a read, a little bit of a jump on it, falling back towards Cat. Wants to be able to turn on timing. If his teammate doesn't sense anything at the A bomb site, his will be the B site in responsibility. 1 minute, an extended 2v2, and nobody knows anything on the map. Information lost for every player.
Big Uzera still alive. Still fueled by his clutch. He'll be walking towards MHL, rounding this corner against the AWPer. An all-important kill, and MHL spotted him. That's the bomb, and it drops with 30 seconds left, and VSM is so far away from it.
Yeah, no chance now. I think he's hoping that he might be able to spot the AWP and grab the kill really quickly, and then you can play the 1v1. 15 seconds. Pick up the bomb, but there's no time to make it into the site. Desperately try and plant at A, but you have no time to clear anyone. So this will be ended by 60. No chance this plant is allowed. And that's a 7th for Wildcard. They hang on in the game after a devastating post-plant clutch loss, a 1v4 from Big Uzera, but it does not knock them off their game. I do like the call, though, from Pain. Out of that clutch, high octane, aggressive. See if you can catch them in a lull. See if you can catch them in some frustration.
They move out middle here, Pain. Down heavy numbers, just trying to spam down through the smoke. Nemanja is going to take a little bit of that damage. Big Uzera, though, grabs the opening kill on 60.
Well, Pyria's number might get called next. Rack is going to tuck himself into the corner. MHL is playing exposed from Ticket. So Rek, that's why you can see him taking this wider angle. Goes down, that means the AWP has to drop off Ticket. Everyone from Pain relocating to this A bomb site. 2 defenders on the other side of the map. MHL is on his own for the next 5-6 seconds.
It's time for MHL to show us why. Wildcard have gone out and picked him up, brought him into this team. There's some stability in the AWPing department to bail you out of moments like this, and unfortunately, not going to be happening for him. Snow Imperia taking 2 kills, leaving Hexed on his own, a 1v5 to try and save his team, and it will be denied by Bigger Zera. Pain Gaming stay alive here at the Esports World Cup and will knock out Wildcard.
Very nice showing out of Pain. Yeah, a little bit labored towards the end. Wildcard on that CT side starting getting to a little bit point where that defense was looking strong, but Pain, you mentioned it. Yeah, it might have changed a little bit, but Pain just gets way too far ahead in the first half for that recovery to ever actually occur. Dominant map win. Dominant series win, really.
And so the White Glove man comes calling.
Yeah,
dominant series win
right now.
into the memories of Inferno feels so very long ago at this point. That was a shellacking, I think is the technical term, across 2 maps.
Yeah.
A little bit of life there for Wildcard at the end, but just way too little too late.
Yeah, that's the problem for them, right? The late start here on this 3rd map, and I mean, even just Nuke kind of drifting away from you. Yeah, I mean, man, you also ran in, you should say too, Safe had a great series.
Incredible series.
With the AWP, back on Inferno, even in the loss. Nuke with the impact rounds he had here on Mirage, he was a beast. Snow was excellent on this map. So you had a lot of those win conditions from Pain that we touched on across the series show up in this 3rd map in a big way.
It's certainly good to see as well. It feels like
He
for
just
Pain,
took a fresh pair of white gloves. I gotta say, he's keeping them over here. Guys, we could get a pair of those.
We need a
got a
camera
fresh
like
pair
that.
for every key crush.
Souvenir. He just took them out there, so maybe.
That's incredible.
I like that. That's
What did you bring home from Paris? White gloves.
White gloves of the misery of all teams. Yeah.
Could do some cool mime work with it.
That's true. We are in Paris. Maybe that's why he does.
Can you mine a key crushing?
No.
Maybe they found him at the bottom of the Eiffel Tower. Like, I like your white gloves, sir. We have another job opportunity for you.
It's very possible.
I haven't heard him speak.
It's a not.
That is a fair point. And I didn't hear much from Wildcard either in that 2nd half or in that 3rd map or much of anything at all down the stretch of that series. Nice one for Pain, though. Confidence builder. We were talking about Snow, right? Wanting to see more from Snow. We saw some more from Snow.
Yeah, it was great to see Snow actually finally show us a little bit of that in this series. Slow start to the day, but a strong close here, 20-9. And then you get, I feel like every now and then you get a big clutch from Bigger Zera, right? One of those unthinkable moments, and we got to see it today.
I mean, you could paint it that way, but in every 1 versus 4, the other team does something terribly wrong too. And I feel like this is a trend you get out of some of the North American squads too, is in these clutch moments where it feels like 4v1, it's very easy to feel like that's just one no matter how you play it. And I think you just get ahead of yourselves. If they slow that down, if they take like a beat, take like 3-4 seconds to just communicate how they want to address the situation, they're able to work, they'll be able to win that round. It's just everyone goes so fast.
So you're telling me you're not supposed to dry peek the guy 1 by 1?
You know, I
with
can't
nice
remember.
spacing in between.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, swing for a trade on that guy too. Like,
Yeah.
don't just stop at the angle. Like, get the first guy swinging in wide along that wall. If he hits the 1 bang headshot and shuts you down on your wide swing, fair play to him. But at least give your second guy a chance to have some space to get a similar angle to it. Yeah, it's a brutal loss to take, and what was starting to shape up to be a really cool-looking comeback. They were, like, let's not forget, Wildcard was looking really strong on this CT side for 5-6 rounds in a row up until that clutch.
And we could have said the same, in reverse about Pain, which is that they were not making it happen on the T side. You were having an opportunity here to make some, but it is just unfortunate. It's unfortunate to have those moments. It's unfortunate to have those fatal flaw moments that get away from you. And it is going to be Wildcard done here at the Esports World Cup, done here in Paris. I think maybe there's still something to be watching for Wildcard down the stretch of this season, but Pain, too tough a customer for this day right here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think for Pain, I think the thing has got to be just about success for them. Playoffs has got to be something that they're looking towards. So they're looking at the loser. Do we ever find out who that was, Mike? Do you know?
Over on the other stream, that was Na'Vi taking the victory.
Okay, so Mongols did end up losing, so it will be Mongols versus Pain. That's a winnable match for Pain. Both those teams probably come into that match thinking it's winnable, but Pain's another one of those squads where I just have the opinion of where it's, look, struggles aside and difficulty aside, the state of your team aside, if you can't get into a top 16 playoffs, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're at the point. You are at the point in this team's lifespan where top 16 should not be something that you're struggling to grab.
No, certainly not. It is worth pointing out as well, Na'Vi are not reigning champions, but previous champions as well. So that was a matchup between two champions of the Esports World Cup. Kind of a fun narrative coming through there. This one is the other end of the bracket. Excuse me. We will have an interview on stage in just a few moments here with Hext and that Key Crush coming through as well. But what do we think temperature check on Pain at this point? Where's your confidence over those 3 maps? I don't know that we got too much of an idea out of it.
I mean, look, what we talked about and what we saw in Inferno is this team can just have like these moments where it goes cold. So you want a temperature check? I don't know, because it depends on the Pain that day. But it's clear that they have a level that they can get to. We're seeing some of the ceiling, some of the upper levels that they can hit look really nice against weaker competition. So I'm still not super high on them. I'm still not like sold that this is going to translate when they get into matches against top 10 opposition versus top 20 or top 30 opposition. You know what I mean? So for me, Pain is just too night and day at the moment. There's no ability for me to have confidence that we're going to get the good Pain.
More to be seen from Pain, but no more to be seen from Wildcard here. So we have an interview with Hext on this loss.
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of Wildcard, both their dreams and their key going to be crushed here at EWC. Hext, really appreciate you sticking around for a couple of words after this one, because we look at that first map, incredibly competitive between you two. What happens when you come onto map 2 and 3?
I think map 2, we honestly lost to ourselves. I think, we let our emotions get the best of us maybe. I think maybe we didn't come with solutions fast enough, and I think that really hurt us in the end.
Was that the same story coming onto the final map of the series?
I mean, the final map, we didn't really get into the game, almost. Like, they were kind of just shutting us down everywhere we went. I think maybe we were screwing things up that we practiced forever, so that's definitely something to look at for sure. Yeah, I think we just lost to ourselves again. Like, emotionally, we were just shut down, so it's kind of hard to get back into it after that.
Just for any Wildcard fans out there, where can we find you guys next? What's the goal going into the rest of this season?
Yeah, I mean, so the goal is still to make the major. Makes it a little harder now. We're not getting like 100-point wins, you know what I'm saying? So it's going to be a little bit harder now, but we're going to be at Farmland in Vegas, potentially playing the I Am China or Beijing close qualifier. So we'll see how that goes. And then after that, I think we're just going to go to whatever land we can go to. So, yeah.
I know we got a fair few Wildcard fans out there, so anything you want to say to them upon your departure here in Paris?
Yeah, thanks for the support. Hopefully we don't play like this again. It'd be nice if we play better. Yeah, that's it.
Really appreciate your time, Hex. Commiserations once more. Unfortunately, Wildcard do meet their end here at EWC.
Not shying away from it there for Hex. They are now in the woods of the VRS, trying to make sure that they do secure that major slot. So Flomland on the horizon, and then into the weeds, the Fragadelphias, the Launders Lands, the whatever you can get your hands on to compete and earn a few points.
Yeah, obviously the main goal for the Americas teams is to just get to the major. I mean, still a long way off seeing teams like of this level compete in the world stage, and I think we get reminders of that. I think when you look at across the board, I think all the teams are in a very similar place. Like, I feel like M80 come in, you hear them always say, oh, we feel like we're improving in practice, and then they come in and they don't perform. And same for NRG. Every time I come to a big tournament and NRG have said, we've had some great practice, we feel like we've figured some things out, and then the reality sets in that it hasn't quite got them up to the next level yet. I feel like that's just been the story month after month, year after year for a lot of the North American teams.
I mean, just the Americas teams in general. You got Furia and Legacy really up at the top. I think 9Z you're going to put up there in the top 3, and you can move it up depending on your opinion on 9Z. But outside of that, even Liquid, we haven't seen enough of this new lineup. But yeah, all these teams are kind of in that really inconsistent up and down where we know you can't really beat Tier 1 opposition against Tier 2 opposition. You're competitive at times, and it's just a scramble right now as these teams try and figure out the winning recipe moving forward and what lineup is going to give them the best chance to improve for the major.
And where we might finally see some consistent growth, right? Yeah. Because it is, as you've said, just hard to even gauge whether you're just an occasional upset or whether it can be a sustained form, whether there can be some sort of punch-up.
A consistently pretty good team in the Americas will be okay. But the problem is you have some teams that can be good and then that same team can just be really, really bad. But if you just get consistently to a point, I think that consistency can actually help you carry you through this America's VRS, which is so crazy how much it moves.
So topsy-turvy. Good reinforcement, though, for Pain. And now, as an added prize, not only the VRS points, not only securing their position in the rankings, not only surviving here at the Esports World Cup, But they also get to have some fun crushing a key. So let's go on over to the hydraulic press and watch that. Your favorite man,
The white
White Gloves. He's ready. He's in the background.
Get the
And
camera on
BSM is
him.
crushing this thing.
Why is he just a background figure? Look at him go.
Oh, this man is mine.
He's so professional.
100%.
Posture is good.
Here we go. And we
It's
placed
the
it in
suit
here.
that's a funeral as well.
It's the gentle placing, the underhand placement that I really enjoy.
A gentle placement for a not-so-gentle activity. A wave goodbye from VSM. Always good to
bye-bye.
flash a smile. And a crush
Bam!
key.
I heard that one. I heard that one.
That was weighty.
Yeah, it was. It was good. Now this is where he really shines, the white glove man. Look at this.
Look at that, indeed.
Team in the background there. VSM's really happy, smiling, but this is
Raising
where
it
he
very
does his
well.
best work.
Look at those
Go.
gloves.
Safely.
Pristine.
Every
Remove.
piece removed.
The gold.
Presents
Surely
it.
someone comes back in and scrapes up the dust afterwards. That's got to be valuable dust.
Double-handed presentation as well. It's good. It's great. It's powerful.
So another key goes the way of the
He's
crush.
way too
The
happy.
double thumbs
He's-
up from
He's
VSM.
cheesing way too much.
You know he's been waiting for that for ages. He's like, come on, guys, we got to win one. I need to
No.
crush a key. Let me at the
I've
machine.
been wanting to use a hydraulic press my whole life.
Me too, honestly. Maybe we can go see if they'll let us put something else in there, like an apple, mango, something, just to see what happens. But for now, it's the key that's gone. It's wildcard that's gone as well, and Pain that move on. And we'll move on into our second match after this break.
Hello guys, it's Jacob from FaZe Clan. Hello guys, it's Jacob from FaZe Clan. Today we'll be playing against a secret player, 1v1. I'll need to guess who it is. Let's get into it. Yo, what's up? What region are you from, bro? Yo. What country are you from? France? You play in 3D Max or? Are you an upper or? Is you Kersey? No. It's Lucky then.
Yes, sir.
Yo.
Hey, man.
Good half.
Good half.
Not too lying. Come back. Good position.
I have to. Oh, good game.
GG. Well played.
Well played.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back to Counter-Strike here at the Esports World Cup, where we now have a match set to get underway between 3D Max and Magic, and as has been the theme here all day on the B stream, it's elimination on the line. But it's still these two gentlemen. We're not eliminating them just yet. We got Moses, we got Denko. Magic taking on 3D Max.
Yeah, it's not the usual Magic you're up to these days, Jason, or we are as a team. But, we're looking at the situation right here, and it's obviously we're looking to see if the French can perform. I think everybody's here to watch that. They're excited to see if 3D Max can actually do something. I think the move for Kersey and Masuta is interesting. I mean, you have to pick up players within your own region. Kersey didn't have a great time in Gamer Legion, but hopefully this is a more comfortable project for him.
Yeah, I'm curious about this because I don't think I've seen these guys. I haven't casted these guys play since probably Pro League is probably the last time I saw a game out of them. So they've had some time, and I mean, we obviously have the hangover from like 3D Max of last year where they had some cool styles of play. Were able to knock on the door, being able to break in. They kind of stuck around as gatekeepers of Tier 2 and could never get that next level. So this is them once again trying another like retool the lineup, coming back into it and see if that's going to give them a little bit more punch to break through this time around.
Changing things up with the leadership as well. That was the Gravity experiment for a while, seeing if he could take that next step as a leader, moving back towards Maka. So changing things up. I mean, looking for answers. I think you put it nicely that they want to stick in the country, they want to stick in the region, they want to stick in the language, and that, as we know, provides limitations.
It's cute, it's adorable,
it's quaint.
It's honorable. I like it when it plays out, but I've liked it when it pans out and creates a good regional team. But we've seen it now for years how difficult it is to actually pull that off. So yeah, they're doing their best to stick within this philosophy. But I'll tell you, like we've seen teams over the years so many times do similar things, and I actually experienced it firsthand when I was coaching Liquid when I came in. Stewie had taken over the IGL because Nitro had just been let go. So Stewie was the IGL. He got to a point where he was frustrated being like a rifler stepping into the position, gave it back to Fallen. Fallen had it for a while, and then it went back to Stewie because they were so like once you get into this situation where you have like a non-typical IGL taking over and giving it back, Maka as well got frustrated and gave it to Gravity in the first place. So you have two IGLs who get burnt out in this role. That's kind of a scary, like that's kind of scary when you don't have like a set captain that you know is going to be your guy in this position for all the time.
And I mean, also just from like an outside of game leadership perspective as well, right? When you don't have that strong central presence, that strong central voice to kind of direct the troops.
Or now you just have two voices in the team that everyone's used to listening to. So which one of them is going to win in the moment? Who does everyone have more faith? What if they make calls that go over each other? Now, that's probably not the biggest issue within 3D Max at the moment, so we can put that to the side. It's just a worrying sign for me generally with teams from the outside. Magic stepping in as well. This team, unlike 3D Max, we don't really have like a barometer of how high they can get to go off of, but we're certainly loving what we've been seeing out of them recently. Some intimidating matches, some good upsets, some close series, and showing some skill and have some compelling players in this roster.
Yeah, I think they're always going to be a tough challenge for teams they go up against, especially teams like 3D Max at this level. I just don't really see them rising up and going too far in the tournament. I mean, they're not obviously a great team overall, but yeah, exciting young players, and I think they can pull off some inconsistent but exciting results.
They're at that point where, as excited as we've gotten about them at some weeks, some of their biggest upset win that they had was over FaZe. That 2-1 series win over FaZe. That was almost 3 months ago.
And it was a FaZe that was in a lot of trouble themselves.
Like, we're still kind of bringing it up to reference it, but like in terms of like the impact or what you can think that win might have done for them, that's all gone.
What they did last season was earn themselves the right to start with some invites this season, but now the question is just, can they do anything with those opportunities?
Now you have to capitalize on that, or else you get sent right back down.
You will tumble down. So if they can't win today, if they can't challenge a team like 3D Max, if they can't show that they belong here on the stage at the Esports World Cup, well, we might not be talking about Magic for too much longer.
And I mean, they've already shown, these teams have played twice this year, so they've already shown they can compete with them, beat them in one series, lost in another series 2-1, so it's kind of 1-1 in series play between the two squads. So they've shown us that they can actually hang with this squad. This should be a close, very hard-fought affair. Both series have had overtime games in it as well. So what their last series was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, or something like that. It's very recent.
Very recent indeed. And we caught up recently with Sfade. So let's go ahead and give that a listen.
I'm down on the sideline with Sfade from the side of Magic. I think you came on a lot of people's radars after your performance at PGL Astana. You had quite a deep run there. Can you tell me about that experience for the team?
I think for us it was too important experience because we started like here versus Mongols, and it's very tough opponent at the first game when you never play lands like this. I don't know how to say, like this.
Yeah, like the scale, this big, yeah.
Like big lands versus Mongol in the first game is like every time hello, and we are starting to thinking it's because online had too many I don't know how to explain, like changes like online and LAN at big event, not like a regional one. It's too many. I don't know how to explain. Like too many changes, and. For us, it's very hard to start at PGL Astana, but we're starting to communicate and we make some fixes on our game, and we started to play much better than before. So for us, it's playing versus Tier 2. It was easier on the LAN stage because they are not like difficult like in the online, because we have a little difference to understand them. Because we're playing versus them every time in online, and we saw how they starting nervous or something like that, and we saw they playing not so good like online. Tier 2, but Tier 1 they playing like always, and it's usually for them it's usually, I don't know how to explain as well. It's like default. It's like default style, and they're playing very good. So I don't know how to say, because for us Astana was very good experience. After this we're playing Barcelona instantly, and we're playing online qual after the. So I don't know. For us it was good, but as well we have 1 month break, 1 month in online. And we coming to here and forget how is it feeling, and hello, it's Mongols in the first game and we lose. Then we will see what happens today, because we're starting to remember like it was before, so we will see what happens today. I don't know how to say.
I mean, it's a tough start, best of 1, obviously, as you mentioned, your opponent too. Another place we saw you was in the Molodoi documentary for IEM Cologne. He was very honest with me when I was doing the interview about how much you'd helped him as a player. So I want to ask you, how much has Molodoi helped you as a player?
Molodoi helped me a lot, because he's every time give me like believing in myself. After he's coming to Furia, I start to believe myself much more, and maybe in Parivision as well. So it's both of my players from my other team, and it was great experience to play with Molodoi, because it's another player, like another level, like. He's playing on feelings, another level like default players playing, because him confidence like on the another level, confidence and understanding like DNA level, you know what I mean? So we're working a lot with him, so I think it's very important experience for me to play with him, and he gave me a lot, because he gave me too many believe in myself, and AV as well, but he give much more chances in our organization to stand and trying to build something else on the future, because we are every time like changing players. We will sold him to the Furia. It was huge transfer, so he will, I don't know how to say, he will give us much more time to make it something another level, So when Ivy come back, and when Masval and Tenzi coming to me, we starting work a lot, like maybe half of year, and we got like good change on Astana PGL qualifier, and we couldn't believe, so we going to the semi-final, But when we started to play, we are starting to feeling like we playing good. We see what we wanna do. Something like that, and here we're starting to remember how it feelings before on Astana, on Barcelona. So we will see, because I think in Barcelona we was in good form, and after form, I mean good form on LAN, but in online, of course, we're playing good, because we don't have pressure. We're playing like always, so in online we can focus many moments. On the LAN stage and everything like blinking, it. Yes. You should to focus on yourself. You should to focus on strategies. You should to focus on them and many things. So we starting remember how it works before, and I hope it's gonna be better today, much better today.
I won't keep you a moment longer then. Thank you so much, SVD, for your time. That is Magic, ready to be taken on 3D Max here on the V-Stream.
It's a whirlwind of difference adapting to LAN, right? That's the big takeaway from that is when you don't get these LAN opportunities, when you're new to it, it's a huge adjustment coming back
I would say they need 2-minute timeouts, to be honest, over for Magic. That would be
my
great.
takeaway from that is Homeboy came in today and just wanted to talk.
Yeah.
He
really
just
did.
wanted to talk, but respect to him as well. Second language, you can see him like it's struggling with the concept of trying to explain his thoughts as well, but respect. That's probably Freya's favorite interview she's ever given.
Yeah.
Two questions, 6 minutes long, in and out.
Beautiful. It's and yeah, again, huge credit to him, right? Because he's talking about how difficult it is to adapt to LAN.
Yes.
Doing a bunch of interviews in front of the lights, that adds to the pressure. So being willing to do that in a second language when you need to prepare for an important game for survival here, huge respect.
I hope he saved some voice and some talking. He is the IGL of the team. He's going to be talking quite a bit throughout this series.
Sorry, guys. I'm hoarse after that interview. I'm going to need you to take over the call.
A little bit exhausted now. No, but real talk, yeah, it's good to hear him say that and talking through some of the difficulties of being the younger team and still kind of performing admirably and showing some improvements as well. So, I mean, he's kind of describing his own philosophy on like the sort of the path they're on, right? With getting adjusted to these kinds of playing at tournaments to have opponents of different levels, playing in the different conditions. So yeah, it's the battle they're on throughout this VRS race because this matchup has that implication there as well. 21 ranked VRS for 3D Max, 22 for Magic.
Oof.
Winning team of this, like they've had some head-to-heads in this year already, but this one right now, this can propel Magic over 3D Max in the VRS. So very important game for these teams.
Yeah, we got the video down there as well. Dust 2, Ancient, Inferno coming through. I mean, no surprises really to see 3D Max want to take the fight to Dust 2. And I think like a lot of these up-and-coming teams are always so good on Ancients. Like, it feels like a lot of Ukrainian callers as well, very comfortable. See bait on it over the last few years, and now we're going to get to see Magic perform against 3D Max. I'm still going to go with 3D Max in this game because, as he was saying, like the amount of experience that they have in the Tier 1 environment, but he was just talking about trying to tap into how they were feeling in Astana and going back to that and getting into that mindset again. I think that's a bit easier said than done, and I think with the pressure of elimination, I think you'll start to worry about that as well.
That's fair, and if we look out into the crowd as well, 3D Max have brought a little bit of a fan base here. It makes a lot of sense. They are on home turf here in Paris, the Esports World Cup, so going to have their supporters in, and I'm assuming it's going to get loud when 3D Max win around.
One little sneakiness, trickiness so to speak of in the veto process. The last time these two teams played, it was Magic picking Cash, which they won 13-7. So I think they've gone and selected Ancient. They beat him in the previous series on that map as well. They like playing it, but I think they've done that where it's like, okay, we beat you on Cash last time. You're probably going to look into that a little bit, thinking we're going to come with it. It was the most recent win, and they've kind of given you a different map than you might expect. So I think we're seeing Magic try and play that veto game just a little bit, just at its most basic, fundamental level.
A little bit of gamesmanship in the veto, anything to get an edge here, right? For Magic, it's going to be important for them to start out on the right foot, for their young, inexperienced players, for their non-LAN veteran players to get a little bit of momentum early, just get that bump so it's not just the French fan base roaring at you from across the stage, making you start to shake in your seat.
Yeah, if we just remember what 3D Max can be, like some of the players within this team, we were talking about them, possibly winning tournaments last year.
Sure.
They were getting deep runs into the quarterfinals at least each time. So, this is a squad that definitely have a lot of skill inside of the roster. I think they're just obviously limited by the fact that they have to always play with French players and find there's limitations to the roster. You're highlighting the in-game leadership issues, but we just know they're very talented individual players, and I think bringing this fight to Dust 2 to kick things off is where you're really going to see the 3D Max players shine.
Yeah, I think too, the weaknesses we saw in 3D Max last year that prevented them from getting up to that point were like usually, I felt tactical in nature, played like a really cheesy style with kind of like different reactions than most teams were used to. They like to make very aggressive decisions. Sometimes it always felt like they caught a team off guard because it's not the decision that made sense in that moment. And as they tried to kind of develop that playbook a little bit deeper, they were never able to kind of get that second layer really secured and really strong in their favor. So this is where I feel like the lineup is kind of retooled to make those things work. They tried it bringing in Body. That didn't pan out very well. Different philosophies, different ideas. Now you got a new lineup in here, and we'll see if Maka can get them in the right place.
Well, we'll see if 3D Max can shine in front of the home crowd or if there's still a little bit of magic to write on this stage. Take it away, fellas.
Catch you later, Mike. Pistol round. We're going to go live. CT
Magic
side.
Mike.
What's that?
Magic Mike? That was pretty good. We missed one there.
Yeah, we did miss that one.
Oh,
well, it's a long day. We can recover. Dooley's on Corsi. Smoke and 3 flashes for the T-side attack.
I think Kersey It's interesting seeing him take up the rifling role inside of this team and see how he performs today. Lucky. Going to be sending a couple of shots up through the mid-smokes. Look at this, Masfel's patience. Ooh, getting spotted by Gravity early on.
Yeah, really good clear from Gravity, though, not to get caught off guard. However, it is a retake at the A bomb site, which means this is not a fun hit to have to deal with. Maka gets destroyed by Tenzi. Bomb going to get planted, and you're way out of position.
Gravity looking back, Masfeld just going to hold down the long doors, and we've got Moon trying to tap away with his P250. It's going to be Tenzi to take it, AW there as well. And Lucky will descend down on 2 HP, trying to retreat. Oh, nails the shot when they come over the top, but there's too many players willing to run at him with Magic. They only lose a single player, and they're going to be very happy about how convincing that pistol round was.
Yeah, it helps when Tenzi just swings off short around that corner, just grabs you a headshot immediately with that Glock. That's a brutal death to take. Your long player got spotted early as well. He was negated by the play from Masvel. So yeah, that defense, that idea of retaking that A bomb site, you didn't get anything that you wanted to activate that idea. 1-0 for Magic.
Yeah, Molotov could block out the middle doors. Smoke will come down as well. Mako move up. Look at Lucky getting aggressive. He's not on his own either. He's got Curti in behind him, so they're going to try and support each other with this push forward. Problem is, they're really ready for this, Magic. Got players waiting with better weapons. The rifles fending them off for the time being. They've collected information. There's 3 players who have pushed up middle. And how do you react based on that info if you're Magic?
Well, just relocate down to get a new angle of attack. Maka's got that covered. Okay, try and sneak one in as Fade, but shut down. Bomb is still dropped at top mid. That'll be picked up. And with that kill, 3D Max is happy to sink back into the bomb sites and play the man advantage. Mid smoke thrown out. Probably could have used that before your IGL went down. Good retreating positions from Masuda as well to always keep track of the timing of how fast they're scaling towards this B bomb site, how aggressively the hit's going to come, but now you can't get away. So it falls on the scout, Maka, playing from the window at the moment. 38 seconds.
He's going to move up here into the upper tunnels. Enzi. Hands busy currently with utility and that timing. Gravity, here he goes. Look at this. 3 players not looking the right way. Gravity is going to take the bomb down, separates them from that, and it's all crumbling here for Magic. They've only got 10 seconds left. There's not enough time for AW to scoop up that bomb and get it to the site.
I don't know why they were so afraid. I don't know why they gave 3D Max all the time in the world to move the defense over here. When they get that kill in Upper Dark, I thought for sure that's going to be like, let's just continue moving forward into the bomb site, beat the rotation, but you pause and wait and throw out utility. A second player arrives outside the B bomb site. There's a flank coming from lower. Drop the ball in this one. Good aggression from 3D Max to stall out the early stages of the round. This kill right here seems to be the turning point. At that point, 3D Max gains the advantage, and it's Magic scrambling to recover the situation. Well, Masvel's moved out long first for Magic. They're at least going to gain this ground.
Yeah, Gravity going to be on this close wall.
Flash peek.
There's the flash coming. There's the peek, but Last Fade wasn't too affected by it. Can take the opening frag here for Magic, despite having some weak weapons.
They only have 1 smoke, 1 Molotov, and 1 HU grenade on the Magic side of things. You're going to want, if you're going to stick with this long play, you want to get Moon into the pit with this scout so he can actually cover and he can put Maka back into the bomb site and keep him tucked down while you scale up long. But once the smoke comes out, you're going to have to utilize it.
Percy blocking the smoke of the cross. There's a little bit of a gap now. He can try to spot through. Maka and Lucky sitting with utility at 30 to break open that smoke, but Magic still taking their time. Now they go forward. Oh, it's a second wave of utility that's coming at a perfect time to disrupt this cross with the bomb. It'll burn away. Kuroshi's got the other on the FAMAS, and that's well maintained there by 3D Max, controlled towards that A side.
Yeah, you could hear him shout and cheer inside the studio as well. Not the biggest win in just round 3, but you could tell when that first kill goes down, they're feeling the pressure and they're a little bit concerned. So a scary hit up until the point that 3D Max handles it with no issues. 2-1. And now Magic have to sit out. Scout picked up again for Moon. He'll have a scout again in the next round likely. Don't block your snipers. They don't like that.
Yeah, if you walk in front of them, so what can they do about that?
We're not huge fans of that. So we're going to wait. It'll be a slower paced round, giving the Deagle and the Scout time to peek into angles and bomb sites and see if they can find you a pick, but won't be seeing any kind of crazy aggression. S-Fade taking the opportunity out the mid double doors.
Start peeling away, grouping up these forces at short. Nice slow round here from Magic.
It has pulled the defender away from the A bomb site to make them sure they can clear mid, that nobody's waiting outside. So there's a small window. This Deagle's got the space it needed, but it can't find any shots before too many teammates fall. And no issues yet again for 3D Max. They go up 3-1, nobody falls.
Yeah, this is a very comfortable start from the French. That's exactly what they want here on Dust 2. Magic with a very clinical pistol round, and from that point onwards, it's been 3D Max. We've got a tech issue here, unfortunately. Be careful here, Magic. They don't fall into a pit of despair right from the get-go.
Yeah, you already kind of have like, I guess like one tilting round on board, right? Losing that second round. You already have like 1 point of stress that's kind of built up and already started, so you don't want to have that hit critical mass. Tech issue already resolved. Freeze time coming in round 5. AK-47s and Galil's. Moon doesn't go for that Scout in this round, goes down to the Deagle, picks up utility as well. Scout still on the board for Maka and 3D Max. Gonna wait to upgrade that into a stronger weapon.
There's Fade. Up on the Xbox. It's going to scale up. Try and spam over the top of that smoke a little bit. Trying to get towards that cat control, but 3D Max making it expensive to be taking the time.
Yeah, a lot of utilities spent and traded off by the Magic attack so far to get this short control. They've got AW up in that position. Tenzi and S-Fade close towards the double doors. 3D Max sensing a play towards the B bomb site at the moment with all this attention around Xbox. They've slid a third defender to that side of the map. Protected from the mid to B split for the moment. Presence out towards long for the defense as well. With 50 seconds on the clock, Gravity might be sensing a moment of opportunity to slide in and start cheating an early flank.
As Moon has done well to take down Gravity. A good opening, but there's 35 seconds left, so you better have a perfect final piece of this puzzle because that bomb is at the back of the attack and it nearly gets taken down. So you've just got away with one there. If you're Magic, you have to accelerate into the A site. Mastel's taking down Maka, but there's no one in position to defend this A bomb site, and the Tunnel's Lure comes in at the right time. So they get into the site, the bomb is going to go down, and every essential kill coming through here for Magic at the end of the round.
This felt like a mind game round, like a prep round. This felt like there was a world in which they've seen in tape that, you know, Gravity's going to go for some of those long flanks they might have experienced in practice or other officials as well, and they're just kind of sitting and waiting and exploiting that fact. Like, we've applied pressure to middle, we've shown we might want to go mid to B, we've shown we have short control. Let's see if that reaction that we expect from Gravity is going to come, and that's an easy first kill. When that comes out with 3 defenders towards the B bomb site, there's no way you can scramble back and recover the situation. Good second round from Magic. I mean, he's got to be so confused. 3 players waiting outside long. 40 seconds left on the clock, 45 seconds left on the clock when he makes that move. All the guns taken away and a first timeout for 3D Max because they reinvest, rebuy, and that brings money very low. So critical round for them if they want to continue this campaign. Op in the hands of Maka. He's got plenty of cash.
Yeah, and he's unrivaled on the other side.
I want to pick up a kit. You've only got one of them available for 3D Max's CT side.
Yeah, Maka, you could definitely afford that. Throw it in. Gravity.
Not going to happen. All right, we're going to take the risk. We're going to roll the dice, baby. 3 players opening up at long for 3D Max defense. No one headed here without a spawn on the Magic side of things. Most forces towards the B-bomb site. Tenzi Moon and AW in upper dark. Asval far back watching for a long push. Asfade watching for a mid push, a lower push.
Just going through the same slow default approach here at Magic, taking the time, working their way, getting that cat control. Gives them a lot of options once they have it, and you can see with 3D Max being so passive, they don't actually have the information yet.
Yeah, I was going to say the difference is they've only thrown the utility. They haven't actually shown any presence or made their presence known anywhere, so it hasn't forced anything out of 3D Max. Just now as this utility salvo comes in as the counter nades to disjoint the attack and slow it down.
Moving through, it's going to be Masfelt with the first pick, and then the second as well. So that's what you need. Your battering ram just running right through that B-bomb site defense. Lucky with that kill might open up the conversation for a retake attempt, but once that B-bomb site falls so quickly, it's so tough to get back in.
I think 3-on-3, you come test it, right? I think the issue is no nades. If Lucky can get one with this HE grenade, maybe you can make an argument for it.
No kit, which you brought up at the start of the round.
That's true, there is no kit.
So that's the big issue. There's a kit down outside of the tunnels as highlighted by our observing team there, but you would have to go to get it, and it's not going to happen for them. So they're going to back off. They're going to concede this one, and that'll be another round from Magic.
Yeah, really good job. Nice entries from Asval. They walked through the first smoke with their lurk smoke in place, found some safety, and did it quietly. There was no round of nades, no flashes and smoke streaming over the walls to indicate it's coming. Relatively quiet for the B defenders to handle, and they can't do it. We're all tied up at 3. All right, S-Fade's got these guys playing well. 2 in a row to bring it back, and you've taken some of the money away. However, with 3 guns still on the board, going to be a contested round.
Moon, oh, he hits the shot onto Maka, but it's not enough to bring him down. So Maka survives here on 26 HP. Lucky he'll deploy some early utility to the longhouse. He'll get to that rounded position just at the corner. Nade will go right on top of AW's head.
Yeah, it's actually a very nice nade to chip him down, start equalizing some of the damage that has been done to you. So Maka's going to play a relatively safe position, take a quick shot with the low HP and back off, play the railing. He has a smoke for a Molotov if a set piece comes in and flames fall at his feet at ramp. This is all the map control that Magic has wanted and needed in the past rounds. You have cat control. So it falls on Gravity as the first man of defense, and if he goes down, his teammates inside that A-bomb site are going to be pinched by AW on short.
Ready to go with the util. They don't mind running the clock, do they, Magic? Running the time down as low as it needs to go. And now the fight's coming in. They've been winning all the important fights at the ends of the round, but this one's going to be a push. 25 seconds left, and you've still got 2 A defenders to get rid of. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it this time. Magic really trying to burn the seconds. A missed shot in the AWP. That might just be their chance because AW unleashes. Now you've got Lucky, and he has to step up. He's the only player left to 1v3, and they've done it on elimination in the final few seconds.
Oh, so perfect. Look at them. They know exactly how strong that hit was. Gravity goes down. It's a very tough place, but that little jump around the corner, the little fake peek, the jump of the Opper into the pit, baits out the shot, baits him to flick Maka, and then gives them all the openings they need. This is perfect.
It's such a difficult style of CS to play against right now for 3D Max.
It's hard because 3D Max like to be aggressive as well, but with how passive Magic plays through most of the round, how quiet most of the round is, it's hard to want to push. It's hard to want to execute any of the aggressive ideas because you feel like someone's always defaulting and watching for it. And then at the tail end, you just have no information from the rest of the round because you never peeked anything. 3D Max need to find some ways to be able to gather intel to know what's coming before it hits. .3D Max's map selection is Dust 2, favorited on it by a wide margin. Magic giving them some trouble in the early going.
Here's the mid push. Lucky coming through the smoke. Kersey right beside him. Para headshots for AW. But he's out here with the Deagle. That's a quick kill on S-Fate. The Deagle's worked out, but you can't get much more. And AW ends up getting himself a 4K in this one.
Yeah, it chews up some eco kills. Batting his stats on the scoreboard. 6 kills for AW. 6 for Tenzi and Mouseball as well.
It was interesting here, S-Fade talk about in that interview the fact that Molodoi being signed and bought out to go to Fury has given them enough cash to actually keep a project together for a while. And it must feel nice because I'm sure the style of Counter-Strike he's wanting to play, you can't do that with your keep pulling players in and out of a system. Like, this feels like a style of Counter-Strike that's going to require a lot of reps.
Shown a lot of faith in S-Fade as an IGL as well with his kind of calm, controlled, slow, progressive style. AW and Tenzi in upper dark, holding onto the position. Bomb rotating back on the rest of Magic. All 5 players going to join up, so this feels like a much more direct hit. And with them relinquishing the presence across the entire map, this is going to be at a faster timing. It's just going to be right now they start walking in until they reach contact.
Flash goes forward. There's Masuta and Kersey able to hold on. The initial kills working well, and the quicker play has not worked out here for Magic to change of pace.
Might not matter. This is still winnable. B bomb site tough to retake. 2 on 4.
They got to get that bomb scooped up, though. Asphalt going to run back and pick it up, but that is by crucial seconds here for 3D Max to drift these players extra over to the rotation.
No kits, no nades for the CT side, and that door going to be smoked off. Another molly towards window. All 4 defenders trying to tack through the B bomb site. None have worked up the courage to wrap the flank.
Moon and Masfel trying to wrap this one up. The Eminem combo holding with the AKs as they try and come through the window. Low HP, they get shredded. Masfel's got 2, and that is it. Surely that's it here for 3D Max. You highlight no kit, no utility, and they just can't get back in. That is a disastrous start to the round for Magic, but they kept enough pieces alive to make it still happen.
And part of the reason why it was disastrous is because they're trying to walk into this bomb site without a whole lot of utility, right? There's no smoke over at the doors. They just use 1 flash. They want the 1 second to get the kill on the site, trade the doors guy. But because they didn't use any of the smoke on the execute, they had another smoke for door, they had 2 more mollies for window, and then they had another smoke for the window right after the bomb gets planted. And that makes the retake impossible. Look when it comes out on this replay. It's like, what are you going to do? You have to stream into the bomb site through this smoke at window? You really think that's going to work? Well played from Magic. The slight hiccup in round 2 gave 3D Max 3 rounds, but outside of those, it's been just completely one-sided.
This is crazy. I like watching this T side though. Like, it can be a little bit slow and maybe even painfully slow, but towards the end, they just explode and everything comes together. It's perfect. It's quite funny because AW obviously played with Jame recently in the P-Vision team just before the what was it, Star Ladder major. He played during that. But he's played in a system similar to this.
And what's nice too is it's not slow for slow's sake.
Yes.
Like you see them change the pace. The previous round where they hit like a really nice timing on the B bomb site, you see the way they're trying to utilize some of that slow play to set them up down the road. And these past 4 or 5 rounds, I feel like I haven't even really seen 3D Max do anything outside of sit standard back into the bomb sites. We haven't seen any peeks up middle.
Contact through B-Smoke again. Just walking in. Masuto's trying to fight 2 fronts. It's just not going to happen for him. That B-bomb site is taken over again here by Magic. Oh, that's the risk you run when you pick Dust 2 against a team from this region. You always have a chance that this is going to happen to you.
Well, it's the next stage as well, as they've won so many rounds elsewhere on the map that you can't even cheat anyone anywhere. So now they've got utility, still no kits, and there's no more smokes or Molotovs to block off these choke points, but this retake is still going to be so hard.
So the util's going in, time is ticking, and again, it's Masval who just denies them any access. Another double lineup, Tenzi winning. Behind the smoke, the headshot's in. Yep, it's the lack of kit coming through here for 3D Max. And yeah, you can get excited about it, but it's just, again, they just don't have the resources out across the board here to make these retakes happen.
Yeah, and it's not, and now you're just getting beat tactically as well. I mean, this is a round, again, just back-to-back rounds, they've walked into the B bomb sites. How are you supposed to read that when they've beaten you at long, when they've beaten you in mid, up short, when every part of the map has been an issue? Call a round where you're trying to strengthen the A bomb site, the opening, to have a strong defense there. Unfortunately, you leave one player alone, Kersey, and what's he supposed to do? A very fast, aggressive mid to B split.
Now Maka walking into the tunnels. It's going to be Tenzi straight away, ripping his head off.
And they have the mid to B split again. They already have S-Fade through the mid smoke.
And one player in the B bomb site. It's always Masuta just sitting here on his own. He's 1-9 as well. He just hasn't been doing anything to try and stop this.
I don't think we're going to see this quite yet. Yeah. We can tell by them backing away from the B bomb site, but they're looking for the reaction now. They're like, we've done this to you 3 rounds in a row. Now we're going to show all the signs that the same thing is happening, but we're going to pause and wait. 1 minute on the clock. 3D Max choosing to strengthen and prioritize short.
Tenzi, head showing, not taking the kills, and he's going to want that back. S-Fade is hearing those steps. He's calling his teammates to move out long.
It set up the perfect flank.
Oh, it really has. Look at this. But he has to get in there quite quickly because 3D Max are moving forward, trying to deny that pack that is coming up long. But it's S-Fade from behind. Going to start striking. Headshot's good. Nade in the open. Gets his head down just in time. And he goes back to finish it off. It feels like Magic can't lose a single fight at this point. Masuta has to run away. They can go and win at will no matter where they go.
God, S-Fade is calling such a good game right now.
That's incredible.
What a round. Down at double doors, teammate falls in lower, calling out 2 players up on Cat. That's why you could see him kind of cheat that nade into the bomb site. He thinks it's only 2. He didn't realize there was a 3rd guy there. And his teammates at long were calling out the attacker, or the defender. Just well constructed though, away from the action. He goes down. Take your time. Your teammates at long are taking attention. You have all the advantages on the flank.
Percy steps up to top middle. He'll go forward and try and catch him. Tenzi removed by Kersey. So opening kill for 3D Max. Can they actually do anything with it though? Masval immediately responds. Masval 11-6. S-Fade gonna chime in as well. This is just pure domination until Masuta and Lucky finally step up and show that 3D Max backbone. They won't snap just yet.
Still extremely dangerous of a round though. You have no information on AW who's got advanced position, so Moon with the AWP is gonna just sit in the back of pit. He might not even peek. That kill, oh, the timing not there. All right, that's the scary part of the round taken away.
Yeah, now Moon has to pull off the spectacular 1v3.
If AEW gets that kill, maybe someone peeks the A bomb site to see if the last player is at long. They walk into Moon's crosshair.
But now he's getting wrapped as well. He's got the right read. Let's see if he takes his gun out. Kersey's going to get a free kill. Oh, fakes it.
Trying to give the sound cues over to someone pushing shorter at top mid, but yeah, Kersey's like, great.
Comes around the back here. We're going to see Kersey just appear. And there's the headshot to close it out. So 3D Max finally getting one more round here at the end of the half. But, I mean, the story of that one is just fantastic. T-side play from Magic.
7 rounds in a row on that T-side. That is excellent. A thing of beauty. Going to be very, very pleased with that one if you're S-Fade and Magic. Set yourselves up nicely for this second half, and you've looked well prepared. You look like there's plenty of protocols, playbook working out nicely. So CT side feels like I'm imagining they're going to be just as well prepared as they were in the first half. Tough test for 3D Max to try and recover, as it's going to be Maka's offense who has to bring him back into this game. Pissed around of the second half. Dualies on Mosval and AW. P250 on Maka for the T side, utility as well, 2 smokes and a flash.
Oh, this is going to be a bloodbath. Look how many players are coming in here right now. Maka, Masuta, AW Masfell, all taking shots between them until finally Gravity takes his team to the lead in the player count. They're going to try and charge into this B site off the back of it. S-Fade sending shots through smoke. Some of them connecting, none of them lethal. And that bomb plant is tapped, not committed to just yet. They're waiting for Moon to get in position. Come around the back of B main. Who goes first? S-Fade or Moon? S-Fade's taking the attention. Moon has revealed himself now. He'll take a kill. That's low HP on Gravity, but he's got the car to protect him. Oh my god, Moon, what a shot! Low HP next to Moon! That is miraculous! Coming in alone out of the tunnels and 1v3s it.
Jesus, that is an unreal snapback.
Dude,
that's gross. Moon had to play first, puts a lot of chaos into the world, cleans up the light HP kill off to his right. Oh.
Yeah, we're going to see that shot again because that was unreal. Just pure reactions. He had to reload after as well.
Also, there is an element of this too where, oh man, Magic individual players are delivering so critically. That's not to take anything away from them. But 3D Max is going to feel real sore about this on some level. That's so gross. But it's great management. Like, you're fighting one guy, you know the follow-up peek is going to come, so instead of trying to commit, he lines up that follow-up peek. One bullet.
That's incredible. Well, 3D Max get the bomb plant, which means they do have a good force buy here, but it does feel like we're getting onto their last legs already on Dust 2.
I mean, stylistically, they've just been beaten so much. Flash is out to take Moon away from the angle. Clear vision, good shot. Well, thank God he got all those kills in the pistol round to have the AWP here. 3D Max not happy about it.
No, not happy at all. This kind of round, you got the AWP out. It's already taking its first victim. Gotta feel great right now.
Took the risk with no head armor as well on the AWP. Now moved out towards long, in perfect position for this follow-up exec. AW pushed in towards the long cave, sees that nobody's home. He'll have a fast wrap around Cat.
Moon checking down towards CT, and there's Kersey's headshot. S-Fade getting away with one, but he's still here at Goose, and that means he's got a chance for a second. Kersey having to clutch up. AK-47 to try and ace clutch this. Is a third for Kersey. Are we about to have it? No. No, it will be denied. It started to look good there for Kersey. It seemed like he was winding up, but unfortunately for him, put in the ground, and the 10th round won by Magic.
Your valiant effort, but even when 3D Max has success getting the trades and moving into that A bomb site and not losing too much in that process, they've just, again, you've lost in too many other areas of the game. Tactically and map control, you already have that wraparound from long, you already have the fast flank up short, so great, you've got the kills, you neutralize the AWPer, but an MP9's popping up 10 seconds before you expected it to. Magic's just playing a very good game across the board. All 5 deep on the roster as well. 6-round lead. Passive defense from Magic, giving a lot of space over to 3D Max to get started in this round. Not wanting to get close up against what they know is going to be pistols. Use the range of these rifles to good effect. The trade-off is they do get a little bit of a launching pad, so mid to B split coming in. It's Mazval and Tenzi to defend.
CT crossbow, so Rock Moon sprayed down right through it. Gravity and Kersey both taken down. Doesn't matter if there's smokes on the cross, apparently. There's the Tech 9 around the back. Mazval taken away, and it leaves just Maka with that P250 and an 11th round win coming in for Magic.
Well, what are you supposed to do? Moon's going to grab 2 kills right through the smoke. Again, it's just like if it can go wrong, it is going to go wrong for 3D Max.
If it's going to go right, it's going to go right for Magic.
Yeah, exactly.
It feels like every turn.
11-4. 3D Max officially out of runway now. No more mistakes to give up. Not even a chance to move into the bomb site. They don't even get close to a bomb plant. Timeout called by 3D Max, 3rd and final to talk things over. Huge comeback has to get underway, and it has to start right now. And we haven't even seen any signs of it. "13 kills for Mazval is the top fragger over on the Magic side. 9 for S-Fade is the lowest. It's a very, very good spread across all 5 players. Team effort from the Magic side. Round 16 set to begin. 3D Max with 4 AK-47s and a Galil.
Well, the last legs that 3D Max will stand on here on Dust 2. Will they be able to jump back into the game? Very unlikely. At least Ancient's up next, but Ancient has been a map that the core of this team have just really struggled on, so I'm not feeling too confident about 3D Max just with obviously how this map has gone, but their ability to bounce back into the series. Think about moving through the middle of the map here. Molotov and smokes just deployed, and that is going to cancel that idea for 3D Max. They're going to go back up into the tunnels. No one's in the site at the moment for the defense.
Not at all. Is that going to change in any way? Mazval still outside the boxes. If Tenzi comes through and clears middle, maybe he slides back in, but they seem pretty content to play retake here. And I don't think you go for this unless Mazval delivers you something special, which he very well could. Smoke going to be broken open, giving the shot the line of sight potentially for the Opera, who dropped down, but nobody takes the peek. 5 on 4, and Magic will have the decision to make if they want to go for this. They got money in the bank, 2 kits, and a decent amount of utility.
Maka waiting tucked in the corner. Mazval getting close to the Galil. Will it outmatch the AK-47 of Maka? And here the utility, Maka is going to be locked in on his toes, ready for this fight. Kersey got 2 out of that. Maka's spotted, knows he's been in the corner, but it's the time that is really ticking and they're nowhere near it. So they're just going for damage, maximum damage to the economy of their opponents. Try and take every 3D Max player down on the way out. And they won't be able to do so. The bomb, in fact, will. And that'll be 11-5, so 3D Max just going to have to celebrate. In fact, they've won 1 more.
I mean, I love that. I like that for Magic. I mean, they even showed that they were kind of interested in going for the retake, but when the battle in tunnels doesn't work out for their favor, they've got a plan B that's just as effective, which is just kill all of them in the win. Take all the weapons away and force them to rebuy out of a victory, because their money's still going to be garbage. So buy is going to be really, really rough for 3D Max to scrape together, which is perfect if you're Magic, because you have a couple players with plenty of money, a couple players a little scrappy of your own, so you like bringing them down to your level with this 6-round lead. But very, very critical round coming up. This round 17 is everything. This dictates whether 3D Max can continue fighting or whether the map is lost just right here. Losing a round, but putting yourself in a position to just obliterate their money right when you get to 12. A 3D Max really wants access to short. 2 Molotovs, 2 smokes spent to get them this kind of map control with 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. Esfade hears this down in CT spawn.
Esfade looking up. On towards Cat. He'll keep dropping down into the CT position. But for now, they're doing a good job of just containing them at short. That smoke won't last forever, though, and there's not a whole lot of other pieces of utility here for Magic.
It ruined the timing that 3D Max wanted to hit. It feels like they're still just going to fall back into it, and they haven't really adjusted on the map, so it feels like they're just going to come back to the short hit one more time. Might get delayed yet again by this smoke.
Yeah, but that's it now. There's no more utility, and S-Fade is aware of that, so he goes into the smoke to play the Fade, and let's see how much he can get out of this. Himself on the ledge, knows the utility's coming in, starts to spray away. AW, good headshot. S-Fade actually manages to get away from the danger. AW out from the site, slowing and breaking apart this 3D Max squad as they try and overwhelm the defenses. Kersey tapping, couldn't get a second. Maka still waiting at short, but his teammates are gone. Tenzi just took a pair of headshots, make it a third on the way, and that's a 4K total for Tenzi. A huge individual showing from everybody on this Magic squad.
Yeah, Tenzi just playing those Valve death matches, just taking down all those bots inside the server, standing his ground, tapping away. That's beautiful shooting. Over at Long, the first haircut, but then he's the last man standing, and he's got to survive, or else not having that front makes the retake difficult, shuts them all down. And here's the consequences of Magic winning that important round, is it's all Tech 9s and a Galil. A Mac-10 mixed in on Gravity, but money just not there for 3D Max. And it looks like with the weaker weapons, they feel like a B-bus is the only option.
Svel spraying into the tunnels. He's going to send the nade on in as well. Dunking a lot of damage on top and just breaking apart this attempted B hit and closing it if AW can win this 1v2, because somehow a little bit of fight out of 3D Max there. Maka and Kersey getting themselves 3 kills between each other and a re-smoke down to the doorway, but this is a very winnable round for AW. Flash, he's got a molly, a kit, and all of his health. Incredibly low are the 2 remaining 3D Max players. Edging out. First death is there. Now Maka is up next. He's got the utility, but he missed it. He misses the utility. And so Maka is able to stand in position. Is that going to cost AW? Because now he's worried about getting pushed through the smoke. He's holding and wasting time. And Maka is not there. He's not making that move. He's staying planted within the site, hidden behind the boxes. Now he must drop. He's scaling over the top. Maka's right there. AW gets no-scoped, and Maka just about holds on here for 3D Max.
Nicely done from Maka, holding his nerve. AW really making him sense the pressure in that extended clutch. Just had to hold his breath and hit the no-scope. Knew exactly the pathing up on top of the box. Yeah, this did feel like it was under Magic's control all the way until it wasn't. This last kill, the pistol whip from Moon, can't complete the frag, and that's the one that seals it at the end. The 3D Max still fighting back 6-12. Another buy-in from Magic though, so no pressure slips away.
Right through the smoke. Look at this one. Gravity catches them unawares, but S-Fade makes it even stronger for the defense. He got both kills of that MP9, and he switches out to the AK-47 and gets away with it.
Those are the plays I was mentioning that 3D Max made them such a difficult team to play against last year. But when teams catch on, it gets easier. Lovely shot from Maka. Now short is opened up, but it's Lucky's turn to play.
He's on the back of a play with just the USP, so...
I'm assuming he saw that, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. He's definitely going to confirm it. No, but he can't get the kill. That is unreal that Masfell turns and gets that. That's so ridiculous. Okay, under a minute left. Is this the moment where Magic take the map victory with that moment there? The bomb is dropped. Maka turns around, tries to get it done, but AW wins it at range with an MP9. And Masuta's on 11 HP. Up through middle. AW's got it locked in. And a 13-6 win from Magic. Outclassed tactically and individually all across this game.
That is an excellent performance from the entire team of Magic. The calling of Xfade, the fragging of all the 4 other players, absolutely disgusting showing. That's 3D Max's map pick, and that's their home map. They love taking games too, so you just get destroyed.
It is so brutally ironic for a player named Lucky to lose that final round in such a fashion. That's brutal. But I think we need to just do fair credit to Magic. They were so prepared for everything that 3D Max liked to play on Dust 2. I mean, dating back to that first half from like round 5 onward, every time 3D Max tried to go for an aggressive look, they were being punished again and again and again. That was a brilliant map of Dust 2.
They got neutered really early on in that first half on their CT side. You're right. In the 7-round stretch, they weren't being aggressive at all. They had no interest in moving anywhere on the map on that CT side because they were just getting destroyed every time they tried it. Huge credit over to Xfade and the calling. That kind of slow style at the start, that's just kind of so annoying to play against. And then the change of pace later on, thing of beauty. And he set him up for a nice, easy second half.
Yeah, I think for the Magic squad, they've got a nice engine. Masfell gets incredible multi-kills. Xfade is a good fragging and game leader by the looks of things. Like, he got his moments. He obviously bottom of the board, but the rest of his teammates, I mean, there's just so much to enjoy from everybody. Like the Moon pistol clutch, Tenzi's 4K round, AW's just providing consistent impact. Overall, a nice balance to this roster.
And I think smart decisions too. I like that post plan to the B bomb set, all that utility remaining, just like not trying to just win it on aim, just realizing and utilizing all the tools they got at their disposal. Yeah, this is a really great game of them and a really good look at Magic.
It really is, and it just feels like it's the ideal situation, right? You're winning the macro battle, you're winning the overall, and then in those moments where the other team managed to flip it, managed to get an advantage, win out a gunfight, something along those lines, you have the clutch potential, you have the big game potential, you have Tenzi out towards long, just bopping heads over on towards the site, you have players retaking in a 1v2. I mean, even that, the no-scope 1v2 to keep them alive felt like it was going to go the other way. Really just a full pressure game here for Magic. This one, to me, is hugely impressive for a 3D Max team that, again, we know loves the Dust 2. This is home turf for the French squad. They feel good here, and they looked completely out of their depth.
I know, again, I mentioned this is like the first time I've seen him play in a while, so I don't really have any big statements on him. Concerning, I wanted to see if this like kind of time since Pro League when I last kind of casted them playing, if there was going to be some improvement. But yeah, this is a really tough one. Not a great look, and I can't imagine this is the best form of 3D Max. Like certainly there's an element of Magic knocking them off their game.
Sure.
I mentioned in the cast, and you talked about it here, Magic looked very well prepped for them. I think there were some calls to specifically exploit the reaction of 3D Max mixed in throughout that half. And in that sense, if you're 3D Max coming into this real early on, you probably felt like you were a step or two behind. Like Magic, the way they played that game made you feel like they were the better team. I think 3D Max kind of bought into that as well as a certain point on Dust 2. So hopefully they can forget about that, reset between the maps because Ancient is up next.
This has to be one of those things where we look at it and we give some credit over to the coaching as well, right? Exivar, I'm just not as familiar with what he brings to the table as a coach, but when you're talking about being that well prepared for an opponent on a strong map of theirs, it's the whole brain trust where we have to start to give that some serious credit. And this goes back to what we were talking about in the pregame. There was a bit of gamesmanship in the veto, right? 3D Max might have been expecting the cash to come through. Instead, we're headed to the Ancient.
Yeah, it's what I meant when I said that, because in the last series they played just a couple weeks back, it was 3D Max beating Magic 13-6 on Dust 2. So very clearly Magic took that game and went back and was like, oh, let's download it, let's figure everything out.
And do the exact same thing to you.
But then in that series, Magic had beat them on cash 13-7. So Magic is like, well, if we're doing it, they might do it. Like, you know, I think that's where that kind of switch came in. So you could see they made the change in the veto process, 3D Max didn't, and they get punished.
Yeah, now we're going to Ancient, which is also a map where 3D Max were able to pick up the win. So I think overall, 3D Max over the years have never really enjoyed how they've played Ancient. I think they get some wins on it every now and then, but I think overall it's just a very inconsistent map for them. And I sure as hell wouldn't want it in this kind of match to be the map you're relying upon to stay in the tournament.
If they were going to do it, we made the mistake in our last series of maybe counting a team out after a rough map one. If they were going to do it, who are you looking at on 3D Max? Who's lighting the way?
Probably Maka. Like, he is, for me, there's so many X Factor games where he just pops off, and Lucky in the rifle department.
Eyes on Maka and Lucky, because it'll be eyes on Ancient when we come back from this break.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Keys on the line here at the Esports World Cup as Magic look to complete the 2-0, but 3D Max might need to find another gear because Dust 2 was not it. They were outmatched and outclassed by Magic, and now we head to Magic's map pick.
I think part of the thing that has me interested about this for Magic is you touched on it before we went to break. We just saw on Dust 2 a map that 3D Max beat Magic on the last time they played, and Magic just downloaded it, came back, and just had them beaten every which way. Ancient's the same thing.
Yeah.
Like 3D Max beat them on Ancient in their last series as well, so now what's going to happen when we come back in is, are they going to look this well prepared? Are they going to be as well versed in how 3D Max like to play? Are they going to have as many good calls? So if you believe that Dust 2 part of it was an element of kind of counter-stratting and being so well prepared, you got to feel the same thing coming into Ancient.
I do, and I also feel like there's an added pressure on 3D Max to perform at this event. We're in Paris, they're a French team. You know,
Sure.
This is something you're going to want to get into that stage over there at the STC Arena and actually perform in front of the home crowd on a larger scale. You got a small group here, of course, but you know they're leaving. They're getting disappointed with that kind of performance. That's half.
It is a smaller group after that map
I
one.
understand. Hopefully, maybe them leaving takes the pressure off, and we'll see 3D Max get involved with a few more round wins. But
oh, that's tough. That's tough. So fickle, the fans.
A complete turnaround, really. I mean, I don't know who is going to have the stopping power on the 3D Max side, but so one of these players is going to have to step up and at least be a force that slows down Magic. That was the big thing with that T side on Dust 2 is there was no resistance. There was no one there just to kind of make them pump the brakes, to make them kind of second guess, to make this hit more difficult whatsoever. So if you're not going to have a single player doing that, you're never going to have a chance of anyone else kind of getting involved. So who are going to be the guys on 3D Max who just stop them cold?
And if there were any of the concerns we had for Magic that Sved was talking about in the interview of just, you know, some nerves, some adjustment to land, obviously not a problem on map one. So the easy narratives of what might give 3D Max an edge are out the window, and they need to dig deep to find their resolve, or that key is going to be popped in half before you know it.
But I think it's pretty telling too. Like when Sved gives that interview, like he's kind of telling us part of it is like the biggest weakness that they see, or the biggest weakness and they think that they could be in danger in this match is the inexperience in an environment like this, right? Like completely confident it in the Counter-Strike itself, more discussing the changes in playing in a situation like this. If you're 3D Max, man, your issue is the Counter-Strike, because you have been a team that has taken down top dogs last year. You've made some deep runs in tournaments last year. Now you're trying to fix everything. So your issue is the Counter-Strike that you're focused on. Right now, Magic is coming into this server thinking all their game plans, all their practice, all their boot camping has been absolutely perfect. They're ready to rock and roll.
And the white gloves are ready to rock and roll on over to that hydraulic press if they're not careful. So 3D Max trying to keep their key intact. And I will leave you to take this one away.
All right, Mike, have a good one.
Thank you, Magic Mike. Appreciate it. Let's get into the action. Map number 2 underway. It's Ancient. One of these teams heading home at the end of the series. It could be 3D Max. Well, at least they're home. You know, it's not a far journey, Jace. They can get on the train. They can drive, possibly.
It's true.
But obviously wanting to play in the STC arena just across the way once they get into the playoff stage of the event. Magic on the T side and anticipating a lot of preparation here today for Magic, and they've got a pistol in mind towards this A site.
Smoke on AW. That'll be for Donut, 2 defenders in there. Kersey and Mako will have to turn and spin to help out Masuda, who had a very tough Dust 2. Started picking it up towards the end. Here's the flash and the execute. 5 players coming right at him.
Oh, Kersey heading out off the Donut. God. He just gets absolutely destroyed by Masval. Just running at them, the T's. A knife kill. Masval just ran into the CT smoke and got a knife on Maka. I mean, if that isn't a statement of what is to come, they're trying another one.
Chill, boys. We've got to talk about it in experience. Everyone chill.
Oh, I love it. I love this attitude. It's like, guys, we're going to come in, we're going to try and knife them. One knife did happen.
Look,
so.
you got to be careful, though, if we're going to go on this point about inexperience, right? Like, there is an inexperience factor of where Dust 2 probably felt relatively easy for Magic. You just bum rush him here at the A bomb site and steamroll him. You don't want that feeling to start now, where you're so much better and you're so secure and you have this series so locked down. It's way too early for that.
Because then you can just crash, you know, crash and burn. Your mentality just falls apart.
The Masval one's fine. Jumping in towards Palace and trying to get that knife kill a little crazy.
Yeah, that was
Temple,
crazy.
Excuse me.
Absolutely.
1-0 for Magic. They're just so sharp. This is what I mean is like, who is going to be the guy who's able to stop that? Like when they turn the corner, it's 1 bullet headshot. Is there anyone on 3D Max who can do the same thing?
Not right now at all. It's crazy seeing how sharp these Magic players are. Well, for 3D Max, they've got 3 MP9s, a Deagle, and a 5-7. Their second round 4 spot, see if they can match what Magic have brought to the table. And they're just going to go for an A hit again.
Why the heck not? Mac-10 already in, already deep, and going to be able to cut off Kersey coming back, who has no idea he has this position already. 3D Max might want to start just thinking about just saving this and try again in the next rounds. You have no kits, very light on utility, weaker weapons, starting to take tons of damage as well, just setting up. So back off and try again.
And they're going to retreat away from the B site and just find some comfortable hiding holes. Good calling so far from Magic. In a round where no one has died yet.
Yeah, the rare unicorn round.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen too often.
They're pretty close to each other now. Just a small tunnel. The difference. We do call it quits in this one.
All right, well, they got to line up again, replenish a little bit of utility. Some pieces around these MP9s, 5-7, and Deagle on 3D Max's side. Tried aggression in middle, which was negated in the last round. Does Magic want to go for something more standard or another fast-paced? Oh, they just go to the other side of the map. But it's going to be stacked. 3 defenders are going to be here at the B-bomb site.
Running straight up the ramp into the site. Going for the take. They got lucky and Gravity. For the first couple. MP9's making quick work, and then Gravity's USP will finish off Tenzi. You've got S-Fade and Moon left alone here. Gorleal's getting shut down, and that is exactly why you go for the save call in the last round of your 3D Max. You put an end to this, you give yourself a chance to be potent in the next, and it pays off.
Okay, there's I mean, for as much praise that we've heaped on S-Fade for his calling on Dust 2, this one's a little pedestrian, a little amateur, just a rush to the other side of the map straight away, and 3D Max is like, All right, well, you guys aren't gonna. You guys didn't see what we did, and you're not gonna rush A again, I would imagine. So they just kind of stack. You have to say too on this hit, if you're gonna make that call, like commit, like lose that on the rush. When the two players went down first coming up that ramp, Tenzi stayed far back, and he was waiting for the follow-up peek from the stairs. And it's like you got to keep going. You've now just kind of cut everyone off at the ramp, and the flashbang blinds everyone, and then you have nowhere to go. So 2-1. Magic hit the same speed bump back on Dust 2. They won the pistol, lost the second, and they recovered very nicely. And this time as well, they have extra money in the bank, so they'll be buying in the next rounds. Extended save for Moon. A-Stream has 9Z taking on Furia. That second map just started as well, if you want to chuck that up on a second screen.
Yeah, it's a rematch of the Cologne playoff game.
That's a cool find. That's cheeky from Moon. You think he's going to save out. You just do one little peek with 3 seconds left and take one weapon away, force a little bit more money to come out. So Magic really playing the percentages here, taking every advantage they can.
Max trying to remain positive. I mean, it's a big round win here for them.
See how they get bottlenecks? One flashbang goes up in the sky, and then it's easy.
Everybody just stops as well. I mean, that's really helped out the money situation here for 3D Max. There's a couple of upgrades on the other side. You know, AK, Khalil have some extra money to play with. Masuta has a great start to the round. Just coming at him, but he's got Kersey to back him up, and this round is dead. It feels like he's 3v5. Good kill back, at least from S-Fade, but he gets traded. So comes down to this mid-fight. Not a bad attempt there from AW to get a second kill from it. Moon's now alone, a 1v3, and he's getting pushed out from Heaven. So I think this faster calling is very different from what we've seen over on Dust 2. And
yeah, which makes me feel like they don't feel as comfortable calling around this map. But also remember, like, this was a map that went to overtime, 16-14 win last time they played. So this could be a change-up. This could be like kind of the preparation they had for Dust 2, except this time it's not working out as much. Maybe they looked at the film and looked at the way they lost and said, we actually want to play a little bit more aggressive, a little bit quicker against this team. But 3D Max at the moment handling it without an issue. Back to pistols for Magic. A rare moment in the series where they've had to save and sit back.
they come out, Suta to finish off S-Fade. The Deagle will pass to Moon's hands instead. I think we're going to have to see the mental of Magic get tested in this. Oh my god, the Deagle, they are sharp as hell, aren't they?
That had a rhythm to it. If he had realized Kersey was pushing up, maybe we get something special.
But I do think we're going to get to see Magic's mental tested in this game now. Like, they started so strong, they're running around, slashing the knives around. Then you immediately are met with the realization of, okay, our initial style of calling isn't working here on Ancient. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, well, at least, I mean, these 3-round wins will take away any notion that this was going to be a nice, easy game that you could kind of pug your way through or go for, get a little silly into. It's 3D Max starting to build into the game. AWP in the hands of Maka, 2 AK-47s on Gravity and Kersey.
Going out middle, there's Tenzi.
Oh my god, listen to all the flashbangs.
There's so many, it's like a fireworks display in mid. Got lucky just waiting on the side of the smoke, no one dare push forward, but this time finally Magic have broken through middle and they've got that opening kill, and that utility's great, it forces them into Tenzi's arms.
He knows the op was there too. Okay, tagged, Tenzi, pistol whip for Maka, wants this kill, Tenzi's holding the line, gonna drop a smoke and take the shot.
Yeah, great work from Tenzi, turns back onto Masuta, who finds the headshot he was looking for. So it's just Masuta and Lucky left into a 2v4. Lucky's going to go massive here. He's getting pushed by AW. Moon's up next. There's just one by one towards him. It's crazy. He's sending the bomb that way, but I think he's realized now it might be a little bit insane. So he puts the bomb down, Utility's going to come and heat things up, and he actually gets away with it. He actually manages to run out of the flames at the last second, get a headshot. S-Fade in the meantime is pushed up into the red room, and they'll get around on the board again.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary. To like my kind of textbook Counter-Strike brain, I'm having a little bit of like a heart attack watching some of this because everyone from Magic is looking for fights, right? They're all motivated to take fights. Moon could have easily dropped that bomb out in the open and changed the round. This is a good find. So many flashbangs streamed over middle at the start. What a round from Tenzi. That's a disgusting sequence.
It's truly crazy, though, to see how different the style is of the T side in two different maps. You know, Dust 2 is so slow, methodical, running the clock, getting up short. This, I mean, they're running out elbow again, just trying to get the fights going. Kersey's going to take that first headshot on Tenzi. They know Masuta's in the smoke, but Kersey, same position, same result.
Yeah, they're just flipping a coin, aren't they? Either we get these kills and it's cool, or else we don't get these kills and it sucks. And 2 out of the last 3 rounds, it sucked. 5-on-3 early on for 3D Max.
Smoke fading away. Still going to try and come at elbow. AW makes the most of that fight. He's so low on health. 1 bullet will get him. And Kersey is just locked down mid with this 3K. S-Fade trying to get back to Gravity's push, but Kersey, you have to hand it to him. That's a 4K in mid.
Yeah, we wanted to know who it was going to be. Kersey and Gravity seem to be leading the way right now for 3D Max. Kersey with 8, Gravity with 7. Good round from the 2 of them, especially Kersey. Quad kill. To hold on to that mid defense. I think you got to be feeling like mid is kind of closed with these fast tactics, these like openings, like with the kind of fastest kind of stream out along the wall. If you're Magic, I don't know. I'm feeling like I don't really want to go back to that for a minute. Might be a world where you can give it a new angle, maybe try and be aggressive up the B lane to get there with some quickness, add that element into things. They're not even getting a chance in these fights. Kersey shut them down. 99 HP, barely taking damage in return. And 3D Max now up by 1 round, 4-3.
No, we have to steer away from constantly bashing your head into middle because, as you said, it is a coin flip. It's come up the wrong side.
What is...
a couple of times here, but Maka's coming back over to the A site solo here.
Yeah, he might be able to...
Look at S-Fade.
Didn't see...
Thought he got spotted. I guess he had, so Masuta just runs at him. S-Fade dies on the B side. Now Maka's ready for the A play, so they know what's up.
That's a shame, man. That would have been such a cool kill to get, to see what would have happened in the round. If S-Fade grabs that one on the crossover, or maybe he stayed like a little bit more composed. I could have pulled the op away just enough to make this hit a little bit more convincing.
Yeah, Kersey's looking very sharp, isn't he? He's looking very warmed up. Coming into this map, a couple of headshots. I think it's a cool story as well for Kersey, who obviously was an all-pro in his previous team in Gamer Legion and got a lot of criticism. Definitely wasn't ready for this level. If you think 1 year ago was when he was playing kind of his last event for Gamer Legion, where you're like, okay, that was really bad. It just really didn't show up, performed very poorly, and went to one more event, and then during that event, he was cut from the team. We've seen him go to the rifle, and all the pressure was off because he knew he was getting cut, and he just pulled off like the most insane 1v4 with the rifle, and I think that's when we got to see a first glimpse of him on the rifle, and he's obviously gone in that direction instead of maintaining the AWP.
Yeah, cool to see him get another chance. Well, they're going to try it again. There's tons of flashbangs streaming out. Here they are through the smoke. Good shot from Tenzi. A follow-up as well. All right, well, they just don't want to go away from it.
But like, we will force this to work.
Yeah,
we will make this work.
It's cute you guys think we'll stop going out middle. This one a little bit of a different timing, right? It's not like the full hold W. It's a little stutter step for the flashbangs.
I'm sure on the failed attempts as well, they kind of learned a few things as to why that was happening. Make the adjustment, but this time it works out. The problem is, it feels like what you were saying is like maybe they try that next round the same way, but you just get shut down. They don't get the kills that time. That's the problem. You're just going to keep sort of living and dying by that. This round is won already. What you need to do is get over to that site and get the bomb planted.
Well, gonna escalate. S-Fade is the IGL making some noise, wants to see if there's a reaction. He'll be the first one coming out of Cave into the bomb site. Making sure it's clear before the bomb follows up. 30 seconds on the clock, it's all good. This will be a 4th round for Magic. Maka and Lucky not even interested whatsoever in trying to secure this one. It's the weapons they'd like to keep in their hands. And the real shame, I think, for Magic is this is a round I think they'd love to hunt. And actually, they are going to go for it, even without a whole lot of money built up.
Well, they backtrack. And Lucky's out towards CT. He's found that headshot, so that's at least one.
Oh, this is really tough for 3D Max. If they lose these weapons, they're in a really difficult place. Missed shot from the AWP, and there's the flanking from the A bomb site. They're going to lose it all. Every weapon taken out of their hands. And that is actually a pretty critical hunt. That sets 3D Max up to break this economy with 2 rounds remaining in the half. And I think with the level of aggressiveness that we've seen from this Magic team, if they break the money and they take away the ability of 3D Max to have utility to stream down mid, their T-side's going to get so much more difficult to handle. They might be able to just kind of barrel these last couple of rounds. Just run them over.
Yeah, well, you see 3D Max will obviously have one more good buy left in them before that comes through, but they're taking a timeout because they realize that. They realize the situation.
And they gotta work out the funds. Gravity's gonna have to drop an AWP over to Maka as well. But yeah, this is a little bit of a scary situation right now for 3D Max. So a chance for mind games. If you're 3D Max, do you bring an extra player towards middle? Do you realize how much emphasis has been put there? Do you bring more bodies to deal with the problem and make sure you shut that down? And if you're on the Magic side, do you say, well, we put so much emphasis on middle, we started this half going towards the extremities, maybe we switch back to that to see if they want to try and shut us down. We can get around their main thrust of the defense. Round 10, 5-4. Ops on both sides.
They go out middle. Tenzi already under the boxes at Heaven. Tenzi already all the way up to Red Room, so he's not slowing down. And it's interesting that 3D Max decide they don't want to challenge for mid control this time in the same way. Let them have it. We'll just hold the choke points a little stronger this time.
Ooh, footsteps are being heard. Footsteps are being heard.
That's a lot of steps, Maka.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very loud. When you have to realize you have lost mid control with how aggressively they've been playing in mid. You've got to realize that's a possibility.
Well, I think the interesting thing now is that's a footstep rotating from B to A. So Magic are sitting under the. I have to imagine they're going to want to end towards the B bomb site, and AW is still waiting. Those footsteps probably said, "Okay, third player, let me wait for this push a little bit longer."
Yeah, just very patiently. There's Cursor walking right into the crosshair. AW's got the first. You can see how ready he is for the second player, but
yeah, but they're coming at the AWP.
Yeah, they are coming back into the site, even hearing that rotation. They're still wanting to go into it. So, I mean, it's worked out really well for 3D Max. We've got Maka with his ult trying to stay composed at the big box, but his teammates are gone, so it's all Maka now. But the rotation doesn't matter if it's loud because he's proud of his performance. Gravity comes in, gets a double on the FAMAS, and that is around the 3D Max are loving.
Yeah, I'm very surprised to see them finish at the A bomb site so convincingly when you heard the footsteps of a B player rotating to the A bomb site. I'm really surprised they kind of went at the rotation rather than away from it. Very pleased with the standing in mid that they got so early on, but that Maka AWP able to pick one off just as they make their move. 2 kills in the round for Maka. He only had 1 leading into that situation. Some critical kills, and it prevents the 3D Max reset.
Percy getting the opening kill. Burning. Oh, Tech9 coming through. Can it get a second? Masuta, no, sprays away. Prevents that from happening. Trying to even control for a third kill, but that's just about winning out that engagement, but it doesn't feel like there's a shot at actually winning this for Magic.
No, I mean, so many bodies, again, they're doing that same kind of thing. This whole half has been them basically saying that what we've been joking about is we will be taking this middle. We will find a way to make it work. So throughout all that action in mid, extra bodies there because of the Tech9s. The B push just shrinks the map, and Moon's got no chance. Bauman is back, 1 minute left in the round. Maka's going to be over in Donut tracking those footsteps.
Moon goes into the open. It is Gravity who is ripped away. Moon, well, we know it can clutch. We've seen that just back on Dust 2, this time with an AK. 35 seconds left. This is a tower of terror, though, and that is going to end up being the first fight won from Maka.
Good read. He was patient. He was trying to pull them into a flank to maybe pick one off. We're going to get to the end of this half, though, and finally Magic out of the ability to buy rifles and AK-47, so a small reprieve for 3D Max in the final round up against Pistols. You have to imagine that means this round is just going to go fast. And you've pretty much trained this defense every single round to have 2 to 3 people worried about middle. Utility's going to be chucked down, so if you hit an extremity, you might have the availability.
They're just coming out again. Straight through elbow, flashes are up. Everybody's blind. Everybody's completely blind for now, but again, 3 Max peel away. Different look again towards middle, giving Magic the space, but where are they going to go with it?
It's like a bidding war with flashbangs for who wants mid control. It's like, who's going to throw the most? Who's going to throw that last flash before they swing? And it was Magic that committed more to it.
Gravity just around that corner, starts to spray into the side of the wall. We got Moon, headshot good, Gravity to trade. And as long as they keep trading this, they're going to feel good. 3D Max, the bomb's all the way back at elbow, so look how much space they've got, but look how much ground they have to go back to get the bomb.
I think at the moment they're content to just hunt for kills with these pistols, not realizing they have a clear avenue into a bomb site, but now that bomb being dropped is quite a problem. You can see AW hustling back to it right now.
Oh, getting in their teammates way nearly, but Tenzi got both of those kills. Now it's Maka, who has to try and win this on his own. A 1v3. He's in the right spot. He's in Donut. He hears Tenzi. That's a free kill. Now the information's there. Took a while to get it.
Is he still going? 30 seconds.
He hears the steps. He hears the A main steps. He's going to drop the Molotov towards CT spawn. That separates AW from his teammate.
They don't have time to run anymore either. They have to end here.
Maka has a real chance at this. They pause, they stay composed. Can they pull this off? Can they somehow make it difficult for Maka? He gets the cover, he gets some damage, but Masval comes in to secure a much-needed 5th round win there for Magic.
Look how hard fought it is down the stretch as well. Isolated round wins for Magic. A round win and then 2 for 3D Max. A round win, 2 for 3D Max. They could never get anything going. I mean, a very simplistic, very one-dimensional offense in that half. Early on, attacking extremities over and over. And then once the guns came out, everything gets decided by the mid-fights. Does Tenzi get you 2 kills? No? Well, then you probably lose the round. But 5 is enough to work with. And they'll switch over to the CT side. It's up to Maka and 3D Max to get things done on offense. Have to say, too, going back to Dust 2, 3D Max only able to put 2 rounds on the board of 7 played on the T side. So we haven't seen it get cranking yet. Rush towards the B bomb site, all 5 players.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're ready for this pace, Magic. Now they realize what's up, so they try and turn back in time. Masval and Moon combining, so that's a good stop straight away to the attack. And for 3D Max, you're already on plan B because you didn't get the bomb plant in, you didn't get a great round going. And that bomb plant is even denied as well, so you're not going to get a second round force by. It's an absolute shutdown. SV comes in with a triple kill on the USP.
Yeah, really good hold. Really good stop with the B rush. The distraction over towards Cave, just enough of a distraction to take away attention out towards Long on the cube. Well, that's both pistols here in this second map in the favor of Magic. They lost the 3rd round in the previous half, which is what gave 3D Max the money they needed to go on a tear on this CT side. Should have an easier time sustaining here. Unarmored pistols for the 3D Max side. Just a little bit of utility to maybe cause some damage.
Well, nice and easy. And very breezy as we get into the next one. It's all tied up 7-7. And Magic have done well to kick off this second half. It's a strong attitude. I mean, it's both halves, really. It started the same way.
Let's see if they can continue it here. That's what they couldn't do on the T side. No ops out yet for either squad. For 3D Max, they've got 3 Galils mixed in for extra utility for this round. 2 or an MP9 on AW, an MP7 on Mouseville, and 3 M4s for the loadout on the defense. They'll take mid aggressively with 3 players. They want the jump up. S-Fade gonna be an aggressive nuisance.
Running straight through the smoke. It's S-Fade and Tenzi that have come out, and it's all shut down. Thanks to the strong defense of Magic in middle. I mean, it's very similar to how that first T round went for Magic, right? Where they tried to burst out elbow and just got shut down by 3D Max. Now they're on the receiving end of it.
Yeah, the problem is there's a smoke along the wall so deep, so when 3D Max is trying to run through that first smoke in Molotov, they're coming into another one with no vision. Where the way that Magic was able to win it was swinging along that wall, getting around the smokes in Molotovs and taking those fights in open space. This is an extra smoke. Looks like it's Magic's, and it's easy to kill them when they're coming through that one. There's just an extra 15 steps you got to take, and a timeout early for 3D Max.
Yeah, and Tenzi was standing up and kind of celebrating over to the other booth, and he's starting to get confident now, Magic. Starting to get very comfortable up there. Which is great to see them playing in such a big LAN environment for these inexperienced players, and showing us that they can pull off wins like this.
Very animated from the 3D Max coach, gesturing a lot, trying to get some energy up, it feels like. Maybe disappointed in the response he's getting from the players to some of these difficult rounds.
Yeah, again, there's just... Here in France, there's a certain expectation. We talk about 3D Max being a squad we were so positive about last year. Talking about their growth and how they were a team that you might even consider a playoff team for a major, and he just started crumbling.
Yep.
And they had to make some roster moves. They stopped working out. They made a couple of roster moves. They made a coach change again, and just not getting anywhere near that level.
Yeah, that Budapest major was kind of like the last hurrah to see if they could get a playoff. That was the one where it felt like there was something way off. Well, there's space in middle. Early utility, but this time Magic not committing any bodies to the defense. It's going to be S-Fade playing passively in Donut. Red Room is wide open for the taking if you're 3D Max. Now that that's been spotted, it'll have to be addressed. Moon might turn from the A bomb site. Oh my lord, deleted!
Yeah, now the Tech-9 flood in. S-Fade trying to stay composed, trying to stay hidden, peeking out. Good first headshot, running out of ammo. Gravity gets rid of him. Now the plant can come through, and 3D Max, this would be a fantastic round to win. Out of nowhere, really.
That's just deja vu to the first half, right? One of these low-buy rounds just going to ruin your start to the half, and if you're Magic, that's terrifying.
Well, they still can win this. Masfel's got a kit. There's one flash here for AW. If they take down Maka and start the Donut, that feels like the deadliest player right now. It's a tough angle to try and clear. And Maka, oh my god, he just creeped in, he got both! Masfel's taking both away, and all of a sudden it's just Masuta, and this golden ticket is shredded in front of their faces. Masuta in the ground, Magic come back into it, and to that defuse, I don't know if you can recover from that kind of run mentally if you're 3D Max.
No, but I think I'm going to try, I might be reading too much into this, but that timeout where the coach is gesturing, I think that felt to me, and it's a lot of assumptions, a lot on communication, and a lot on how they're calming with each other and handling the situations and problems that are being presented. This is a huge mistake in communication. You cannot undersell how much of an issue this is. To not realize that Maka isn't completely watching Donut, that you are wide open to that angle is insane. And that might be the round that you just gift over Magic. A 2-round lead now, plenty of money, and getting closer to a series win.
S-Fade peeking out Masuta right away with that headshot. S-Fade just dropped. At least the trade is through here. But what can 3D Max hope to do with it? You've got the mid control you've been so desperately looking for. You don't have Red Room control though. You've still got to go past Tenzi.
Tenzi and Moon. The op to pull the AKs in.
And this is still a strong setup. That distraction setup. Moon with some impact. Tenzi will definitely grab his. And then Moon drops back, so 3D Max are, again, down a player, down a member, but that kill comes through from Maka to change that. AW.
Yeah, really good reaction from Maka. There might be a chance for another one. Ooh, how does Magic read this? You got no one over towards the A bomb site. 3D Max realized that. Moon hasn't worked up the courage to move past Red Room into CT spawn, so the bomb site's still wide open. I think Masvel got to be so nervous that Maka is still holding that angle. Now Moon finally slides in. Perfect timing.
Yeah, it's going to connect it, no problem. So Maka, 1v2. We were asked at the start of the game, who is the player to look out for here on 3D Max? It's often Maka, but not this time. Outclassed by Moon. 3 kills in the AWP for Magic, and they are storming towards a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, Moon showing a very cool level. I'm liking the game I'm seeing out of him so far here against 3D Max. Tenzi as well having great impact. This one through the smoke. Unfortunate for Kersey, who's been a great force for 3D Max on this map. A 3-round lead now. And elimination on the line. 3D Max would be sent packing here at the Esports World Cup if they can't come back in this and recover this 3-round deficit. It's their final timeout. Desperately trying to find that solution right at the tail end of this map. At least in this round, fighting with very little money. Hero AK dropped over to Kersey, or picked up by Kersey. Other than that, Mac 10 and upgraded pistols.
Kersey really slowed down as well. That really hot start, but not getting the impact he's been looking for. It's another limp round where he just goes down for free in middle. I'll just try and swing out the B round, try and put the pressure on. Masvidal is blinded, so he will go down, but the response is there from AW. You need another one, Masuta. Great recovery. The deagle and the composure combined with picking up a better weapon, but Moon has nailed the grenade. Went for the shot on Lucky, who has to start thinking about a clutch on his own now. So he's going to put that bomb down. A Lucky 1v2. Can he pull it off here? Going towards default. So many positions he's got to worry about. Trying to find a good angle. Now they know where he is. Moon just in the open, not playing with his teammates. A bad decision. It's really given Lucky a massive chance to win this now.
Smoke.
That's Fade. Smoke down, tap on the defuse. Lucky spamming, looking for him. And he's done the damage here. That's Fade trying to get the angle on him. He's low HP, and Lucky would be able to just spam him down with the Tech 9. I think he's won this. 1v2, no! Esfade's got it! He sticks around, and actually Lucky doesn't hold his cool long enough and walks towards the smoke, and Esfade's able to catch him out of position.
Yeah, fortunate to win that one, but when he heard the rifle run out of ammunition, he's thinking he's going to have to get close up with that Tech 9, going to work around the edge of the smoke. Good read of the scenario from Esfade, and a very important clutch. Once again, that was a great opportunity, a great chance for 3D Max. They've added a number of times, like they're getting delivered some of the kills they need. This one from Masuta is lovely. The follow-up even better. And it's so close to being in their control and ripped away at the last second. 11-4.
Gravity, look how much damage is just dished out to him. 5 HP.
Yeah, they call him over. They change the attack, right? They say, okay, we're just losing people coming through the elbow smoke. Let's add gravity into it.
Flank is about to activate. He's an elbow, but they're all looking for it, but it doesn't matter. Back to turn. He manages one. Really close to a multi-kill that, but he's got so much info.
And look at Moon. He's following up that push with the AWP as well.
A suffocating style right now from Magic.
Shot. I was actually kind of surprised Lucky was watching for that fade as well. That was really impressive that he was aware of the potential. Moon would love to just shave one more player off.
Boom. He's done it. Shaved off indeed. Lucky gone.
Gravity's dead too.
Walking on in, strolling into the waiting arms, and there's just not enough on this T side. And it comes back to what you were talking about earlier today before this game started, Jason, is some of the weaknesses and problems that 3D Max are going to go through. It's just, who is the leader? Like, are you going to have any stability? Because right now, not looking good on these T side calls.
This is what I mean. You're bouncing back and forth between two IGLs that I think you've eventually grown to be kind of realize that they aren't the solutions to the problem, but finding an IGL is one of the hardest things in Counter-Strike. They're doing it on hard mode, having to find one in France. 12-7. 5-round lead, 5 chances for Magic to eliminate 3D Max.
Max given some space to play with.
7 rounds straight on the CT side for Magic.
Yeah, you mean you started the second half bringing up how woeful The T side was on Dust 2 for 3D Max. A similar scenario here. S-Fade. Gonna drop the smoke, just replenish.
Where's his
one
weapon?
that was already there. And actually, yeah, he's just going through with the USP.
He had an M4. Oh, did he not want to reload maybe? The sound cue might have been inside the smoke if he wanted to make that play. Good shot from Moon. This is the final move into the A bomb site. The slice coming in through Donut, but Moon is here with another.
Grenade gonna land on top of Moon. Flashed as well, so he has to back away. 45 seconds left on this clock. Trying to get out. Moon's close to that, not quite gonna land it. Up next is the rifle bay. W, look at the timing. Kersey repositions. They cancel the plan. Kersey's in, and that's gonna be AW and Moon closing it out together. A 13-7 win, a 2-0. And look at them fired up. Moon yelling across the other side. Disappointment for 3D Max in their home country, unable to mount a performance worth talking about, and that is going to be Magic storming ahead.
Yeah, really, really cool series from them today, and obviously it feels good when this is the third series you've played this year and you win it out, you take the advantage, kind of win that unofficial best of 3. Yeah, you're going to shout out across the boys that have become a little bit of a rival, and that's also huge because remember, they were one place apart. Magic was one place back in the VRS. This is imagining this is going to just leapfrog them over 3D Max moving forward.
Certainly will.
What's up, Mike?
We were talking about it, right? It's earning your right to stick around in this tier of Counter-Strike. You earned the invites last season, now you're building upon that in this. And certainly in this matchup, this rivalry that's formed, they had the massive upper hand today. Really well prepared across both maps. Both the maps they lost in the last outing against this 3D Max team. And now they bring it through to great fruition. And they will be eliminating 3D Max from the home tournament here in Paris.
I apologize for the inhale. Magic, this is the unofficial VRS changes after that win.
Okay.
Because we're going to have to wait for that Monday.
Oh, how big?
Magic has moved up to 20, which is where 3D Max was. 3D Max drops down to 27.
Oof.
They've fallen way far down.
That's outside the bubble for a lot of events. That's not a good place to be.
No, it's not a fun place to be. That's some spicy consequences. Spicy consequences.
I mean, it's just heartbreaking to see for 3D Max as well, just the level they played today. I mean, that T side just did nothing across 2 maps.
Yeah. Two rounds on 2 maps, and one of them is your Dust 2, which has kind of been where your home map for the past however long you've been a team, it feels like. So, yeah, kind of a disaster of a day inside the server for 3D Max, I think.
One of those things you're going to have to look at and you're going to say, clearly we got anti to a dramatic degree, but we also need to have a plan B and a plan C and be able to adapt, and that just wasn't quite the case today. The adaptation's not coming in quick enough, and again, the story of Ancient was similar to Dust 2 in that in the few moments where it felt like 3D Max got the read, got the moment, got the advantage, a clutch comes in, a big play comes in, Moon hits a bunch of nutty op shots. Like, they could not stick the landing.
Yeah, I mean, that was the case on Dust 2 as well. I mean, certainly today the individuals of Magic showed up with just a different sort of attitude, because whenever they were called upon clutches, 2v3s, 2v4s, they were able to find ways to work themselves out of those problems. Crazy multi-kills. We didn't really see a whole lot of that from the 3D Max side.
No.
Once they got put into a disadvantaged situation, it felt like the round was just kind of against them and there was no chance at it, while Magic was just pulling out, magic tricks.
There was a bit.
That one I intended. That one I worked for.
There was a bit
intended
early on from Kersey, but just a bit. Just a glimmer that maybe Kersey as a rifler can be something on this team, but...
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a couple of moments. Dust 2, there was like an attempt to 1v4. The first 2 kills looked sharp, and then there was this little patch on the CT side where he was getting kills as they were coming out of the elbow smoke. Those happen. I feel like there's such a 50-50 when you're coming through those smokes with flashes, especially if you have a teammate drawing the initial attention. Those kills can be some of the easier ones to clean up, but Kersey was doing it in that first half. Just slowed down a second, obviously.
Oh, and I mean, some of the times in the second half, he's the only one streaming out of that elbow smoke as well.
He's just coming out solo.
They weren't really giving him a whole lot of help on the 3D Max side of things. Yeah, I actually didn't mind what I saw to Kersey. My general opinion on 3D Max is that I find it really difficult to make any grand statements on the skill level of the individuals, just because I think this team clearly hasn't figured out a way they like to play in a way that players are comfortable with to any kind of successful degree. And if you talk to the 3D Max players, I bet you each and every one of them would tell you because of that, it feels like they're playing at like 70% capacity. They're not comfortable individually with the team philosophy and the team idea, so it's very hard for them to find their comfort as individual players as well. And that's where you're seeing so much extended difficulty for this team to have any kind of wins to speak of.
I would say so. I think for 3D Max as well, going into the future, I just don't know where you can go. That's the scariest part. Like, you keep highlighting the fact that, there's no other IGL to go for. There is no other French players you can get that will make this team better that we currently know of. You're going to have to do some scouting or looking around to maybe find a Belgian player that speaks French. I don't know. We gotta find someone.
And
Bring existence back.
The reality as well, right, is now tumbling down that VRS ladder. This is the team that were the gatekeepers of LAN playoffs for so long. Now they're going to have to scrabble to get back in the position where they're getting the LAN spots to begin with if they can't pull out a victory soon. It's a challenging circumstance to be in. We know how dangerous it is when you wind up in the online jungle of the VRS, and that may just be where 3D Max find themselves. To hear a little bit more from 3D Max on their exit from the tournament here in Paris, Freya is on stage with Lucky.
Yeah, sadly, this is the end of the road for Lucky and co. Thank you so much for taking the time to join me after that defeat, because it's not only elimination, but elimination on home soil for you guys as well. Can you just explain to me some of the emotions you're experiencing right now?
Well, we are obviously incredibly sad and frustrated because we've been working a lot last month for this, and a failure here is like very bad for everything. So yeah.
I'm just curious as to the head-to-head versus Magic, because we saw you play up against them just over a month ago at Blast Bounty. Same maps as well, completely different result. What felt different for you guys today?
I don't know. They played pretty well, I would say, and we couldn't really get our game going. We were pretty confident going into it. We had a good plan, but everything went pretty bad, so...
I know it might be hard to explain right now, but Dust 2, I mean, it's usually been a tried and tested map for you. Was there anything specifically that you felt like wasn't going together for you, or was maybe just being outplayed by Magic?
I think maybe pressure got to us a little bit, because we did some really good things, but in the end, individually, too many mistakes. They were a little bit more sharp, and we could feel that we had some stress in the comms and everything, and it cost us a lot.
In terms of what's next moving forward to 3D Max, as we've heard unofficially, there's some heavy VRS implications from this result as well. What's next on the table for you guys?
I mean, I'm not sure right now, but I guess we are going to keep grinding. I think we deserve better than this, so I don't think we're going to stop here. But yeah, see you soon, hopefully, in more Tier 1 events, but we're going to have to grind back to get a better VRS ranking, because right now it's not good.
Really appreciate your time, Lucky. Best of luck with all of that moving forward. Unfortunately, end of the road for 3D Max here in Paris.
End of the road indeed, and a tough one. I mean, you can tell how important this tournament was to them. We just don't have that many tournaments in France in the Counter-Strike circuit these days, and so a rare opportunity to play in front of friends and family, to play in front of a French crowd, now lost.
Yeah, I think my takeaway from that interview was just his general demeanor. Just felt like
gutted,
mentally gutted for the loss. Obviously, the elimination. I think also gutted and it felt like to me like he was almost racking his brain trying to come up with decent answers for what went wrong. I don't think he's got it at the moment.
Helpless almost.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think you're in this position where you're changing so much. You've changed players, you've changed tactics, you've changed IGLs, and you still can't figure it out. So yeah, you are at the point where you've racked your brains and you got nothing left.
I think for 3D Max as well, it's the reality is you actually don't know what the rest of your year kind of looks like now. It's what events are we missing out on? What smaller events are we going to have to go to? And your entire sort of situation they've been used to over the last 2 years. Remember, 3D Max are a team that have been going to the most events out of anybody. They've been going to China, then back to Europe, back to China, back to Europe. They're going to have to play all these smaller events now and then grind their way back up to get back to that grind again.
I can tell you what's on their schedule right now. They've got a Nodwin Clutch series. They've got a Draculan. That's what is on the horizon, and these are the kind of events they got to battle in.
If they fall off, that would be even worse for 3D Max.
It would be indeed. I mean, it is going to be a pressure situation again for a team that's made changes, that's trying to find their footing, that's trying to build up the leadership. Now you just keep adding the pressure. Well, speaking of pressure, we've got a press that applies a lot of pressure, and it is 3D Max's key that's on the line.
How much pressure, Mike?
I am not a key crushologist,
but
fortunately,
glove man.
We do have one, and he's got his gloves on, and he's got the key in hand.
Oh, Tenzi was over there as well. I wonder if SFA just kind of kicked him out. It was no.
He said, "This one's mine.
My turn."
I called the game. I had that nice clutch at the end. I get to crush.
Gave a 6-minute interview.
Do you think he'll smile as big as VSM?
No.
No one's doing that.
No, he doesn't have that in him. Boom.
Oh,
that's nice.
That's a good feeling. I think he enjoyed that.
Shards, man.
He did enjoy it internally.
Oh, he's bringing it back up.
Do you think anyone's taken any of the crush keys and made a necklace out of them? That's the next move, like a Flava Flav
No, they
pendant.
keep the crushed keys and they put it somewhere.
it
in the trophy, in the base of the trophy, yes. But surely you could ask for 1 if you win the trophy. I know you get 3 in a place of prominence in the base of your trophy, but surely you could be like, just give me 1.
To answer your question, Mike, I don't think anyone's done that.
I don't think they have, but I'm putting it out there. I'm putting it out there, maybe for a future Esports World Cup.
Done that.
Let's get it going. Let's make it happen. The corpses of your enemy in key form.
Yeah.
Worn as
around your
adornment.
neck. It's kind of dark.
Pretty metal.
Could be kind of dope.
Yeah.
Little metal, maybe a little dark.
Yeah.
All those things it could be, but now it's time for you guys to go dark and head off into whatever cave you live in when you're not counting Counter-Strike.
Hotel
because
rooms.
we're doing a little bit of a shift up here, and we're shifting into this break.
everyone. Today I'll be playing 1v1 against a mystery player. I'm gonna try to find out who he is, and yeah, wish me luck. Let's go, let's play. I wonder who you are. I have a feeling you're on IGL, no? Can you hear me? Secret player. Are you on IGL? No. You're a rifler, right? Okay, actually, I might have a guess who you are. I wanna guess it's Makaze? No? Are you playing for Team Mouse? Team Navi then? No. Not top, okay. Did you go through the open qualifier or you got invited? Are you an international team or no? Oh bro, who are you? You're... I have no clue actually. Are you a European player? Or you're from... Yeah. Europe. Are you from Aurora? You said not from top, so maybe no. You're from Aurora? Ah, okay. You're Voxit, no? No. Okay, you're Vicadia then. No, okay. Let's play the round. Okay, you're Xantares. No? Okay, you're... Who else is in Aurora, bro? Wait. Jimhat.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm amazing, bro. How are you?
I'm good, bro. It was hard to guess, honestly. Oh my god.
GG. Good guess, bro. Good guess.
Yeah, thank you.
Alright, see you, bro.
See you.
Hi everyone, Ginny here, and I'm joined with Aurora Gaming for a classic fill in the blanks, who is most likely to, whatever you want to call it. The game rules are pretty simple. Just name a few scenarios. You can write down the name of whichever player you think it applies to, hold up the whiteboard, and we can discuss. Hopefully you guys' synergy off the server is good. Who is most likely to sing first at karaoke? Everyone's going for the same.
I changed. I vote for myself. I like to sing under some circumstances.
Why did you pick Woxic?
I know him only for a month, but I could see from the first day that he is this kind of a guy.
Who is most likely to forget something in the hotel room after checkout?
3, 2, 1.
No, bro, it's not me. He does forget stuff all the time.
Actually, he forgot his headphones this time. So
Yes,
that's why. I forgot about that.
I was in between.
Has it happened many times before?
And not so many times, but a couple of times.
For the record, I never forget something in hotel room.
Who is most likely to become an influencer? Unanimous agreement?
Yes.
Why is that the
Definitely.
case?
Yeah, not same.
I don't know, every day I open Instagram and I see him posting something.
He's posting
and
a lot.
I've never seen this guy post something or that guy, for example. So.
Bro, I wasn't like this, but I just said, why not?
Yeah,
I just changed my mindset.
I'm just saying the reason, you know?
Yeah.
What's the mindset change?
You know, we're going to events and we're not sharing anything from the events, only the pictures that people are taking for us and stuff. That's only like after the some tournament, we posting something like we achieved this was a great country, thanks for your support, thanks. But you know, in the end, they deserve to get more information about the area and everything, how things works.
Who spends the most time on their phone? Bonus points for saying Wish app. At least it's the same guy. Why?
Every time he has break or anything, he's always on the phone.
We had like few minutes break in one of the practice games and he was like, I'm gonna watch some YouTube shorts.
Who is most likely to tilt after one bad round? Unanimous agreement.
Usually I do like these things often.
Who inspires the team the most?
I will go for Vox.
Yeah, he's a humble guy, that's
He's
why.
humble, but everyone vote him.
Because like I'm 21 and I grew up watching him and he was the legend of Turkish CS, so that's why I can say.
Stick on the same level, working hard, grinding and stuff, guys. So that's why it's not like people can do that for like almost 15 years. It's too much.
Who is most likely to become a caster?
After some probably time, I will just gonna give break, maybe then after, but I don't think so anyway. I don't know. I like to be like in the competition, not like being casting. I rather to do stream in my home.
I've done this for multiple teams for different games, and I think your team is the one with the most unanimous agreements on the answers. How does that feel?
Good chemistry.
Some stuff is obvious, I think, in our team.
So thank you guys so much for joining me. That was fun. That's it from us. Hope you guys enjoyed that.
Thank
Bye.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir on m'emmène la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais film, trop de pas, big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je pense pas, j'attire. Je coupe la line, laisse la cul, laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas, je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Beat encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi.
Welcome back to Counter-Strike here at the Esports World Cup, where you are on the B stream, where the B stands for last battle of the night, because we've got a game between Aurora and GG House set to take this stage, and I've got two gentlemen where the B stands for bucket and all in. All bucket, all day.
We've made many combinations of our names already.
Bucket in, baby. Bucket in. That's where we're going with it. That's what I'm sticking with. How you two gentlemen doing today?
Doing good. Excited to be able to get the last game of the night. Excited to see GG How and Aurora both battle to, stay alive within the tournament, try to make it a little bit further. Should be a good game. Should be a good game.
It should be a game. It should be a game, certainly. I think there's a lot to be proven in this matchup. In particular, I think GG How have a lot to prove, right? Because we saw the incredible day one. They took down Spirit of all teams. They stunned us. They shocked us. They rocked the Counter-Strike world. And then they did not do that so much on day two.
Yeah, day two was kind of a struggle. I mean, we saw the pretty rough outcome on Dust 2. I think they ended up dropping that map 13-3, I think, and ended up getting 2-0 at the end of it. I mean, I feel like there's still something left in, the tank with these guys. I just don't know how far it could carry them against a team of this caliber, in all honesty.
And unfortunately, I mean, with the results that Spirit's been having this tournament, I feel like the question mark that was GG How and, getting that phenomenal win in the best of one, it's a bit dampened now.
Maybe a bit, but let's be real. That is still absolutely
still
incredible
insane.
and should be regarded as such. I do know, though, that Mither, their coach, has been grinding film for the last couple days. They have had 2 days before this matchup. They've had this one circled, thinking about how they wanted to bring it through, because if they win here, they're on. They're moving on to the playoffs. If they lose, their key is crushed and they are eliminated. And, well, if your blood was boiling as Gigi Hao to take down Spirit, you got some pretty big names on the other side as well, right? Because this is an Aurora team that is coming in that is dangerous. The newly international Aurora project, there's a lot to get excited for. There's very high expectations for what this team could potentially be, and maybe they're not there just yet. But even now, even at the nascence of this roster, they should be dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, it is, and that's the thing. You know, Aurora brings this huge kind of powerhouse roster to it that I feel like only the top-end teams can really run with them. And is Gigi Hao one of those top-end teams? I don't particularly think so. I'd like to think they have showings where they can compete like that, but I don't think there's a level of consistency that they bring to the table where they can beat an Aurora squad like this right now.
We'll get into that. I do think that at least in their opener, we saw some of the issues potentially with moving to this international project. You saw moments and retakes in play where maybe the chemistry is a little bit off, the coordination, the communication is really what we're going to be laser focused on, right? It's a new IGL in Kixon. It's a new coach with Ash. It's a new player with Jimfat. It's a new language for the 3 guys that remain.
Yeah. And that's kind of where the biggest issue is, especially with Kixon being the IGL, being the one to call the shots, and then having to translate that into a language that you haven't played professional Counter-Strike with for the most part. So that's the biggest question mark. At the end of the day, that's just going to be a matter of time, though. I think a new Aurora lineup has a huge ceiling. I do think that both the floor and ceiling has increased for this team in the future. But it's
in the future?
Yes, no, not in this current moment because of what you described as the struggles currently going on. But, you know, give it a month, give it a month or 3 months, that range.
It's interesting. I think you're risking a big drop-off on the floor, right? I mean, this was a team that was consistently in the top 8, that was consistently in playoffs, that could make runs at majors, that could make playoffs, could, like, vie for trophies. That is hard to do in the game of Counter-Strike.
I feel like there was a lot of times with that previous Aurora lineup, though, where they sank a lot further than they should have, just in terms of the consistency when it comes to the stage games and LAN tournaments in general. That problem is something that I hope to see go away with the additions of Jimmy and Kixon. Not that Jimmy's former roster didn't struggle with the same things, but
it's different.
New system, new coach, new players. It should be good vibes once everything's ironed out.
It should be. And it's cool to see Jimfat on another project as well, right? Kind of a weird end to his stint on Mouse. Felt like maybe he was, I don't want to say getting scapegoated, but like getting a little goated, perhaps, for some of the issues that were happening with that roster.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like at a lot of times when it comes to CS, there's a lot of points where teams just point to a guy sometimes, and they just kind of be like, well, there's the problem, and it rotates out. For him, I feel like this is maybe a good move for him. Some new area for him to expand into. The only downside is that loss to Big might have like maybe dampened the mood a little bit. You know, I mean, there was a little bit of underperformance overall, I think, for the squad in general, and I think, you know, they still want to kind of make up for that pacing and show that they can actually be back in that top 8, at least top 10, obviously.
Right, well, they need to earn it. They need to earn the top 16 in this potential matchup and avoid getting their key crushed early on, because the other aspect that we need to talk about for Aurora is their fan base has high expectations of this team, and I think their fan base, there's going to be some resistance to this new international direction for Aurora, and so winning cures everything. Winning's going to rally the fans behind you, who are going to justify all your decisions. But if they lose to a team like Gigi Hao, I'm just saying, maybe delete Twitter from your phones for a little while. Things are going to get spicy, shall we say. We got our veto coming in. It's Nuke, it's Ancient out, it's Mirage is our first pick.
Pretty much expected. Even playing field on Mirage for the most part. I don't think that Gigi Hao made the wrong choice picking into this. Obviously, Aurora is comfortable on it. Anubis for Aurora, that's going to be a big question mark for the side of Gigi Hao and how they're able to combat on that side. An Inferno Decider. Who doesn't love an Inferno Decider? I love an Inferno Decider.
Everyone does. I don't imagine Aurora are going to be hoping we get to the Inferno Decider because
going to, but the prospect is beautiful.
Let's be real. This is getting back to what you love, All In, which is realism. Do you want to set the stage for us? There is a substantial weight class difference between these two teams.
Yeah, I would say a very marginal one as well. And I feel like if, for whatever reason, this does get to a map 3 and we do get to Inferno, don't get me wrong, I feel like this would be a great scenario if you're Gigi Hao if it does go to map 3, because like you said, Aurora, I mean, they've, 2 officials on Inferno at this point. So while they have 9. So I feel like that is like the gap they can kind of aim for, maybe shoot. If not, I don't think, I mean, is there going to be a map 3? I don't particularly think so, and I think that is just that general skill gap between the squads right now.
Now, that being said, again, Mirage is the map where Gigi Hao took down Spirit.
Yeah.
Spirit, Donk, Spirit, Shiro, Spirit. That Spirit, the dragon.
Really think they can replicate it, though?
I have no clue. I didn't think they could do it in the first place, man. But look, I will say it's not like this Aurora is flawless right now. We've talked about it. There are those gaps. There are those lapses. They're going to happen with any new team when you're doing... you just have to get used to new teammates. You have to get used to a new IGL. The language adds an extra element to it. So if you're Gigi Hao, maybe in the late round, if you can inject some chaos, which we know this team loves to get into the chaos, maybe you can take advantage, right?
Mirage is an interesting point. I feel like the troublesome part is just the fact that Mirage is a map that both these teams are comfortable on. If it was a map that Gigi Hao was able to pick into that really could catch Aurora off guard, maybe try to lean into a cache or something that Aurora isn't super tested on, then you can have that prospect of the map 3, but let's be honest, Aurora, team comfortable on Mirage, all these players in their former teams also love Mirage.
Yeah.
And then you got Anubis after that, which is a map I do not want to test against this new roster.
Yeah, when you tick down the firepower over on that Aurora side, I don't know that they need to talk to each other. If you're talking about Wakadia, you're talking about Zantares, you're talking about Woxic locking down the map, then you've got, oh, you get past them, Jimmy. Oh, then we get past them, Kixan, famously quite a fracker as an IGL at times. This is tough work. This is tough sledding. It would be an unbelievable victory to pull off for Gigi Hao, but they've already had one here at the Esports World Cup. This is one of our last chance qualifier teams. They had to earn the right to even be on this stage, and now they need to earn the right to step into the playoffs, and standing between them and that victory, one Aurora Gaming.
Pretty big wall to have to climb over top of as well with a squad like Aurora. It is going to be a very uphill battle from the very beginning. But Donnie, how are you feeling about the Map 1 prospect, at least?
Map 1 prospect, I can't wait to see Wakadia on Mirage. That's the only thing that's on my mind right now. It's just such a difficult thing to kind of lean into and feel good for the side of Gigi Hao. And Mike did bring up a very good point, where I did discredit their victory against Spirit a little bit, just because Spirit looked shaky.
The BO1 too.
I mean, yeah, but Spirit against Luminosity wasn't something to die for either. Instead, it was something that they died for quite a lot. And going into this, maybe they can catch Aurora off guard because everything is just so brand new to this team. Maybe they can try to just get the ball rolling very early on, and momentum can carry them through Mirage. But if that's not the prospects we're looking at, if that's not the situation when it comes down to the end of the day, then I don't know what situation Gigi Hao will have as they try to battle through further. Fist bumps coming out, though. 2 amazing coaches on both of these sides, 10 amazing players, and one last chance. One last opportunity to avoid getting your key crushed here at the Esports World Cup 2026. Mirage is where it will all start out.
And it will be Aurora to the CT side first. Gigi Hao onto that T side. Very tricky T side here that they're going to have to contest with early on. Woxic, kind of off on his lonesome here, but we've seen him perform pretty admirably in these kind of positions. Anyway, as he gets a flood of T's swarming towards him, Zantares tapping away over towards stairs, and it does seem like bare middle his bomb plant will go down for Gigi Hao.
We want to get aggressive into CT here. I don't think they have any utility to work off of. No flash and deep smoke will prevent the CTs from trying to push up. Sausanito, a great kill onto a great player. It's already 2 advantage for him. As the rest of these CTs trapped off behind the smoke. It's time to fall back already.
They're saving.
Yeah, no. Save the kit, save the armor.
Yeah.
Kixan can try to go for a late kill, but that's exactly what happens. That's a nice kill. No time for the defuse, even if the kit is still around. That's all she wrote for round 1. Gigi Hao. Simple, clean. And they win. Simple and clean. Sometimes that's all you need.
Effectiveness really comes into that play, and that's what that was. everybody taking space simultaneously, kind of jumping out, just overwhelming. I mean, there was only 2 CTs, thankfully enough. We saw a little bit of stack towards that B site for Aurora and didn't quite gamble. That actual deep smoke, that kind of like, we'll save this smoke for later scenario, gave them so much space to work with, and that's what kind of slowed it down for an extra 3 to 4 seconds, where Aurora was like, do we really want to go wrap around in through jungle and then try and retake again, or we're just going to call it quits early? And obviously, they called it quits. GG How have the first round of the first map.
Yeah, but a dangerous buy to go back against. SMGs, 5-7. 5-7 already coming in handy. Only 2 to be found, but 2 more than maybe was expected with Kadia. Famas. Good for 1 more. Already, this T side completely bruised and battered. 2 separated GG How players. Samas. Maybe a timing can come through on a player jungle. But noise being made. Toxic aware of the position. Very nice jump up. Executes the kill. With the bomb all the way at the top of connector. And Mini on the B bomb site. I think we know what time it is. I think it's time to run away. As far as you can.
I feel like we brought it up so many times yesterday with a lot of the rounds we saw against teams that were struggling early on in, first halves. Is winning the pistol's great, but really how detrimental that second round loss can really be. And obviously Mini, wow, that's dizzying. I looked down and that was, but Mini saving this AK, sure, it's gonna be great. We're gonna most likely see a force back in here from GG How if he saves his AK, which at 20 seconds, they're starting to kind of shift around, look for him,
it's
move
not
a
like
little bit,
Aurora
but
has the money to go for it either. They need to keep thinking it.
I mean, sure, you might maybe throw the FAMAS at it or a Galil. Other than that, and we're right back to that fan.
Like that fan.
Yeah, it's cool. Adds a little something. But it's this money. It's going to be rough. The AK can make it kind of work. They can maybe find some cohesion within the follow-up round. But 1,500, 1,700 Tech 9 armor kind of scenario, is really what we're going to see here if there is anything. Are they going to take this round on the chin? No, because they're going right in Tech 9s, P250s, and kind of the mix here with a little bit of utility scattered in. It will be a potential quick and effective round. It's just the post plans that are going to be really concerning.
Concerning indeed. Pistols for GG How. P250s, Tech 9, the saved AK. Not the rifle of choice for Mini, but a rifle nonetheless. And a slow play towards the A bomb site allows Sausalito to get a little bit of space towards the apartments. Poke and prod around. Look for any unwarranted aggression. But while that happens, the hit on A will proceed. Smoke locks out on Samas for the time being, but jumping down. Able to only find 1. Famas close range, needs to find 1 more. Instead, Zantar is able to get the trade. Only Synopsy on the site. He does have the bomb. But Sausalito has found a wide open B bomb site. The only question is, how long will this rotation take? How long will it take Aurora to figure out?
Give it 3 more seconds.
He's unoccupied.
Ooh, the timing. Nah, he didn't hear that. As we are just going to see slowly pace their way up towards B, but the rotate's obviously already in. They're going to post up towards market. Maybe they can get this bomb plant down if they speed this up, and they will get this bomb plant down just in time as the CTs rotate their way in through market. And hey, we got the bomb plant. Maybe we get an extra kill.
Sausalito's in a great spot.
That's it. That's a perfect spot to get 1, which is what they really need here. Buy that space, bring it to a 2-on-2, and obviously financial long-term should be fine. Wakadia finds 1, and Jimfat finds the other, and quickly dissipates the threat, and it will be second round for a little bit costly, and it's all things considered, it's not all that bad.
Hey, you can't even blame Sausalito for trying to go for the information there, but just 1 more second, I don't think Jimmy was ready to clear that corner. I think at least 1 more kill could have came in, then you could duck into the market, try to just play the timeout.
Yeah, obviously from our perspective, we know the exact spacing there was there, but like you said, it was a play for information, and sometimes you gotta just jump while you can and get the upper hand, because obviously with P250s and Tech 9s, you're always at a disadvantage.
Yeah. Just a little bit of a pause to come through, and while we have this pause,
I want to ask you a question, actually.
You want to ask me a question?
I was going to ask you.
Okay.
How important is the op on Mirage?
How important is the op on Mirage?
To you.
To me.
At this level of play, how important is it?
Well, I'd say it's, if not the most important piece of the map, one of the most important pieces of the map.
I would agree.
The reason that Mirage I can praise, even though it's been around for so long, is that Mirage is such a versatile map. There's a reason why it is still in the map pool, and that's because every single time teams play this, they find a new way to play the map. Whether it be just on the team side in terms of how they flow, how the chemistry can work with the positioning of each individual player, or if it's new plays being come up with, new util being come up with, even in the great year 2026 somehow. And the op kind of just adds a layer to that puzzle because of how, especially the dynamic works, in mid. Like, it's just such a vital piece. And when you have an opera that doesn't show up, same way how when you have an opera that doesn't show up on Dust 2.
Other question.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, I mean, I finished my point for the most part.
Do you think...
I don't.
Okay, do you think at any point Mini can really challenge Woxic?
Oh, that's a loaded question.
That's
a really loaded question.
And I want you to be honest.
No.
No?
No, dude.
So
think
do you
Woxic's
think
such a
this
great
CT
player.
side is kind of a lockdown right now for Aurora, and it'll be fairly lopsided?
I'm gonna be truthful. I think
love that side of you.
Aurora just has this game locked down. You know, I do really commend what Zhizhi Hao has been able to bring to this tournament, fighting so hard within the qualifier, fighting so hard within the beginning of this. Oh, as Osamas puts a little magic down, Jimmy.
Oh.
Sprays only one, 4.
Jimmy.
Okay. Yeah, Jimmy's fine. Jimmy's more than fine.
Yeah, he didn't take a single point of damage out of all that.
Yeah, he's more than fine.
That was a good 7-second fight and not a single point of damage done to him. Instead, it's down to just one here for Zhizhi Hao. You know, just give good old Jimmy the ace. There you go. Why not? Seal the deal. Give him it. He earned it.
He earned it.
Still didn't take a single point of damage either.
The power of a wide swing at the right time.
Yeah, surprised he got that even with a Galil.
Oh, when, you know, everyone's lined up for you. Osamas, great shot. Too early.
Last bullet, literally the last bullet. So good. He paced himself perfectly. He was like, they'll swing. They'll swing.
I'll be honest with you. The second kill in the first set of 2, I don't think he saw the player. I think there was just a perfect line.
Yeah, at some point, you just hold mouse 1 and let it ride.
The dominoes fall.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Zhizhi Hao, no matter how hard they've been able to battle, I think that this is just a mountain too tall. And there's going to be too much pressure riding on this moment.
It's a lot. It's a lot for a team at this level.
Yeah, Mithu's a great coach. I'm sure so much work has been done, and I'm sure he will do everything in his power to keep
feel
the
like they're one of
minds on
those
this
teams
side.
because they caught that win early on that now they have a standard in their mind they have to live up to. So they're putting in so much more work than normal.
Well, the hit's going to come out. Osamas, first kill to be found, and now space gathered for the T's. A passive setup with a retake of Aurora. Kadia burned down just a little bit. Dixon wants to aggress through the box. Good spray, and another one on a Synopsy. Completely faltered out. Zhizhi Hao, at one point, almost controlling the full site, and now being scared to even peek into it. Spray through the ticket box at least makes it a bit more doable. Or are they going to expect all 3 rotating in from the CT area? That's not a nade that's going to hit. Could have been damageful. Sausanito. All he's got to do is play the time here. Delay as much as you can.
I think they have this at this point. I mean, Aurora has slowed to a crawl, and now Kixon is down so low with the op, and everyone's essentially down low at this point. 2 health, 6 health, 24 HP, and it does seem like he is slowly starting to grind out. The blood is bleeding, and they are running low at this point, and they're going to wave that white flag, and that is just, outside of the bomb fumble early on that they just kind of left, that is a good recovery out of Zhizhi Hao.
That's a very nice recovery out of Zhizhi Hao.
The fact he doesn't take a single point of damage there.
I was thinking the same thing, but I've complained about it so much that I just feel like I'm falling on deaf ears at this point.
Yeah. Bomb Blast doesn't make sense to me anymore.
Very good done from Zhizhi Hao, though. Just taking a second to reset there, even though, you know, you have pretty decent control of the site. You've made the CTs fall back. Just taking a second to reset yourself.
Such a good shot.
Take a second to reset yourself. Just allow a bit of calm before the storm. Very good execution there. Forcing a timeout on the side of Aurora. As they get to listen to the lovely vocals of Ash, one of the biggest proponents of this new Aurora lineup. Of course, not being felt necessarily in the server, but no one can take away the mind that that man has.
If GG How kind of keep Aurora to say, like, you know, 6 rounds, 6-6 half, you think GG How can win on the CT side?
No.
Still no.
I'm
trying to build a scenario here where there's a winnable lane for them.
And that could be on you.
Now, I think if this is a 6-6 half, I think GG How have 70% chance to win.
Hey, you know what?
Did I just make that number up and everything about it? 100%.
I hope so. I really do.
I would love to see a map through, because that's when it gets really interesting once we hit Inferno.
Well, I would love to see Ricardia and what he's going to do right now. Sprays at the perfect time after the bait of his teammate. Rest of the CT start to push up. Kicks in, not going to be able to get any work done. But it has delayed, at least for the moment. Mibu approaching elsewhere. Only him and Mini to remain. The bomb making its way back through T-spawn. Mibu's position should be known, or at least the general situation behind it. Jimmy perfectly timed on that flank. The bomb gets dropped. And now so much pressure on Bibu. Gonna choose to try to make the rotation in through the apartments. And Jimmy's gonna be more than ready for this. As long as the over-aggression does come in. No, Bibu has no idea.
Nope.
The timing.
Oh!
Okay, Jimmy wasn't ready instead, and now the one-on-one with a real chance to actually get the job done.
Oh, mid to A.
No, instead, backpedals to B. 30 seconds. Still a bit of time to work this around. Woxic isn't in a situation to really defend anywhere unless the push into underpass comes, which that's exactly what'll happen.
Ooh, this is going to be a close 20 seconds left on.
Yeah.
He's going to have to plan for Khan if he doesn't get the fight, but I don't think Woxic's going to be...
Yeah, Woxic is just waiting for this.
Yeah, I think he's got this now. Bibu's made all the noise. He's going to hold an angle, and he cleans it up. There it is. And sadly, that's the gamble right there. You hope you've played enough time where, you know, you get the other player thinking a little more than they should, maybe overcommit to something, but, you know, Woxic, being a very tenured player who's been around for a while, he knows how to play those scenarios. Stick to a site and whatever, play the retake. There's no reason to essentially try and gamble yourself out of the round. Just do what you do best. And all this came down to a missed molly on that under Palace player.
And Aurora definitely know how to capitalize. We do have, once more, a bit of a tech pause as the players just take a second to figure out whatever technical difficulties they are having. Elsewhere on the A stream, trying to see what the score of that game is.
No idea. I just know they're playing Nuke. That's all I got on it.
Hey, you know what? That's at least something.
It is.
On the A stream, it is 9Z versus Furious still. 5-2, 1-1 in the series. 9Z a chance to actually make a pretty big upset there.
You know, just pulling this up. Jimmy's 8-1. Obviously, he got the A set. Obviously, put it up here. But Snopsy, 0-5.
Well, you know, Synopsy's going to have a lot more on his plate right now.
Yeah. You know, you're managing your players.
He's going to have to be playing a pretty technical game. He's going to have to do quite a bit of leadership just within the rounds. Kixon, very respectable as an in-game leader, and also very respectable just in terms of his firepower. So, an IGL that's been in a few different situations, but hopefully found a landing spot in Aurora as we do get back into the game. 4-2 lead, Aurora to start, and Woxic, he doesn't need to see.
Nope.
Shoot straight through the smoke, why not? The up battle already won without even knowing. Falsanino at least able to pick it up. That is essentially a hero op. There is an AK on Bibu as well. Well, besides that, just pistols for the other two remaining players.
We'll say GG How's A-take has been pretty solid recently. In the last couple rounds, we've seen them, but Woxic's starting to warm up, and obviously that's always the worst sign feasible. And this man starts hitting shots, at least We have Sausalito finding one back onto Arcadia. So bringing it to a little reasonable here. Still a 4-on-3 man advantage for Aurora, but we do see Sausalito quietly making his way up cat, maybe trying to make some space for this rotate to come back to him, and there we go, a shot off and gets the kill back onto a 3-on-3.
Thought the nade would have done more damage there at ramp, but not quite. Instead, it's just a free B bomb site. Closest one is Jimmy, who's playing back from window, rotating in through market now. The timing's going to be very awkward, especially because Sausalito not quite able to push up into the site without the support of his other teammates on that op. Presumably try to plant for him. Nice shot from Woxic, only able to get a leg off though. Sama still with enough health, limping away, but allows his team to stay even as the retake's gonna start. Woxic already out of market, close to the smoke. Tech9 gives up the position, but maybe it does just enough to distract Woxic. Kicks it on the back line, shot in the back. Time continues to tick. But the players in Aurora's favor now. It should all be well and good unless Synopsy can pull some magic out of his hat. No way he does it. The one bullet dream, almost a possibility.
So close, a little off to the left there, but he made it. So for that scenario, from what they brought into it, from the early 2 picks from Woxic, down on a 5-on-3, you get a couple more picks, you bring it back to a 3-on-3, you get the bomb plant down even somehow, and bring it down to a 1-on-1 where it's a potential for a 1-tap.
No, most of these rounds have been relatively pretty close. I mean, obviously there was the Jimmy ace, and then there was another round where I believe it was just Bibu trying to save for like a minute into it. But
yeah,
the exception of those 2 rounds, all of these have been coming down to retake situation. Very low numbers for both of these teams. And a change in the default. As we once again see this Zhizhihao roster on mostly pistols, Synopsy Hero Rifle.
I mean, I like the thought process behind it, knowing that you've got this Aurora economy pretty hurt right now, and maybe this Hero AK can make something happen. Obviously, with back with some Tech9s, obviously we've seen the round prior what that can do, but now this position, though, full mid control, Aurora kind of playing a potential for a retake on mid here. We see them starting to line up and look at some things. This Arcadia just jiggling around, looking for some information, and he might be gifted that one in a second. Oh, I think he missed the timing. Nope.
Nothing gained, but heard the noise from the Molotov. Synopsy, very good entry onto the site. But what can the pistols do? What else can be done? Bibu picked up an M4. Final B for not, however. 3v2. Low HP on Woxic. Jimmy hit with a little bit of a dink. Bibu has him trapped. Molotov forces him out, wastes the smoke. But Woxic more than ready to deal with the player pushing in, and now it is just Mini. Position completely known, tries to do a bit of parkour, but ends up breaking his ankle on the attempt.
Well, again, a fairly close round for the investment of 1 rifle. So it is it's looking feasible financially, but obviously now a 4-round lead as we are leading ourselves into another tech pause.
Yeah, if you want to build up to it, I mean, Zhijihao's not doing bad in terms of getting the kills onto the opponents. They've built up their loss bonus now, so they will be getting max loss bonus, bomb plant. Definitely can still justify going in fully invested. Synopsy a little bit down there, but they'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a buy round for them. I mean, it would probably be their yeah, obviously at this point you're down 4 rounds, 6-2. Again, a 6-6 half feasible, but it's looking bleak at the very least. But again, the money for Aurora hasn't quite lifted off to what you would expect them to be with now a 6-2 lead. Everyone else is on Aurora is hovering around 2 to 3K, potentially maybe less even on some of these players. So they're holding them firm financially, not necessarily in the rounds, because they're keeping it close, they're keeping it competitive. Just how long can you keep it competitive where it really becomes viable and it actually starts to show some results?
Just a bit of a tech pause.
Oh.
What is going on? You know, the prospect of the potential of this Aurora lineup, I know it's kind of controversial when you look at it, right? A fully Turkish lineup branching out to international Counter-Strike, and he kind of changed the whole perspective of this team and what this team looks to do in the future, what this team can accomplish, what this team has accomplished. A very respectable lineup. Major choosing to step down from IGLing for the time being. And then Soulfly ultimately cutting out for Jimmy, which you can't really argue with. I mean, Jimmy's on the market.
Yeah.
A player that every team wants.
For good reasons. I mean, right now he sits
he's
11-1 top in the server. He's
ever since
shown
his
this whole
beginning
lineup.
in Mouse, man.
Yeah.
He's been a threat. That's for the better part of at least 2 years now. So it makes sense. And I'm sure Ash is going to work a lot with this roster. Still very new, but Ash will be able to build it to his
Do you think they're a top 8 team right now? Like with this current,
Right
like right
now?
this very second with what you're looking at?
No,
Where'd you
I
put
think
him at?
there's still room to grow. I mean,
top 16
I mean,
standing right now.
I mean, yeah, I'd put him at like a top 10.
Okay.
Like not too far off from like.
I mean, a
where
top
you're
10 in
saying.
the world still.
Yeah, it's basically the same
fantastic for most teams, I feel like. But I feel like with this, you know, what we talk about the floors and the ceilings with this team, I feel like if your floor right now is 10, then I feel like, you know, top 3, 4 is probably where I feel like most teams would want to aim for. A consistent,
It's
like,
just a matter of
semi-final
like this
show.
roster going up against a team like a Falcons, a team like a Vitality. That's where a lot of the communication is going to come in with how does this translate, having to speak a new language.
What languages they switch to?
English.
Okay. Yeah, I can see how that could definitely be a big curveball for, you know, a lot of the core roster that was originally here. So it's I feel like, you know, outside of that maybe potential little language barrier, obviously that's something that, you know, like you said, give them, you know, what'd you say, 1 to 3 months pretty much is the time span you see where they actually like start peaking a little bit more here. I feel like that is a very fair and very viable option for a whole team to shift language and shift a whole potential train of thought. I feel like that is a fair assessment from you.
Well, I do know that Woxic has been in English-speaking teams in the past, and Zantares was on big. I'm not sure if I
assuming
imagine they were probably
Mouse
still
when Jimmy
speaking
was on, it wasn't
German. No, Mouse was English.
They were?
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
But I see a timer ticking down. I see a timer ticking down, and I see an opportunity to get back into the action. 6-2 Aurora lead GJ How. And unless the GJ Plow comes out, it's going to be a rough half.
Maybe showing signs of the old VP. Not really, probably. But there is always, you know, that fun scenario we can give him that nickname. We can bring it back. I just not sure if it's going to be against Aurora, because Aurora are looking very strong right now. And out of the handful of rounds, the 2 literally that GG How currently have, it has been Aurora and
I thought Woxic was going to take the shot out, but the nade blows the smoke.
He'd rather just put it in style instead.
Such a nice little shot there. Zatars gets smoked out, able to spot one beforehand. Synopsy brought down low, and nade, I don't think it's going to be able to finish him off. Instead brings him down even lower. Mini climbs his way up. Zantar is fully aware of the possibility of this.
Sausanito taking a little bit of gamble by being pushed forward from that molly. He's going to wait for that smoke to start spreading out and make his way up con, or just hold firm and play for the rotates here as the bomb is making its way up through apps currently. Mini sticking around. It's kind of 4 players. If they can get this kill, and Ibu does, this leaves a fairly open-ish site where they can have a chance, but actually, that I kind of like the call. I think they might be overthinking a little. I think they're a little slow to commit to something. I think they're gambling on what Sausanito right now finds, which is a kill.
The exact kill they needed as well. Now they bomb site completely wide open. Mini able to dispatch at the opper. Picks it up for himself. And immediately I would assume the troop should be called off, but still want to go for this. Zantares. Very nice shot. Still full HP. Acadia, not so as much. Only 32 for him.
Oh no.
If Zantares catches out Sausanito here, then there's a real possibility to try to go for this. 2v2.
80 is so far away though.
long rotation, but never counts on Taurus out of a round. People who've done that have been sorely mistaken, as it's all up to Synopsy. Maybe the brain of the IGL could be big enough right now to finish the round up. A headshot leaves Ducati out as Antares forced to flee. Tuck tail getaway, my friend. Synopsy most likely to go up with the bomb. But either way, Jijihao do find their third.
Once that con player fell, I was like, oh no. Everything's going to turn around. I mean, that is a round out of nowhere. And I like I said, that slight hesitation early on where they got that kill on ramp and then they started to move a little bit and then they were thinking about B site, which I mean, overall right call to make, and it was a great position. It's just a little bit quicker. I think in things like, you know, maybe that little miscommunication gives them that extra step up where maybe they don't have to lose another player too. Maybe it doesn't have to come into a scenario where you have to put a player into a 1v2 with 16 HP.
Oh, maybe it comes into a scenario where you call a little bit of a timeout.
Yeah.
Second one called for Aurora. Once again, both the coaches a bit of a chance to talk.
That's money for Aurora too. And it's now kind of hit a pretty dramatic wall.
Yeah. Ducati forced to be down on the MP9. But you still got the op out on Woxic. You still got rifles on the likes of Zantares and Jimmy.
Well, some of these players are going to be missing some head armor, so maybe these Galils can still have that effective one tap that, since they had to take that little bit of a downgrade. But it's the utility for Jijihao that might come back to bite them. Like we said, they've been great on getting this bomb plant down. It's the defensive hold, setup, potential usage of utility afterwards that might be a little bit of an issue here. As a good labored spray, can't quite get the kill, but it is going to be Synopsy to eventually land a shot, get the kill. And it's a 4-on-4, and it's a little bit of a sloppy one right now.
Dixon also low HP, as well as the likes of Osama's. But a good take to allow yourself the space within mid. A lot of room to work with. Smoke fades at the bottom of connector. Woxic doesn't have a line on anyone quite yet. Smoke grenade sent over towards the top of that connector. Claudia blocks it, but not going to make much of a real difference. As the T's start to set up towards B. Two-player setup for Aurora. Does mean that it should be a strong hold. Being careful to clear out as much as they possibly can. Jimmy once again. A superstar already multiple times this map. Maybe one more time. It needs to be done. First spray down a low HP player, but immediately Bibu responds and now kicks in. How long can he go uncleared? How long can he go unnoticed? Will Mini be able to make quick work of Muscadio with the MP9? Get the advantage over the AK. Low HP on all the players for Aurora, but Woxic doesn't care. Op only needs one shot. And it leaves just Synopsy. Making his way up through Cat. 6 seconds left. Even if he tries to plant the bomb, there's no way he doesn't go down for it. Kicks in, closes it out. Reminds Jijihao of who's in charge, and it's 7-3.
Well, the duels almost went the way early on there. It was a good call, and I like the lurk going in through connector. It did kind of come out on a little sloppy that actually didn't work out. The call was good. The execution, a little lackluster. Right there, that's the exact one I was talking about. Mini falling a little short on that one. Woxic, yeah. Yeah, I mean, every shot he's seemingly hit thus far has been a nice shot. And sitting at 9-3, maybe, will he hit the run boosted player? Let's see. I say yes.
Bated breath. Will the run boost come out? Over the smoke? No, it won't. Instead, just a normal boost. Wukadia opens up the round as the smoke gets blown. It's almost a Sausanito frag, but not quite enough power behind it. Scrambled, the T's look elsewhere. The bomb walks straight into the loving arms of Kixin. Oh, maybe not. I don't know if Kix is going to let him get away. Depends on the timing. M4 able to shoot a few shots and take one more down with it. And again, Jijihao scrambling at this point. See if maybe he could try to put something together, but not looking too hopeful.
Sausalito trying to make a move up through mid here. Thankfully, just gets missed by Wacadia as he paces his way towards mid, looks away, and somehow almost gets the kill, but Osamas recovers at the very last second, gets the kill. But again, very low HP, 22 and 17. Jimmy clotheslines one, and he's looking for one more. Osamas last alive. Not anymore there as Kixon gets the remainder. And what I have to really say about this roster from Aurora is the potential for individual plays is through the roof. I mean, GG How have a team potential for upset, but it's hard to break that ceiling and that wall down when you have huge individual performances at any point in time here from Aurora. Obviously, you look at Jimmy, look at Woxic, you look at Kixon. It doesn't matter who you look at. They're a problem.
There are a lot of question marks, and I do understand it, but I think just on paper, you look at this roster, and it's full of superstars from different places, different walks of life. But at the end of the day, people that damn well know how to play Counter-Strike, and
it's an all-star team.
That's just something you can't look away from. Will they reach the heights of the previous Aurora lineup? Who knows? I mean, that's a tall task to live up to, because that is multiple final appearances, that is major playoffs, you know, that is consistency being at the top level of Tier 1.
And on paper, this is that kind of team, too. It's just whether or not it clicks quick enough.
On paper, I think this team's better.
Okay. Respect.
Just gonna put it out there. That's it. No one hate. Wacadia scoped up in the apartments. Easy shot for the first. I doubt will be tested anymore in the apartments, as this is the last round of play in the first half. Woxic good for another.
Oh,
just the ops doing all the work.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you said earlier, the importance of the op. And they're showing it through and through here. Woxic finds himself a second, now 11-3. Jimmy from behind finds the last, and a decisive 9-3, where early on it looked like really good. You know, it was 3-3, rounds were being traded, the other rounds even lost were close, and then Aurora paused and everything went straight up for them. And the polar opposite for GG How, and you know, close rounds weren't even a thing anymore. It was lopsided, which is kind of what we expected, maybe a little bit. Maybe I got my hopes up the first 6 rounds. Mixture of everything.
I'll tell you this, I mean, something's got to click for GG How. Because again, next up is Anubis.
And I mean, Mini's quiet. Granted, he hasn't quite had the op yet. But again, having to contest with Woxic.
And Osamas has been showing a bit of struggles, just trying to control the spray in the beginning of the game. Time to wake up. Time to shake out the cobwebs, you know, but
I really want GG How to at least take a map so we can say it wasn't a fluke for a Spirit. It was just what it was.
Flukes don't exist. At the end of the day,
but someone
better team in the situation deserves to win, and that's how it is. And we're going to have to see who deserves to win right now, as the pistol round is live for the second half, and it is a gathering within the Palace for the side of Aurora. Synopsis dual Berettas, that can play spoiler for sure. Just a matter about when and where. Will the other pieces of Aurora be able to connect? As there is some pressure towards mid now coming in. No one holding directly. Instead, just a sole player at the top of connector. Smoke goes down on Sausalito. Meanwhile, Synopsis dual Berettas, not even a chance in the round.
Jimmy. He can't keep getting away with this, but he will, actually. He is still alive, yet to take a single point of damage. And he's just been on tear. Unstoppable, confident, challenging everything. And Sausalito, well then, they just kind of walk past each other and no one notices a thing. But this is actually another lurk coming through. We're seeing this play kind of consistent from both sides. They put a player out towards connector, and then they kind of just swing it on around. And right now, GG How, they're in the right position.
Yeah, it's going to have to be an explosion out on B. Sausalito does get the better of Kixon, and now noise being made on B. 20 seconds left. It has to be fast and furious. Bibu, first one to go down. Zantaris waiting for Osamas to peek. Meanwhile, Mini from the bench making good work. The USPs outclass the Glocks in the current moment. And an explosive, decisive pistol round for GG How.
2 out of 2 pistols. Well, we know the strong suit here for this squad. And it's the Pistols. They can kind of swing with the big boys.
Yeah, well,
and they will.
See how the
everything else goes.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't seem like Aurora's too interested in investing in this round, so
Nah, it's a gamble not worth. I mean, you cripple yourself pretty early if you do, and take it for what it is. You didn't get the bomb plant. You got, what, 1-2 kills out of it? Money's not there. No need to force it, but Jimmy's going to force in a deagle.
heavy presence towards B. As surely just some sort of explosive hit comes out, try to overwhelm. No utility to speak of. Gonna have to be some clean shots from Jimmy. Another smoke to delay.
Boost from Bibu in a good position with this MP9. Should make pretty light work of the armorless Glocks. And Saucinier throws some shots down the hallway. Maybe baits out a little bit of a peek. And that smoke fades and things are looking like it's about to speed up here. Jimmy leading this charge with Deagle, but quietly, methodically crouching, aiming up, waiting for the jump spot, but nothing will come to fruition just yet. As long as Bibu holds this line, he should be good for a couple.
Yeah, 30 seconds left. Only a matter of time. Maybe Bibu can perform the same magic that Jimmy once did. Now, first one down. MP9 continues to spray, backed up by Saucinito. A full house between the two.
That felt like a Jimmy ace almost.
Except for...
2 other kills.
Yeah. I was trying to think of a nice way to word it.
It just wasn't. It just wasn't. But still, that's rounds on the board, and that's 2 in a row. But this is kind of the same scenario we saw in the first half. It's hard to say it'll be pretty much the same showing this time around. Now the rifles are in play for Aurora. Mini's got the op, and this is a good early investment that's needed.
You got something to talk about now, and that's the most important thing.
It does seem like Aurora will start lining up some utility. Again, that maybe potential lurk out from Acadia. Maybe going to throw out some utility or something, but instead it will just be Aurora throwing the very basic, normal setup that we see for the A take. Nothing special unless Mini can get a shot here, but actually he gets timing by the flash. Synopsy waiting on the edge of that smoke over towards that bench position. They make their way out far onto sight, and Synopsy spraying in finds himself at least a double, looking for maybe a little more. He's got his eyes peered and ready over towards Palace.
Foxy gonna walk straight into the crosshair as well. All 3 kills collected for the IGL right now, but Acadia might be able to play spoiler, might be able to catch a timing. Bibu, he's holding for this, however. Always looming around a corner with the MP9. Question is, does Wakadia clear it? Maybe Wakadia can catch a shoulder, but not quite at all. Once again, Bibu plays spoiler, and Jimmy, he saves.
That was a solid hold there. Obviously, Synopsy finding, what, a triple out of that one? So, off the back of some dire individual performances right now, 3-round lead. I mean, it is still a 3-round lead for Aurora, but denying bomb plant, denying kills, we're looking at a T-side economy that's struggling to get started early, which is the exact kind of position you want to be in if you're GG How. You want to hold them back a little, make sure Woxic sure as hell can't have that op early on, because that will be one of the key factors of a loss for you.
Yeah, and everyone stalled out at about 3K, so you can't imagine too much investment is going to come in. Maybe some utility, some pistols around the saved Galil, but Synopsy, perfect timing for that spray to come through. Able to line up 2 opponents, find one more. And don't forget to clear your corners.
Yeah, especially on a map like this. That's the hard part. So many places to clear and so little time. But we do have to clean things up. If you are Aurora, before this one starts running away, you do have a lead, but for how much longer? The Tech 9s, the armor is out. And obviously, Jimmy on the saved rifle. Gonna try and have to make a play here towards mid with, again, Wakadia lurking his way around towards apps once more.
Dangerous game to play with the op in such a forward position. Falls back because of the Molotov. And a chance for Kixon to strike. Tech9 not able to find one before shot in the back, but Jimmy, a spray transfer almost. 2 for 2. Zantares, one of the most precarious positions you could be in. Wakadia too clean with it. And all of a sudden, the favor lies in Aurora's field. Sausalito doesn't spot anything out. Wakadia, suspicious of a rotation. Doesn't know the Synopsy crossed, however. He's gonna walk straight with his knife out. Woxic stops planning. Enough time to pull the barrel of the op out. Around the corner, dancing. The micro adjustment just enough to rip a head off. And now Sausalito up in the catwalk. Bomb still not planted. Digits do get punched in now. A good post plant from Zantares, completely not needed. As Woxic, too smart for that. Very aware of the rotation coming in.
I mean, Synopsy had the read on it too. He was in such a good position, and obviously trying to clear out Woxic once he has that scavenge op is hard. Hard to do.
One of the most difficult things you can do is dancing around a pillar. You don't know which side someone's going to come from. It's just going to be a matter of who's holding the right spot at the right time, you know?
It is. It's a coin flip scenario. And at that point, Aurora won. They did hit double digits, now 10-6. It will be a full buy for both sides, but GG How lacking the utility. Zantares opens up a nice little headshot there. Bibu plays a little aggressive towards underpass. Synopsy next to fall.
Down to the hands of Kixon. Kixon and Zantares doing good work in the beginning stages of this round. Sausalito a bit curious towards Cat. Very curious towards Cat. Where the positioning, but the potential for a trade's going to be right there. He has 2 bodies. Up right down and a flick onto Kixon as well. Bomb down by his feet. Although low HP, such powerful information, such powerful positioning, until getting a little too excited. Allows Jimmy to cleanly execute him. And although they do have to waste time to reclaim the bomb, make sure everything's all clear, Aurora still should be in a comfortable enough position to not really have to sweat much. Especially as they go down mid, presumably into the connector. Op of Mini holding a sight line. Samas, Molotov, positioning all should be known now. Does Mini get cleared out? Does Mini hit his shot? It misses, and now he's forced back by flames. Spray through the smoke, not able to land anything, not even enough bullets to try. Gets answered by the other side. And there's no way you go for this. A save comes in once more, Aurora knocking on map 1's door. 11 rounds.
That was Mini's chance, man.
It was, and unfortunate timing, you know.
That was, the door was wide open for him to, I mean, he even got one there in that scenario. It at least leaves it in a reasonable scenario where
and there's not as much weight on Osama's hands as well.
Yeah, and I feel like maybe, just maybe in some form or fashion that helps him maybe mentally. Obviously, he's struggling right now at 4-11, and you need everything you can get to maybe just light something under you to get going. But we're now at an 11-6 game, and if you're Mini, it might just be a little too late. I mean, not necessarily just Mini, but GG How as a whole. I mean, you just have Sausalito, he's 13-12, and Bibu at 12-13. Everyone else is well below that mark of even close to being breaking even.
Well, the final timeout will come in for GG How. And one last chance to try to make a stance, although the stance is going to be frail. Not perfect all around. A good start to the round. Zantares more than ready for the aggression. And credit to Sausalito, a huge play that really opened up the round, but just a bit too aggressive once you get into the T-apps.
I mean, the only thing I think he can think of is he saw, you know, obviously Woxic jumping up towards those boxes. Maybe he was thinking he was kind of off on his lonesome, maybe lurking, and it was more of him trying to make a move somewhere else. But it's a gambling scenario, and it paid off for at least 2 kills. It was just a follow-up. It didn't quite pan out. And now we're back to good old-fashioned execute coming through here. Aurora throw out some smokes. start divvying out the mollies and start to speed things up.
And this is completely segregated the CTs off of the A-bomb site. Everyone stuck behind smoke. So Mac-10 finds the first victim. Synopsy close. Famas could catch a player off guard, but instead, SMG still reigns supreme. Minizop approaches, but for any kill that Gigi Hao is able to get, it's just an immediate trade from Aurora, and that happened in almost every single round this game.
Fully lounged. Oh,
and Mini called out.
That Mac-10 is
That's
just
the worst thing that could possibly happen.
Maybe one more. Bibo last up, and maybe he falls victim to this Mac-10 too. He does, actually. Kixon with a quad in the round, and now we are on to map points. And this is a pretty strong showing.
I feel like this is the showing that Aurora needed, you know?
Yeah.
Obviously, as we said multiple times, beginning of a new roster, some question marks, some things to get used to, some kinks to iron out, but you need to have the confident victories in the situation where on paper you should have the confident
Win where
victories.
you win.
Yes. You need to win when you're supposed to win. And this is Aurora handling business at the end of the day. You know, Gigi Hao still a chance to fight back. It is only a 6-round difference, but the weaponry doesn't make you too confident about it. And Wakadia just creeps up. Zantaris finds a head. Woxic, it might be all she wrote here on Mirage.
I pointed out that they dropped the bomb, but yeah, he literally said to me like, they don't need it. But you're right. You are firmly right. They took 1 point of damage in that whole execute. 1 point. Donnie, that is an impressive showing if you're Aurora. A 13-6 on Gigi Hao's map pick.
So impressive, I had to sprint my way right back here. I started walking, I was taking a nice leisurely time, and those last couple of rounds caught me off guard. Look, taking care of business here for Aurora, looking strong. This is exactly what we expected, to be quite frank, and they delivered.
Yeah, we were just talking about that towards the end of the game. Aurora's in a situation where they need to get the confident wins on paper where they're supposed to get the confident wins, and in this situation, that's the exact matchup you have. You have a Aurora roster that should be looking forward at this Gigi Hao roster saying, we are the better team. We need to come here. We need to win our way, and they got it done.
They got it done. Simple as that. Individuals looking sharp, team play looking sharp. Some moments, I think, for Gigi Hao. I mean, I'm thinking about that Sausalito walk-up dagger through middle. That was pretty neat, a lot of those moments. But the complete picture, it did just look like a different weight class.
Yeah, I mean, the rounds that we saw Gigi Hao actually win and start getting some momentum really based off of, the sole fact that they won both opening pistols, which is, a big matchup for them to win, but the full capitalization wasn't there after that at that point.
And let's talk about Jimmy. He was, 11-1 at one point? I mean, just an absolute rock that they could not move in that first half.
An ace early on that really cemented everything that was going to come following afterwards. And on the side of Gigi Hao, I mean, as you mentioned, Sausalito, some very good moments throughout that. Synopsy also having a few multi-kill rounds that were impactful in the moment, but the question of if Mini and Osamas were ever able to get online didn't come to fruition. Osamas very much so struggling in a lot of ranged fights, especially in mid, trying to get the sprays down. Mini, even though the op wasn't always in his hand, when it was, very, very hit or miss. And Gigi Hao definitely need to look back at this game and kind of just say, all right, loss happened. Next game, we need to wake up individually. We need to have a different mindset going into it and just try to complete the underdog story that they already started.
I mean, look, I think, again, we're just kind of entering the inevitable reality of this right now, which is that Gigi Hao, as exciting as it is for them that they made it through the last chance qualifier, that they won their opening BO1 against Spirit. Crazy. Give them all their laurels. But this is not a team with the depth to ordinarily be competing at this level against this caliber of teams, right? This is a huge jump for them. And it was going to be interesting to see if they could do it, but this is the Mirage where they did upset Spirit, so now you gotta be thinking the window is closing here on Gigi Hao.
It's pretty much closed at this point, I think. I mean, you had Woxic dropping some crazy numbers, some great plays, and it was never at any point matched by Mini. Mini was silent at the... I think he ended with maybe 5 or 6 kills. on a good day for him right now. That's not what he needs to bring to the table against this kind of caliber of team. You need to be the one to step up and maybe challenge at the very least or help get an opening pick. Instead, it was kind of him falling to the wayside early on.
And in all honesty, you know, a 13-6 game after winning both pistols, it kind of feels a lot worse than even a normal 13-6 would, because you had the opportunity early on to try to take advantage. The first pistol round, you lost the immediate round afterwards from a force buy from Aurora. And then there was a conversion in the second half, but that conversion really led to nothing.
One of the things I'm really curious about, and we're going to get into it when we get into the next map, is what does Anubis look like for this Aurora? It was the decider in the M80 game. They didn't need it. So we haven't seen it here at the Esports World Cup yet. And obviously, the previous Aurora was one of the best Anubis teams in the world. They loved that map, especially in earlier iterations of it, just dominant. It was a stalwart of a lot of different Aurora playoff runs, big campaigns. So I'm very curious to see what the Kixan-led Aurora looks like on Anubis, and if that strong form just carries through. Now, I'll be honest, I think even if they've taken a step back on the map, it is still going to be a very tough test for Gigi Hao to triumph. But I am actually just very curious to see if there's any radical shifts to the approach of what Aurora wants to do here.
Part of me would almost hope that it's a bit of a plug and play almost, at least for the current time being, until the full system of Kixan and Ash is able to just fully get implemented. It is going to be different, especially on that T side with the calling. That's going to be the biggest thing of how that change approaches. But especially on the CT side, hopefully you just have Jimmy hunker down some sites. For the most part, just play it how you would in the previous iteration, as long as the players are comfortable. And yeah, I think Aurora, even if they do take a step back, they're more than fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the end of this day. What you're going to need for Gigi Hao, let's paint the picture. Let's say this is how it happens. Everybody turns into the absolute greatest version of themselves, pound for pound, as a player that you can do. Firepower-wise, that's what you need. Second version, your B game is not going to cut it here. Everybody needs to be hitting their A game, and you need to hope Aurora stub their toes on the way back to the stage. Kixan, those are nice numbers. I mean, really, we could have picked anybody over the other Aurora side, and it would have been just fine. So yeah, I think you're hoping that somebody maybe like bangs their mouse hand in the door walking into a green room or something. Maybe, you know, walks trips. I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. I really don't see the window for Gigi Hao.
No, I don't think at any point there is a window or even access into this map either. I mean, I feel like we're going to see pretty much a reciprocation of what we've just seen at this point. 13-6 on the good end here if they can win these opening pistols, which I can't imagine at any point Aurora go 0 for 4 in opening pistols. Maybe there is a chance, but
now that we've said this, I cannot wait to be back here ready for map number 3, because Gigi Hao are going to be the greatest team since sliced bread, and Aurora, a reminder, finalists of last year's Esports World Cup, will turn into a pumpkin. I'm not sure how that's going to happen, but we've done it. We've done it as a desk, so surely that's what comes next. We'll be into that map after this break. Welcome back to Counter-Strike here on the B stream at the Esports World Cup. We have another map to play, at the very least, potentially 2. If the unthinkable happens and GG How find a way to triumph over Aurora on Anubis. But we are headed to Anubis. It's the home turf of Aurora, and we built it up nicely before the break. The road is very rocky for old GG How.
Yeah, the road is very rocky, but I've done a little bit of research on the Anubis of GG How. It did come out twice during the qualifier, the open qualifier for this event. They did suffer a very close loss to Sangal, 13-11, and they did pick up a win against Phantom, 13-11. Going back a little bit further than that, they beat the likes of Basement Boys, which I mean is not a by no means a bad task at all. Basement
the boys of the basement.
Strong team. So there is a history of this map being played, although it being a very short history, it's at least recent enough that there is something going into this map.
Now you've built a resume of those particular teams. I'm going to ask you a question based on that resume.
Yeah.
Give me a number projection here. Rounds.
6.
6 for GG How.
Yeah, 6.
Okay.
4.
That's even more rough.
Yeah, I mean, this is telling the story that I wanted to, which is that, yes, they have played the map, but when you consider the caliber of teams that they're playing, when you consider the names on the other side, when you consider the tournaments that they're competing in, where they're playing the Anubis and how close it is there, well, that's like, you know, going a few rounds with an amateur boxer and then being like, I could take Mike Tyson in his prime. This is the Mike Tyson of Anubis, or at least it was, and I really want to see if Aurora still have that mean right hook.
I mean, I can't imagine it just suddenly dwindles away when you still have like a strong core of your roster left from that. You know, at the end of the day, it's Anubis. I mean, this is a tall tale of success from this squad on this map. I can't imagine they're going to listen, guys. We made a handful of changes. Our best map, we don't want to play anymore. We just don't really want to practice. It's going to be the same showing, maybe a little less. Later on down the road, it might actually be their best map by a large margin in comparison maybe to their old roster, but still, it's going to be a strong showing.
I think that's absolutely true, but I think that for the fans watching at home, one of the most interesting things you can look at from this map is what Aurora are trying to do here. If there's any sort of difference that Kicksun's bringing in, if they're going with some of the old staples, what they want to do, where they're shifting players around, that's one of the threads to watch here, because, well, let's be honest, our expectation is that this one could be quick.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to think that Kicksun and Ash are taking a lot of influence from the core of the Turkish players still left over from that original roster, especially on this map. You know, there is a culture that was already built in that team. There's a system that was already built in that team. And Major, to his credit, very good. But we're going to have to find out if that is true, because it's time to get into map 2.
It is, but before we do, one more statement. You said they've got a culture.
Yes.
You know what a strong culture can give you? What? Great cheese, and we're in France, land of cheese. So without that, I will not cut the cheese, and I will leave you gentlemen to it.
Oh,
that was an impressive throw.
That was a beautiful way for Mike to leave the desk, and
I thought it was going to be something statistical, with something different, but I should have expected that.
I think that was a lot better. I loved it. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, potentially the final map of the day. Once more, Aurora take on GG How. Kicks in 2 very quick kills, although immediately answered back. So not as bad as it could have been. Mid control fully taken. A double setup outside of A, trying to tap away the players that have pushed through mid. 1 for 1 once more. Bomb picked up through that smoke. Could have been disastrous for a moment if the bomb went any further, but it allows a chance to reset. It allows a flow of the map to take place. GG How, in all honesty, have decent control of the situation, although Wakadia not able to land the shots. Information gathered. The fallback through mid has happened. And that does force Bit of a pushback from Woxic, who was curious about rotating over to CT, but now plants himself on that A bomb side, and that's exactly where the bomb looks to go.
You either have to deal with Wakadia or Woxic. Either way, it's going to be a rough one, but at least you can have the potential for trades here. You have the player advantage, but they might just get timing by themselves at this point. Woxic actually doubles back, looks for the information play, and everything's actually rotating perfectly for GG How to at least get to the bomb site. Whether it gets planted depends on whether or not Wakadia walks his way back towards site. He's going to spot out Mini, and the Dolly's come through, finds the shot towards Mini. Now Bibu forcing this bomb down, getting at least that money, tries to take the fight before the Dollies can clear that gap in space, but he's down to just 18 points of health, and the mean men on the CT side are slowly encroaching on his site.
At least you get the bomb plant in the round, a chance to do a little bit more. The Glock can still be quite deadly, especially a shot to the head, close range. Dubreta's not able to do anything, and the reload almost came out, but fret not. Everything's cool. Wakadia closed it out.
That is Aurora's first pistol.
Hey, round of applause there.
Well, that was the only capitalizing factor GG How had on map 1.
I mean, to be fair, even when they won the pistol the first half, they didn't get the round after, so the fact that they won both pistols...
Hey, Donnie, I don't want to be the positive one here, so come on, play a role.
A timeout. A positive note for GG How.
Oh. Huh.
Talk about what they want to do. I mean, you got the bomb plant, so you have a choice of how much you want to invest into this round. It does seem like, from the scraps that are put together right now, it is the full investment. Rifle, SMG, pistols. And Aurora, you know, like Mike was saying on the desk, this is going to be a really interesting map just to watch what is different. How are the pieces going to work in this new system? Jimmy coming from a team that played Penny of Anubis in its time. Kixin also not unfamiliar with this map. Get a shot of the sandy shores. It is time to reload and relock because the game's live. No more timeout. See if the pistols and the other subpar weaponry are able to get any real damage. Sama's for sure going to find some damage, but not the way he wanted to. Instead, it's him getting traded down.
Oh.
And good space to be taken. Tech9 able to overwhelm. Zantaro's pushed through the smoke. Not finding a kill where he wanted it. Mini Synopsy brought down so low. A sneeze on them could have taken it out. Instead, it was the rest of the bullets in the clip. And now we're looking at Bibu.
Maybe in this scenario, he gets one more on Kixin if he's lucky, but no. The FAMAS comes in, he finds himself a quick double, and it would seem like for about 2 to 3 seconds down in that mid area, there was a good chance GG How could have just kind of ran into that site, maybe even overwhelmed and overpowered Woxic as he missed that first opening shot through the jump, but Jimmy obviously supporting, eventually does follow up with the op, it does get the kill. But, you know, again, little flashes and glimmers of what little hope there may be.
Or maybe great hope.
Yeah, sure. We can go that route. What are you hopeful for, Donnie? They're going to win this round? Can they do it?
Well, it all depends on how long they wait for this hit. Clearly geared up towards B. There are 3 CTs there right now. Killidian misses the mark. And a bit more traded over to Jimmy as he looks to lock it down. But a rotation from Kixin might allow a bit of a gap. One immediately defending the bomb site. The back corner. Jimmy, of course, is going to be good for at least one. Not too hungry for much more, though. Playing it safe. Respecting his opponents only for the time being because 2 more will meet their maker. And Woxic, easiest shot of his life. Leaves it to Bibu once more. Lonely, lonely Bibu.
I don't think Jimmy's lost for map 1, if I'm being honest with you. He's looking still pretty crispy. The Bibu taking this fight. Finds one. It's a kill off towards Kixin, but I think it's all come to a foregone conclusion, and Woxic again closes that one out with a shot of 3-0 start here, but we're at least seeing the rifles being brought in this time. We're seeing not only Aurora winning these rounds right now, but we're seeing access denied to sites. We've seen one bomb plant this far, but now it's from Pistol.
And as it goes further, I mean, a lot of this, there's a very big chance for Jimmy, I feel like, is the narrative of this Aurora story.
Yeah.
Of course, you have an Aurora lineup that looks to go international, looks to aim higher, but I'll wait for after this play to come through until I finish that thought. 2 for 1. GG How player advantage for the first time within this map. B bomb site completely vacated. There is interest to that connector route. A lot of util exchanged in mid, but no one there for either side. Instead, the rotations come right in time for the CTs. Utility comes out, clear indication of the hit coming underway. Synopsy burning the Molotov, kicks in, can't get a gap. And Jimmy, as he's stuck behind the smoke, it's time to call the save. GG How do very good with the opening kills, getting the player advantage early on, able to finish out the wrong strong. And to my point about Jimmy, of course this Aurora roster looks to see what they can do internationally, but this is also kind of Jimmy's chance to prove that, you know, he's grown up in the scene. You know, it's time for him to kick the Mouse narrative out and make a real name for himself. Obviously one of the best players on that team, a player that was touted for so long for having so much potential, did hit that potential, had a bit of rocky roads there towards the end of his tenure. But now it's really time to see what a player of his caliber can bring to another roster. So far, starting out quite strong.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's surrounded by the players that can bring him that success and elevate him. And he himself, I feel like, can elevate the roster as a whole, too, as we've seen as well. I mean, if you can elevate players like Woxic and Wakadia, then I think you're in a real good position to really make a name for yourself and show to the people that Mouse wasn't my peak. This is the new me. I'm better than ever.
Well, it is time for more gun action. As GG How did lock their first on the board. But Aurora able to buy back due to the saved weaponry. And Woxic. Excellent shot for the opening kill.
6-0 for that man. He's still looking for his first death, as he's going to try and obviously avoid that one for as long as physically possible. Maybe if GG How can capitalize on this round, maybe get some kills, can actually chip away at the CT economy. We're already seeing it kind of in the lower ends here. And Kixon's going to take a fight. Synopsis gets tagged by the Molly and avoids the follow-up nade. They clear out that E-box position. Actually forced right back into it again.
Yeah, but far safer this time around, as no immediate threat looms over his head. Continues to aggress. Spots out Synopsy. Damage done makes him retreat, meet up with the teammates. Gets stationed over towards A. 30 seconds left on this clock as it continues to kick down. Woxic up close with the op. Needs to find one and then fall back, doesn't shoot! Ooh, the timing could have been far worse there. Able to stay alive for the time being. And one shot on any of these opponents would do so much work. It is traded back. And Mini, strong play in through mid. Kadia get any impact before the flank finds him. Instead, it's Synopsy. Down from the staircase. Great pre-firing on that angle. Waiting for the player to come in. Smoke down into main. Misses the mark a little bit. Zantares doesn't spot Bibu out. This is a GG How that look primed to take another round, but as it's a 2-on-2, there's still a chance to strike. There's still a chance to get into the bomb site, especially if Synopsy misses a shot like that. Now it's only Mini. Bomb planted for him, but can't convert any of the kills. Another heartbreak for GG How.
Saw that reaction from Mini too. hand straight to head, realizing he had everything in front of him. And they were in a very good position to get the trades. It was just that op missed shot that really just gave everything over.
And a lot of these rounds have ended in heartbreak fashion. You know, you get so close, you get down to the narrow post plant situations.
We've seen it in map 1 quite a few times that first half.
You can't break through at the end of it. And it forces you to call a timeout once more. Second timeout taken in the first 5 rounds.
I mean, Mini's doing substantially better.
That is true.
And I mean, that's a sign of life. But again, it's the whole roster. This isn't an individual performance team where they're capable of carrying and being, you know, bringing up the rest of the team with them. You need everyone to be their best form. Everyone needs that 110% to shut down this Aurora squad. And I don't think they have that much gas left in the tank.
Only time can tell, however. Once again, the clock ticks down. We hit 0. It's time to shake it off. Clock back into another 9 to 5 shift. No one aggresses on the op angle early on.
Oh, I like this information play towards a main. Bibu might be able to be gifted one here if he can catch one off. Maybe. Oh, Mini actually back to the support here. He's going to find it. Bibu actually gets a kill off towards Zantares. Sausanito might get... Oh, that smoke. From our screen, it's hard to see because of the x-ray, but that looked like he saw something there for a split second. But no reaction, no shot. He does get mollied off the angle. And Osamas... Oh, he's going to think better of it.
You don't have to be too aggressive. You don't have to play too risky. You have the player advantage. Instead, Aurora, the one that's forced to play with fate a little bit. Get some information somewhere. Oh, he needs to clear the close angle. Doesn't do so in time. At least Woxic is there for a rebuttal. But unfortunately for the side of Aurora, it's Jimmy by himself. A hit wants to come into B. So much fire spread across all over the bomb site. He's backed up by Kixon now. Pushes forward just a little bit. The pillar blocks the vision. It's perfect, but not perfect enough. A 1-on-2. Bibu, very low HP. Woxic, op in his hand. The gun that he prefers. He has to be very clean with these 2 kills if he wants to go for it. A silent drop. The position still not known. Tech 9 comes out. That could be good for the low HP player. Bibu dances around the pillar. He does get caught. And Woxic needs to push through. Woxic needs to get aggressive. He's getting flanked from behind. And that's the chance for Mini to shine. 6-4 start for him. Far better than on the previous. We see a GG Hao roster that's still fired up. No matter the results of the first map, still giving everything they got every round. Still with a positive outlook.
Jimmy almost played that to perfection there, honestly.
Honestly, he did play it to perfection. It's just he got caught out.
Yeah. I mean, he was in a really great position towards that E-box, moved
Made
up.
off a Kixon.
He line-of-sighted the T's really, really well there. Kind of played off his teammate, waited for him to pace by, realizing that, oh, we killed the guy in E-box, and that's probably the guy in E-box, and he at least got one out of it. Sadly, one was all he got out of it. Needed just a little bit more. But Mini coming in the clutch there, now 6-4 as he starts to climb into this one. Him and Bibu are like 6-6 for himself. So, again, there is some life left in this roster and in this squad, but only down 2 rounds now.
Speaking of life left, Zantares 0-5 start, uncharacteristically slow for him.
Well, we tout as potentially one of their best maps.
Oh, there's still a chance to prove that it's the best map.
Yeah.
Zantares, not the best performance so far. Mini misses a shot. Information gained, but no gunfight to be taken for Kadia. Thinks better of it. Instead, just try to delay. Bibu gonna have a lot in his face. The AK prime to the right angle, a boost up. Oh, it's getting awkward. The op misses. Jimmy, at least able to pick it up as he retreats and puts a smoke on that doorway to allow the nuisance to fall away.
Bibu just going to stick around for a little while, but I think with that audible sound he made. He's going to backpedal. He grew up with the rest of the team. Split towards mid, there's a potential. We do see that bomb slowly encroaching towards that mid territory, leaving the lurk of Osamas off towards A main.
Well, maybe a lurk no more, as it does seem the team wants to do a bit of a split in here. Pressure in through water. 2 players outside B main. Jihao doing a great job to play the clock right now. Make the CTs uncomfortable. About face straight back towards B. The bomb.
I think they're playing themselves a little bit here.
Not happy with it. Timing can still come through, but it depends on how the CTs play it. That's not going to help when Jimmy and Kingston both able to get a couple of kills. Osamas loses the long-range fight to the SMG, and all you got to do is hide. So little time to try to get this activated. Jimmy close range with the op, plays it like a shotgun, able to fall back and sprayed through the smoke. Kicks in, closes out beautifully. 5-2, Aurora still steam on ahead.
I will say the early round calls are pretty on point here, I feel like, for GG How, all things considered in this scenario. It's that mid-round where they're deciding where they want to go. They've got an opening here or there, Bebo obviously getting that pick, and then it's just kind of left the question, what do we do now? And it feels like more often than not, it just kind of falls apart visually.
We'll see if this one can fall apart, as it is just a complete grouping in towards B. A fast hit comes out. Jimmy tries to spray. Good damage, but not quite enough. Instead, it's Kingston. 3 kills for him. Zantaris, a fast rotation in. The bomb drops right in front of him. Spray down. Almost able to connect with 2, and he does in the end. So a fast conclusion into round 8. And a Zantaris that is finally seemingly a bit more awake.
Yeah. The scoreline is resembling Miraja. That's
troubling signs.
Yeah. But these 2 rounds weren't, for the most part, coming off pistols. We're actually opening with a pistol round victory for the first time. These were rifle wins. So maybe they can capitalize off these rifles here. Mini, though, no op. He's going to continue forth with an AK of his own, as Sausanita running it up and met with a brick wall of Zantaris.
Zantaris going to spray through the door. Boxing very clean on that angle. That's the Zantaris we know and love. Although Bibu might have something to say about it. He can connect with heads himself, and he can find his way onto the B bomb site that's unoccupied. Unfortunately for him, bomb completely in the territory of the CTs over in mid. The defenders, all they got to do is just sit around it. And you even see Wakadia getting quite curious, pushing up the staircase, catches Osama slacking. And Bibu, unfortunately, said his name in these clutch situations far too often. Doing good for his team so far, but 1v3. Such a high-pressure moment, such a high-pressure game. Tries to clear around him. He might just be looking for a save at this point. 30 seconds. It looks like he's just going to tuck tail. Hide if he can.
Not too much you can do in this round. With the potential for next is next to nothing. I mean, you got $0 on pretty much everyone. Bibu has the most at 700, so that tells you everything you know about everybody under him.
Yeah.
And now we're coming into the 10th round. The money is so unstable. If you can't even get a bomb plant at this point, they've been denied. And
max you're rocking in is 3,000, so pistols around it.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you really got at this point. Maybe you buy a smoke and a flash, you get yourself on the site, and you get that bomb plant. And I think that's kind of the discussion now. Where do we want to lead into? Is this an all or nothing round? And hopefully it's nothing for the most part for them. I mean, you got 1 rifle. You can maybe gamble a little extra with the maximum loss. Keep it around like 1,400. Throw around a little upgrade pistols and some armor.
Well, Mither seems to be doing quite the job talking to his team. Last time out used for GG How. On the bright side, there is plenty of utility that was saved over in the previous round from Bibu, so you can go for some sort of hero AK, play backline, or play very far forward, trade the AK around. a faster hit.
Oh. Sausalito going with a rifle as well, but everyone else kind of saving. This is an odd gamble.
You're going to have money.
I can see it working. Obviously, Bibu and Sausalito can just take SMGs at that point. So, I mean, it's worth a try, right? If nothing else is working.
You kind of need the rounds, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're down 5. Things are looking bleak, but not over just yet.
Definitely not over. Not over until you see your key get stuffed in that hydraulic press. Smoke out in towards connector. Blocks out the vision of Kixon. Seems like it's going to be a standard A hit with Gadia. A lot of damage through that smoke, but plenty of teammates to work around it with. Jimmy spots one out over the smoke. Synopsy connects in through mid, flashed off at the worst possible time. It's an absolute slaughterhouse. This time, Mini, being the only one left, did pick up the recovered AK, but when you have an op that you're fighting at that long of a range, surely you do have to hit the ground.
This is all coming into a head of the penultimate round. 8-2 Aurora showing you why they want to be that top 8 team again, maybe even better. They're putting up some really, really good performances, even from an individual perspective here, which is kind of what we're looking at. Just Kixon 11-6, Woxic 11-3, and Jimmy 13-4. And I feel like we've said Jimmy and Woxic a billion times these last 2 maps alone.
Those are the 2 players that you're looking at for the biggest impact, you know? Like,
yes.
The core of this team, obviously, Wicadia, Zantaris, and Woxic have been around together, but I feel like the new core of this team has shifted into really Jimmy, Kixon, and Woxic. Those are, you know, the most influential players right now. Weird to see a roster with Zantaris on it and say he's not a
But that
core
just
player,
shows you what the rest of the roster consists of, where you don't have to have him as this touted star player anymore. You got Jimmy.
Definitely be nice if he still was, though.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Why wouldn't you want 2 fantastic people on your team?
Well, Kixon is going to be audible with the Molotov, but sprays through. Almost connects onto 2. Somehow no damage found. It's a 3-on-3. Jimmy playing close, completely caught off guard. And Woxic stuck in the middle. No man's land. He has the op. The main player falls. Still good for 1 always, and knows the position of the aggressive E-Box player. Wants to dance around the smoke. It's visible. Shot perfectly through. Aurora hasn't lost a beat on Anubis.
I saw Woxic by himself on a site with a bunch of people surrounding him. Like, this seems very familiar, and I feel like I've seen it a million times, and 9,999 other times he's won this.
That's really,
So
really
clean.
good from him as well. The op kill is so important there. Zantaris just looking happy.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you get when you have a player like Woxic on your team. You have that diverse ability to kind of move about here, and another aggressive push from both sides, meaning face-to-face right in the doorway of that B site main. The good nade over top, that's going to be chunky. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, but an M4 bullet to your head does quite a lot of damage as well. Mini is able to fall back, not before losing 95 points of health. And as that hit completely gets stalled out early on, GG How refocus. Only 2 smokes left after that initial barrage. And the other 2 used straight back to get into the bomb site. Jimmy plays a Molotov in the doorway, completely blocked out by the smokes. So no chance to defend, at least from him, but you do have Wicadia, who has moved in to connector. Only damage found for him. How long does Jimmy wait to play his hand? You do have another player close by. Kicks in, misses the first, but able to double. Or excuse me, find 1. Jimmy is there for 1 himself, a 2v2. Opera close by. Jimmy so low. Woxic thinks the pistol might be better, and Nate goes out. It's all up to him now. Pushes forward, trades out for the M4. 17 bullets in the chamber. Is enough, but has to find that fight soon enough. Gets shot in the back, and It is GG How once again showing a little bit of life towards the end of the half, but with a 9-3 start in favor of Aurora, is it enough?
I mean, if you can bring the pistols into this and you can start doing that again, I mean, Mini is activating for what little he showed in map 1. So there is hope in his factor. I mean, you got Bibu 10 and 11. There's something here. It's just whether or not it's fully evaporated and gone yet. If Mini can have this up, maybe he can have his position a little better. Woxic's looking pretty lights out, but at least he can cause some commotion with it.
I mean, unfortunately for the side of GG How, it's kind of looking the same. You just switch around Sausalito and Mini in terms of performance standards.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like Osamas is really doing too much either.
Yeah, rough series for him. But that can all change with a pistol. A strong defensive start could allow a bit of a snowball effect. But that strong start is going to be very, very difficult. I mean, you could just feel the confidence oozing off of Aurora at this point. It feels like they know they have GG How dead to rights. And they try to walk out A. It's completely unoccupied. It's completely vacant. Free real estate. Straight into it. The bomb hasn't met up yet, but now it does. Bibu has an idea of what could happen, but still completely unaware until the bomb starts getting
no one's
planted.
even looked back yet.
It's just a matter of timing, you know. It's a risky play to play off of A. You hope to see some action elsewhere. Now you got a full rotate. You got a full retake. Synopsy did spot Kixin out towards the rugs. Doesn't want to go for that fight. Instead, just tries to catch a timing in on main. Woxic playing straight behind that pillar. Kixins opens up. Synopsy, though, good timing. Does allow 2 to fall. And Sausalito, the dual Beretta's ring. Kixin and Jimmy, the only 2 left. A Molotov goes down. It's on the bomb. It's stopped the defuse. No way. A Molotov all the way from outside of main. Wins them with 4 alive on the CT side.
That is such a heads-up play.
Ripped out of the hands. Everything they wanted.
That mid-con take looked good onto site. It looked good. There were some good trades there. They had the advantage, but a single molly and no kit on top of it, obviously, on pistol. Kind of got to gamble whether or not what you want to do with it. And Aurora made the gamble, said, sure, no armor, take a smoke, take a molly. We got it.
Take some notes. Use that in your pugs next time.
For real.
Oh, man. And now, I mean, this is such an uphill battle. If it wasn't already
That's wins
won
out
before.
of the sales, I feel like.
Huh?
That's wins out of the sales if you're GG How right now.
Crushing. But the buyback is in, so GG How at least have a chance in terms of the firepower to compete.
Most they can hope for is maybe Aurora walk into these MP9s. Maybe there's a good flash like that, actually, and it does come up with 1, and 1 is all Bibu will get. Woxic with the Galil trade. Zentara's in mid, slowly being encroached upon by Sausalito, and he gets his head taken off from his shoulders.
I mean, at least there's good information. You know there's 2 outside of A, and you know there's 2 pushing in through mid now. So as you see B being left alone. Thomas rotating in. The timing might be perfect for the backstab. It is. It's a 2-on-2. Pressure out on A. Synopsy still hasn't played his hand, however. The Deagle will shoot a shot, but now he's the only one left for his team. And unless he can get some great maneuvers around, there was a chance, but in the IGL versus IGL battle, Kixin definitely winning it in this series.
Nah, there's not a lot left here on the board for GG How. Everything's just coming up blank. I mean, we're seeing, again, some kills come across for the squad. Bibu having as good a series as I think you can make out of it with 3 rounds of 12 and 13. I mean, we highlighted Mini for a little bit here. He's come back into it. At least
Synopsy is having a decent...
Yeah, like, it's just all not the impactful kills you need.
The problem is the big picture, right? Not the little picture. The micro definitely has problems, but there's been signs of life, just like right now. Really good aggression from GG How to get an opening kill. 2 players push in, both able to fall back. Molotov does a bit more forcing than maybe they were ready for, and kicks in, takes some space with that Mac-10. Molotov does do a bit of damage to him, but at least you still have them on their toes. And maybe for the first time, Aurora on their toes, because they're down. They're down 2 players.
But one good peek could change this course. And obviously, you have Mini, 5 HP on site, and he has to contest with at least 2 players here. Single bullet is all it needs. Walks with a little bit of overkill with the headshot from the AK. The Lark, though, or Bibu coming in through main pretty quick, might be able to catch out one. There's still a very good scenario for this GG House squad. On a slow retake, Bibu finds another one for himself. That's 2 in the round, and there we go. Finally kicks and last alive. 1 on 4, and it does seem like GG How have swung out a little bit of a lifeline for themselves.
Yeah, no way that they fall into disaster that close together from the previous time.
Bomb has been defused.
11-4 still fighting on. But Aurora don't need to worry at all. I do like the double aggression that came in there through A main. Very smart play. The retake was very collective in terms of how they approached it. The whole problem is just the ability for GG How to get in those situations, you know, have it not fall apart in the mid-round. Have it not fall apart in the beginning of the round, even.
Nopsy almost getting a pick there as they cross over towards that A main side, doing some damage to Xantares. He's down to 74. Little shot to the kneecap, but he limps away, which feels like unscathed in the grand scheme of things. Seems like they're kind of congregating outside that A area, not yet quite dedicated to a final cause.
Smoke down towards connector. Aurora seem curious about A once more. Utility starting to dwindle for the CT side.
Oh, this is a good bait.
Still enough for an execution as well. It's all gonna come down to Bibu. Bibu needs to perform huge here. Moss only able to get a dink down. Low HP, lesser weapons, but Aurora in a great opportunity right now. Smoke gets blown open. Xantares not ready to spray. Okadi is about to have a fight himself. It's a matter of if the opponent's ready. Synopsy, although caught off guard, does collect himself a kill. Woxic rearranges himself. Jimmy's right behind him as well. And now Sausalito, a bit absent in this map, but the firepower is still more than prevalent to hit. There's no kit for him. And he's not going to have a chance to get these fights. Unless he swings loud, but Jimmy won't even let that happen. Clinical from the Finnish superstar. And that puts us on series point. GG How, it might be time to say goodbye.
Impressive between Jimmy and Woxic. 38 kills combined with only 15 deaths. In the span of 16 finished rounds at this point. They are putting up all-star numbers right now and proving why they are really should be touted as one of the top teams.
And if you are an Aurora fan, it seems like their Anubis hasn't really lost a step, so you can be excited about that. Mini does fall for the little bit of a jiggle peek. But good space taken by Synopsy. Taps away at Jimmy. A little bit of damage. Once again, it's set towards A. I mean, they just want to execute on this pretty easily. Fast into the round. Lucadia goes in with a Mac-10, completely blinded. Kixit actually will be the one to finish him out. 2 more CTs to contest with on the site for the immediate time being. And it's all coming up in spades for Aurora. Re-smoke onto the staircase, 2 CTs close by, but Zantares! That's exactly what you want to see. He dropped all his weapons. I think he thought the final kill was his own, but instead there was one more. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Aurora finish off in a very strong manner, and unfortunately for Zhizhe Hao, it will be them saying goodbye to their time here in Paris at EWC.
It will indeed. Their key will be crushed. The run comes to a close. Another of our last chance qualifier teams will be biting the dust here, and Aurora looking strong on the Anubis. If you had any doubt about it, well, you need doubt no more. That map continues to be a stronghold for this team, and it'll be interesting to see how far they can take it here. Finalists last year, looking to see if they could do one better this year's Esports World Cup.
If there's a team that has made roster moves and can perform maybe more than the expectations allow them in this tournament, I do put my faith in Aurora. I am so excited to see the future of this team. I think they had some great showings just in terms of how they're playing with each other. Of course, Zhizhe Hao isn't the biggest opponent that they will face in this tournament, especially as we head towards playoffs, but I still am just so excited to see the full capacity of this roster.
I do want to just quickly mention something crazy that's happening on the other stream as well. Right now, Big, the other last chance qualifier team that's still in it, are up 9-1 on Spirit on the opening map of Cash. So that's quite a storyline that's happening here, showing that the last chance qualifier does indeed produce some danger. But Zhizhe Hao, as valiant as their storyline has been, they were the other team to pull off the upset on Spirit. Their story now does come to that close. Let's say some more nice things about Aurora. I'm sorry, roar coming through from the KC fans over at the Rocket League stage. Rather distracting, gotta say. But huge praise onto Aurora, right? I mean, the piece is looking good. Jimmy looking great. Kixan having a phenomenal map as the IGL. Always a good time. Those are your new additions. They're shining. And the 3 core members, Wakadia, Zantares, Woxic, I find no flaw.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy's dropping 131 ADR, and Kixan is at 114 ADR. First off, Jimmy, he just had a fantastic series overall. Map 1, Map 2, didn't matter the position where he was at, 1v whatever it was. The man, you called his name, and he showed up in spades, and he always did what needed to be done. And I think he proved the position that he really has earned on this roster.
Wakadia also didn't even need to do anything on that second map. I think he was 4-12. But it wasn't like a silent 4-12. He still had moments where he was quite impactful in terms of the specific rounds we're looking at. But that just goes for the chemistry of the team. That just goes to show that the team doesn't need to rely necessarily on every single piece either performing at their peak or every single piece just being there in the moment.
This is something to speak about for the long term, though. Wakadia is the only member of this team who's never been on an English-speaking roster before, right? Was very young when he joined this project. So you'd imagine it might be a little bit more of an adjustment for him, but that's a question for the future. For now, we do have some questions for Zhizhe Hao because, again, their time has come to a close. So we'll head over to the stage with Freya for the exit interview.
An effort, nevertheless, from Zhizhe Hao, but unfortunately, it is the end of the line for them here in Paris. Mitha, thank you for joining me in this moment. I do just want to start the conversation on Mirage, because obviously that's where you upset the likes of Spirit. What happened today versus Aurora that didn't allow you to pull off the same result?
I'm not really sure, to be honest, because I feel like that we're not really living up to our own expectations. Maybe it's because we actually do have expectations all of a sudden. I mean, we came to Paris just hoping to make it through the LCQ, making a good result at the LCQ would have been enough. But, I mean, then we go to the main tournament and we upset against Spirit. And I don't know, we played so well in that game and everybody was trading each other. And I don't know what happens exactly, but we'll need to look through it. We need to be proud of even having it made it to the main tournament, and there are some important lessons here. So while we're not ready for tier 1, like, there's definitely things that we can take away from this one to improve even more for our next one.
It's a perfect segue into my next question. I was going to talk about it, the fact that you had to come through the gauntlet of that last chance qualifier, the fact that you upset Spirit in the first best of 1 here. I'm sure, as you said, a lot of takeaways, but what's been, I guess, your proudest moment looking at these guys perform at this event?
I mean, the proudest moment has definitely been, I don't even know, like, if I would say that it was the match against Spirit, because I feel like that the LCQ was equally as hard for us. I mean, we played a total of 9 maps with no break on that final day of the playoff. So, I mean, obviously beating back then the best team in the world, at least according to the VRS rank, was really a big thing for us, and we got a lot of points. So now we actually have a chance to maybe make it to the major if we do well at some of the other tier 2 events. So I mean, there's a lot of proud moments, but I would say that the entire team environment and the effort that the guys has put in, every day coming back to the room and rewatching the demos, creating new strats, updating the playbooks, and helping each other through the bad times. I mean, and by that I mean yesterday, right? So, I mean, yeah, no, there's a lot of good takeaways.
Yeah, I love how you phrase that. You were able to do the marathon in the LCQ, you were able to do the sprint versus Spirit as well. Just touching upon the VRS, projected that you guys will go up almost 300 points if everything kind of plays out how we're expecting things. In terms of making it to the major, what is the thing that you're going to be focusing on the most in practice with the guys to make sure those results, like beating Spirit, can be a bit more constant for you guys?
I feel like that we actually can play equally as good individually in some of the, head-to-head fights that we're having against some of these teams, but we're missing so many basics in our game. We have too many solo decisions, too many like small individual mistakes when it comes to decision making. We don't have good enough trading, and we also need to look into the strat book with how not to be read as easily. So there's a lot of things that we need to try and work with, but I mean, I'm happy to see that some of the fights and some of the individual risks that some of the players are willing to take, and I mean, that's definitely a first thing to focus on. Like, so I don't know, like there's many things to take away, but there's no doubt that we are the team with the least amount of experience when it comes to this event, and I think that shows today and also in the game that we had against Gamer Legion. So I mean, there's no easy way or shortcuts to experience. We just have to grind our way through.
Yeah, and in grinding you have been. I think I can speak on behalf of all the community when I say thank you for your words, and it's been a pleasure to see you at this tournament. Best of luck moving forward, Mither.
Thank you.
Not shying away from the reality of the road that's out in front of them, right? Mither knows that there's a lot to build on. There's a ton to take away from this. I think GG House should be, in sum total, extremely happy with the form that they've shown here in Paris. But in order to become one of those consistent teams, in order to contend against a team like Aurora, the road is long and difficult.
Yeah, and you know what? If there's anyone that can be behind you, trying to push you into that spot, Mither is a fantastic coach to have with you. He's spent times on the likes of Renegades, the Apex roster, Liquid for a short period of time. He's someone that can build up small moments and try to perform better individually, collectively, just make sure that he has impact in that roster. And I do think good things can come.
And a strong hat game to boot. Highlights galore here for the Aurora side. Look, for GG Hao, I think his takeaways are great, right? It's, we have some individuals, we can fight, but the decision-making, the experience, the coordination there, this is what comes with time, right? We see teams with a lot more Tier 1 experience still struggle with those details, and for a GG Hao team that is on a huge heater to even be here, there's a lot to learn.
Yeah, I mean, and he said it himself, they asked what's your proudest moment. He said, most people probably would have said, oh, the huge upset you guys had. But he said the big 9-map grind into this, and 9 straight maps for any team, no matter who you are, it hurts mentally and physically overall. And the fact they got through that and then incorporate a nice little upset onto it, I think it's a great showing for a team that has a lot of promise in something far past just the Tier 2 scene.
It's awesome that they had that extra bump, right, of coming off and getting the upset victory over Spirit, because they already gained a ton of VRS. Freya put it nice, I think it's over 300 points at this point.
Crazy.
They already gained a ton from the LCQ. That alone would have been catapulting them up, certainly to regional rankings in Asian VRS. But then you take the scalp off of the world #1 in Spirit, it's robbery at that point. That is a huge haul for an organization like GG Hao.
And pushing closer towards that invite bubble as well. Obviously the major is the most important thing that these teams are aspiring for, but just getting the VRS up to get invited to more events, get invited to maybe potentially more Tier 1 events as the year progresses and the rest of the season progresses.
Sure.
GG Hao, they have a lot to look forward to. I think glimpses of greatness can be seen through this roster. Unfortunately, the glimpses just did not shine bright enough to take down a team like Aurora.
Eyes on the major, I'm sure, for them down the stretch. But, I mean, look, in fairness, this is an Aurora team that we expect to be contending for trophies by the end of the year. That is what they're built for. That is the caliber of roster. They were already, reminder, in the grand final of this event this time last year, and that wasn't good enough. They want to push higher. They want to lift trophies. They want the hardware. And so this is a team that is aiming to be world beaters.
And I think at the very least, they're contenders for all of this. I mean, we've seen everything kind of start clicking into place, whether it's between Wox or any other real individual performances across this team. It brings a lot of just core power. Overall, you have big names, big guns, and they can make big space on maps. And even if it is against, teams that are of the upper echelon, but like we kind of touted out earlier, you need to win against the teams you're supposed to win against. And this was a team they were supposed to win against.
It was, but that's not going to make it any more satisfying, I think. And speaking of satisfying, we have Zantares standing by, ready to crush that key. And he's got it in hand, ready to roll. White gloves standing by, ready to place that key right in the Crushinator and take it on through. Zantares, known for his accuracy in the game. This is one tap I don't think he could possibly miss.
No, I think it's literally lined up perfectly for him.
Laugh if he somehow messes up this
You
point.
know what? If somehow that were to happen,
I think that would be a serious concern. Oh, boy.
He thought that too.
Popping straight out the top.
That was a good one.
That topped the chest one for sure.
That's precision right there.
Oh, wow, too.
Yeah, he's looking
boy.
at it. Break it? Nah, you're good, man. You're good.
Shattered
Impressive.
it. Well done there for Zantares. That's
That
a
might have
strong
been his
key
highlight
crush.
of the match.
Might have been. What a crush. The key displayed as GG Hao's right to compete here at the Esports World Cup is rescinded. They are out of here. Again, a great journey for them overall, but every good journey does need to come to a close. And the journey of Aurora continues on into the playoffs as well, right? Round of 16 feels like it's the bare minimum for this team, but they've hit it. Now we see how far they can go.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of would argue that like a quarterfinal might be the bare minimum for this team, just in terms of them trying to get confidence for the rest of the season. You're coming from a roster that was a consistent quarterfinal, semifinal appearance type of team. Last year that this tournament happened, you were the finalist, ultimately losing to Mongols. But however far this team can get, I feel like it'll just increase the confidence. It doesn't matter win or lose necessarily at the end of the day. I don't know if they're coming in with the mindset of winning the trophy. Obviously, they want to, but just as far as they can go, each little brick will just build a higher and higher peak.
Certainly will. Let's take a look at the brackets that we've got here. One thing that's going to be very interesting is with all the upsets that we've had, we're going to have some teams in the lowers, teams in the uppers that maybe you're not expecting, and then we've got a fairly randomized draw here for those playoff matchups, so we could get some very interesting early playoff games. And keeping an eye on that other matchup, by the way, Spirit are playing their way back into this cash game, but that's only still to the tune of a 10-5 scoreline in favor of Big right now, so all eyes on that Big Spirit matchup.
That's probably the most impressive performance I feel like we're going to see out of Big here, because the fact that, again, it leads you to believe that Spirit may not be as this, god-crushing team that a lot of people may tote them as, and
at least not right now.
Exactly. They are feeling very humanoid.
They'd like to be a big crushing team right now, and they can't get there either. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, look, a win is a win. If they can gut it out across the next two or even pull it back on cash, then it's all still to play for. But over in B, Falcons phase through the top. I am very curious to see how Legacy MIBR Los goes. We got some nice action out of MIBR Los, and QZ in particular looking good. So I want to see if they can do some damage against a Legacy team that I think is dangerous.
I'm also excited to see this Stralis versus NIP E-Star team. I think this matchup should just be a close one, kind of show us what the lay of the field is going to look like for the likes, especially of NIP this season, where I feel like there's a bit unknown about them compared to Astralis, where we have more of an idea where they expect to land. And then now when we look at Group C, this one, a bit unpredictable as well. Vitality, they're down to the losers.
Oh my goodness. Vitality versus Lin Vision Gaming. What if you wanted to play in front of the French crowd of your home tournament, but Amelia said no? That's the question we're going to have to answer. Can Amelia say no? Can Lin Vision actually topple the Titans of Vitality? What a stunning upset that would be. I mean, that might be... We've already had the upsets of the tournament. That might still be the upset of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more interested in how far Foot will go in that whole bracket end of. But on this one, I do like the matchups here. Magic have played great against 3D Max. We were seeing them earlier, and they're looking pretty strong overall, I think.
I really like that Magic 9Z game, in all honesty to you. I think that could be a very competitive matchup. The other side, Mongols Pain, maybe a bit more one-sided, at least on paper. We have to see what type of Mongols we get coming into that matchup, but 9Z Magic, I think that has a chance to be a very exciting game.
It does indeed. It does indeed. Curious to see if Magic can punch that high, because I rate 9Z quite highly right now. I'm in Huasa Peak in particular. was amazing. But we'll see what they can do. Let's take a look at our games for tomorrow because we do have the schedule, potentially depending on this big result. We got the Mongols taking on Pain to start things off, so we get to witness that. And then we get to see the 9Z Magic game indeed, and we wrap up with Legacy MIBR Lows. That's all here on the B stream, which is an absolute treat of matches as far as I'm concerned.
That's a day full of fantastic matches to be here on the B stream. I cannot wait to partake in all these, and I'm sure Moses and Danko also feel the same way.
What better way to celebrate in Paris than with a nice prefix menu, you know, multiple courses laid out, and a movable feast of Counter-Strike.
It's an international feast, honestly, as well. I mean, you have kind of teams scattered all over the place, and I feel like there's potential for upset, but I feel like it's a pretty... you could definitely see a line where it should kind of pan out the way it should.
It certainly wouldn't be the Esports World Cup if it wasn't an international feast here in Paris. Our day comes to the close. Thank you so much for joining us. You're going to want to check out that A stream, and we're going to leave you with the STC highlights.